As the stage, someone announces that item 188 has arrived. Apparently, a girl is stepping onto the stage. Judging by the guy's reactions, she's quite the spectacle. As expected, she's someone who wouldn't sink even if she tried, a natural floater. The guy on stage jokes that something huge is at stake. The auctioneer reveals it's a bronze ring that adds 10 luck. It also gives a 5% drop rate boost and increases earned money by 5%. The crowd seems unimpressed, while a woman scolds a guy for staring at the girl. Shen King, however, knows this item can come in gold or diamond rarity, making it extremely valuable. People start bidding while Shen King thinks it'd be perfect to enhance the item's quality. The auctioneer asks if anyone will bid more than 30, and our boy raises his hand, offering 1 gold coin. The crowd is confused, wondering why he'd offer so much for a bronze item. But someone next to him bids 10 gold coins. Chaos ensues as everyone starts thinking this is madness. The clueless bidder smirks at our boy. Shen King finds it odd that the guy seems to know the item's value. But for him, it'd be too perfect for his skill, so he raises the bid to 30 gold coins. The other guy didn't see that coming. He musters his courage and raises it to 50 gold coins. The auctioneer jokes about how demanding his clients are. The guy in the hat tells our boy to give up because when it comes to money, he never loses. But that's when Shen King raises his hand again and the guy is stunned. He sees that Shen King has bid 100 gold coins. The place falls silent. The auctioneer declares it impossible for anyone to raise the bid further. He counts down, once, twice, and on the third, the item is sold. The hammer strikes and our boy acquires the Ring of Greed. Now he just has to wait 8 hours to use the evolution skill, ensuring many more items in the future. The man in the hat comments that our boy is quite bold, but he warns him to remember that he won't forget this. Finally, he leaves. Meanwhile, Shen King wonders if this guy might want revenge. That's when someone slaps his face and calls him handsome. It's the walking balloon, saying that tonight he belongs to Hela. Whether he's too innocent or just Sigma, he asks what that means. The human floaty says that if he spent so much on the ring, it must mean he wants Hela as a gift too. Apparently, this is a feature of the auction he wasn't aware of. She places her hand on his chest and tells him not to worry. Even though it's just an in-game experience, it'll still be better than reality. Here, they wouldn't need to worry about anything. Shen King begins to wonder if the man in the hat actually knew nothing about the ring and was just after this intense event. He pushes Hela away and says that while her physique isn't bad, she can follow him later. She thanks him and says she's looking forward to the experience. But her expression changes when a man appears behind our boy, calling out to him. The man says Shen King has some good items and asks if he wants to take a look. Shen King turns and tells him to show them. The man thinks that since Shen King was foolish enough to spend 100 gold coins on a trash item, he'll surely be easy to profit from. Of course, the man presents a pile of terrible bronze items. Shen King wonders how the man has the nerve to offer such garbage. The man asks which ones he'll take, and Shen King simply replies, none of them. They're all trash. The vendor gets angry, saying Shen King has no eye for quality. He grabs him by the collar, saying that it looks like he'll need to teach him a lesson. Either he buys something, or he'll take a beating. But his expression changes when Shen King asks if he's really that eager to die. That's when the walking balloon intervenes, telling the man to leave and warning him that security is watching. She reminds him that dealing inside the auction is against the rules. The security team looks like a Megazord on steroids. The man runs off immediately, calling them all idiots. Shen King didn't kill him knowing it would get him banned from the auction. He then turns to the walking balloon and asks if, now that you bought the ring, she'll do whatever he wants. She tells him not to be so direct, but in a way, he just has to ask. He tells her to handle the money he'll earn from auctioning off weapons, estimating the total should come to at least 800 gold coins. Confused, she asks if he just wants her to spend the night at the auction. He clarifies, saying no, he actually wants her to use her looks to sell the items at a higher price so he can make more profit. She's shocked, unable to believe he's asking her to stay stuck there. But when he promises to double her cut, she asks when they'll meet again. He simply turns his back and tells her that when the time comes, he'll find her. The girl blushes, thinking he's handsome, rich, and confident. Walking through the streets, he knows buying that ring was perfect, as items in the city of Roy are rare and hard to obtain. The final step before heading there is to upgrade his equipment. He enters a shop and finds a craftsman muttering to himself, wondering what to do. Apparently, the man lost his hammer and can't function without it. Shen King pulls out the hammer and asks if he's looking for this. The man is stunned, asking how Shen King found it and knew he needed it. But he raises it to the sky, grateful, saying it's exactly what he needed. Obviously, this was a secret quest, and the man asks what Shen King wants to upgrade since he'll do it for free. This is a hidden event where returning the hammer grants one free upgrade on any item. Shen King hands over his bow, asking to level it up to the max. This method is much more efficient than grinding monsters. Apparently, the item is upgraded to its maximum level, not its maximum rarity. The craftsman agrees, and 20 minutes later, the upgrade is complete. Yang Sheng thanks him and asks to inspect it. The craftsman says the bow is now level 10 and would cost 20 gold coins. Shen King replies that level 10 is fine, as he'll soon buy a better one anyway. The next moment, we're in the forest. The city of Roy has creatures up to level 60. making it quite dangerous. For safety, he decides to wait for the cooldown on his evolution skill before heading there. What he doesn't know is that someone is watching him from the bushes. An arrow suddenly flies toward him and he seems to sense something. He turns and the arrow grazes his face. He realizes it was a close call. It almost hit his head. The man in the shadows comments that Shen King is truly remarkable. Of course, it's the man in the hat who admits he didn't expect Shen King to dodge that. Shen King tells him it's a misunderstanding. He only wanted the item. But the man responds that it's too late for that now. Shen King demands to know what he's doing here. The man whistles and an entire team emerges from the shadows. Shen King notices something unusual. They capture the walking balloon. He asks why they've done this since she still had work to do for him. The man in the hat says that if Shen King spent 100 gold coins, he must have plenty more to share with his friends. The girl apologizes, explaining that everything was stolen by these men. The old man mocks him, saying he was foolish to think that just because he didn't buy anything, they wouldn't take his money. He kicks the elf girl, calling her a piece of trash for ruining his plans. Then he looks at Shen King and says they finally meet again. Shen King calmly replies that he can tolerate people stealing from him, but he won't allow anyone to mistreat someone working for him. The group falls silent, staring at him. The man claims they're not really hitting her, just putting on a little show for him. Suddenly, he throws the girl to the ground and seems to attack her again. The girl cries out in pain, and it's clear Shen King didn't like that one bit. Electricity begins to crackle around him as the man looks to the side, confused. Shen King is preparing his new 7-second attack. He declares it's time for the trash to die. But the white-haired man charges forward, determined not to give him the chance to use that move. He jumps onto Shen King's back, but strangely Shen King shifts as well and ends up behind him. An arrow pierces through the man like a rocket. The protagonist simply remarks that he's way too slow. Confused, the white-haired man turns to look back but collapses to the ground. The other two, now terrified, ask how he could do that to their companion, but Shen King just snaps his fingers and points at them. They look bewildered until suddenly his clones appear. Arrows come from both sides, slicing through them. Both of their bodies fall lifeless to the ground. The man in the hat starts clapping, saying he expected no less from someone as strong as Shen King. Shen King doesn't react. The man introduces himself as Shibuya, explaining that the ones who attacked Shen King were just disposable pawns. He also reveals that he used detection on Shen King and discovered that he's only level 15. Shen King dismissively tells him to just get to the point. Shibuya then asks if he's the #1 player, Kao Hai Wang. Shen King confirms it. Immediately, Shibuya returns 70 fragments and the gold he stole. He steps closer, offering his hand, wanting to be friends. He proposes forming an alliance and creating a new gang. With their combined strength, he said, as they could dominate this world and have anyone they desired. Shen King simply replies that he's not interested in such things. Shibuya asks what he wants, and Shen King responds that it should be obvious. He wants revenge. Shibuya is startled and begins backing away, saying Shen King can contact him anytime if he changes his mind. But as he's about to leave, Shen King asks where he thinks he's going. An arrow flies past, tearing through Shibuya's cape, leaving him stumbling. With a like on this video that helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers, activate the cheeky little bell, and I'm out.
And ready?
Forward. I have already done that, and you can see I have a video being uploaded, or has uploaded right here. The first thing we're going to look at is the title. Now, we're going to get on to some of the more advanced settings and cool, fun stuff later, but we need to spend some time on the title here because the title is incredibly important for a number of reasons. First myth I want to bust: there have been people around here saying that the file name of your video, which is often reflected in the title, impacts your SEO and how well your video ranks. That is a complete lie. Ignore anyone who says that. But what does matter to SEO is your video title itself. So if you want to rank your video in search, getting this right is the most impactful thing you can do. The thing is though, not every video is designed to get the majority of its views from YouTube search. So let me give you an example. Let's go this video that I showed you earlier. This is a video where I say, I bought 5 million YouTube views, here's what happened. Now, when you think about this video's got 2 million people to watch it, but not many of those people are probably going to YouTube search and typing in, I bought 5 million views, blah, blah, blah. So instead, most people probably would have found this on their YouTube homepage or on their next up. And as you can see here, if I go into traffic sources, you can see that this is correct, right? Only 5% of my viewers actually came from YouTube search. So why does this matter? Well, it means that if your video is the kind of thing that's not going to be found through YouTube search, that's something like I bought 5 million views, or I discovered this crazy challenge, or whatever it is, something that people probably aren't going to be searching for, you don't need to worry about including any keywords or SEO stuff here. Just focus on making this title as clickable as possible. The more clickable it is, the more likely it is the algorithm is going to promote that video to viewers on the homepage, on recommended, and your video is going to get a lot of views. However, if your video is the kind of video that is likely for people to search for it. So tutorial videos are a good example of this, like how to change a light bulb, for instance. In those sort of instances, it's very important that you get keywords right, because otherwise your video is not going to show up. And the reason I'm telling you all this here is creating the right title that's going to get you the most amount of views really depends on the type of video you're posting. And you need to evaluate your video, figure out which of the two buckets I've just mentioned it best fits in, and then write your title accordingly. I might turn gain into get because I'm a dumb Australian who doesn't like long fancy words. Then I might come over here and type get analytics access to a YouTube channel like a pro. Because what I think viewers who want to find a video like this are going to most likely be typing into YouTube is something like how to get analytics access to a YouTube channel. And so I want to make sure those keywords are in my title. Now you can use a keyword research tool like vidIQ, for instance, to dive a lot deeper into the best keywords and search phrases to include in your title. But for now, I'm just going to leave this and move on to the next part of our video, which is the description. Now, the description is something that people get wrong all the time. And it's actually one of the most important elements to uploading your video. So here is the description template I like to use for all of my videos. I'll explain exactly how to use it and why I use it right now, but I'm going to give you this template for free later in the video just as a bribe to keep you watching and get my watch time up. But anyway, so the first bit of the description is you want a little text hook that sort of elaborates and teases what your video is. This hook, we don't want it to be any longer than 95 characters. And I'll get to why that is in a moment. Also, if you're creating a searchable video, like we talked about earlier, you want to make sure that you're including your keywords in this section. If your video isn't very searchable, it doesn't really matter what keywords you include in here. Just make sure this section entices and excites people to stick around for the video. All right, so I might write something like, here's a step-by-step tutorial on the easiest way to get analytics access to a YouTube channel. I'm just gonna check the character count of this. Bam, perfect. 94 characters. I'm just using an extension. It's called Character Count. It's completely free. And again, if you're seeing extensions and stuff around my uploading process, I like using tools to make my life easier, but you can do most of this stuff manually if you don't mind putting in a bit more time. So now we're going to move down our description a bit to this section. This is what I call your first call to action. And a call to action is where you promote something. And if you have a product or service, obviously this is the perfect place to put it. And you might be thinking, but Marcus, I don't promote anything. I don't have a product or sponsor or whatever. That's fine. Promote another one of your videos here. If someone clicks on your video and then they click on your call to action, you've now turned one view into 2 views. So don't miss out on that opportunity. And you want to copy the exact spacing and character counts I mentioned here, because what we want this to look like is, let's go to a video on YouTube, good old Grammarly ad. What we want our description to look like is this. So you're going to have your first text hook. That's the first thing people are going to read. And then you're going to have your call to action here with the link showing up, whether that's to your product, service, or another YouTube video. And this is all going to show up without people having to click on the more button. You don't want to push this link down to another row, because if you do, then people aren't actually going to be able to click on it without clicking on the more button. Now, speaking of links, this is something else that people stuff up. If you're linking to a product or a service or a website, and try to have a unique tracking link for every single video, that way you know exactly what videos are sending traffic to your website. Because some videos send more traffic than others. For example, I had a video that got 700,000 views, I think, and it was sending double the amount of leads to my website as another video I had that I think had like 1.4 million views. And without my tracking link, I would have had no idea that my 700,000 view video was more successful, and I would have kept making more videos like the one that got 1.4 million views. Now, if you're not sending traffic to a website, let's say you're promoting another YouTube video, you don't just want to link the video here. What you want to do is create a playlist. And if you haven't got any playlists already, you just want to come to your YouTube studio, come up to create, click on create new playlist, just add in the title of your playlist, description doesn't really matter, and then click add videos and add a bunch of your videos to this playlist. And the reason you are going to do this is because if I go to one of my playlists, let's say I go to this one, and now that I'm inside of this playlist, I copy this link and use this link for my call to action. When someone goes to this video and clicks on this link, not only is it going to actually open up the video, but it's going to open up the video inside of a playlist, like you can see here, which is good because one, it pushes down all of the recommended competitor videos and make it harder for viewers to see them. And they have to scroll all the way down here to see these videos. But two, it means that if people get to the end of your video, now they're going to just automatically be loaded up another one of your videos, and then another one, and then another one, which is going to hopefully help you get multiple views off the same viewer. So I'm going to put that there. Next, what I like to do is I like to have this videos to watch next section, and I have a couple of different videos that are related to the topic of the video I'm posting with links to them. Again, again, to try and get people to watch multiple of my videos. And what you'll notice here, if you look at these links carefully, you'll see that these look like the link I just showed you. And that's because these are also playlist links. So if I copy this and I chuck this into YouTube, you'll see that it loads up this video, but it loads it up again inside of a playlist. Now down below, what I like to do now is have another section for calls to action. Again, I use emojis here because I want to draw people's attention to these calls to action. This is exactly the same as the call to action that's up here. I just changed the wording of it. So if people don't click up here, I have another shot of getting them to click down here. So what I would do is I could just like copy something like this. Instead of doing want to watch me buy 5 million views, I could just do something like, I spent $80,000 buying views, watch what happened here, which is actually true, by the way. And again, I'm just going to promote the exact same thing. So now I've got the opportunity to try and get people to do this thing. And then below that, I'm just going to have any other calls to action that I want to promote. So this could be maybe your social media. For me, it's an email list. I highly recommend people promote an email list, especially if you're an education type channel, because it means if anything ever happens to your channel, you have all the email addresses of your subscribers, and so you can just email them your new videos or your new offers or products or whatever it is. Now below that, I like to have a little quote. I don't know if this actually makes a difference, I just like it. I'll then have my contact information for brands, and then below that, I will have a bunch of hashtags. Now, I get a bunch of questions about these hashtags. Firstly, people ask, is it not allowed by YouTube? And the answer to that is no. If you read YouTube's terms and conditions, they say you can have up to 60 relevant hashtags, and I usually have about 50 here. And when you link a hashtag in your video, it's going to show the hashtags at the top of the description. But if you click on those hashtags, it's also going to make your video show up when people type in that hashtag. Now, do many people type in hashtags? No, this isn't a great strategy to get huge amounts of views. As you can see, there's only like me and 2 other creators actually tagging their videos with these hashtags. But I think about it this way. It can't hurt. It's not going to make me get less views. And if your videos are all around a similar topic, I normally just copy and paste the same list of hashtags, but just be careful doing that if your videos are very different, because YouTube terms and conditions say you need to make sure your hashtags are actually relevant to the video that you're posting. Now, if we keep coming down, we end up in the custom thumbnail section. Now, quick note here, if you don't see this section, it's probably because you haven't verified your channel. So if you have a new channel, what you need to do is come into settings, then you want to go to channel, then you want to go to feature eligibility, and in here you can see this is a new channel, right? I'm not eligible for these other 2 features because I haven't verified my phone number. So you would just need to verify your phone number, and then you'd also need to verify a valid ID to get access to the last one. And that's going to allow you to do things like custom thumbnails, upload videos longer than 15 minutes, etc., etc. But anyway, back to thumbnails. We have upload a file, which can upload a singular file. You can auto-generate a thumbnail, which is usually horrendous, and you can test and compare, which is going to let you upload multiple thumbnails and test them against one another. Now, I do think the test and compare option is the one you should go with. I've heard people saying test and compare actually hurts your videos. I haven't found that, and a lot of my other YouTuber mates who are much smarter than me haven't found that either. So what I would do is you just come and click on this, and then you upload multiple different thumbnails. So I might just upload this one, this one, this one. Now, what I will say is that I have been getting some interesting results from thumbnail test and compare. Let me show you what I mean. So if I come to my contents, you can view how your thumbnails went later by coming down to the video that you added on, clicking on options and clicking on view, test and compare. I did test and compare, but with 3 of the exact same thumbnails. I did this across multiple videos. What you can see is that YouTube actually gave me very different results. It said that this thumbnail was the most successful with a 40% watch time share, and this thumbnail was the least successful with 27% watch time share, which is interesting because these 2 thumbnails are literally exactly the same. So right now, should you fully trust YouTube's test and compare feature? A friend of mine has actually talked to YouTube's developer team who created this feature, and even the developers who created this feature say that they think it's about 50% accurate, which probably means it's like 30% accurate. So long story short, don't take the results that you get from thumbnail test as gospel. Also, it's not a bad idea to run the thumbnail test multiple times to make sure that your winning thumbnail actually is a winning thumbnail. But overall, I still do use it right now, assuming all 3 of your thumbnail variations are actually good quality. All right, if we continue down, we now are at the playlists section. Here, you can just click in here and just select all playlists that are relevant to your video and just hit done. Coming down further, we are at the copper section. This is where you have to designate whether your video is made for kids or made not for kids. The way you want to think about this here is think about, is your video made specifically for kids? So think about something like Peppa Pig, right? The TV show. That TV show is made specifically for kids. So if you're uploading videos like that, then yes, the video is made for kids. On the other hand, if you're uploading videos that are akin to, say, Marvel movies, right? Marvel movies aren't made for kids, even though kids enjoy watching them. And if your video content allows for you to do this genuinely. Selecting no is usually the option you want because it's going to give you a whole bunch of extra features that would be unavailable if you said your video is made for kids. All right, continuing on, age restriction. If your video is very explicit, then yes, you can restrict it to viewers over the age of 18. Most of the time, you don't have to worry about this. Also, video game violence and stuff doesn't really count. So I had gaming channels, for example, for 5 years, lots of killing and death and stuff like that, and I never had to restrict my video to over 18s, and I never had any problems. So continuing on, paid promotion. If you have sponsors or brand deals, you're supposed to check this box legally. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't check this box, but I will say that a lot of big creators, and you guys have probably noticed this, don't check this box even when they are promoting things. So like, if you get this one wrong, it's probably not going to matter, but I guess you should try and be genuine about this. Now, if you do check this box, it's going to show a little banner at the beginning of your video that says this video includes paid promotion or something like that. Now, next we have YouTube's AI section. So basically, if you've created AI characters or footage that could be mistaken for real characters or footage, you're supposed to check yes here. So I'm just going to click no because I don't include that. Now, next one we have automatic chapters. Chapters are those things where you can see the video play bars being broken up into multiple different segments. Sounds like a really great idea, turning on allowing automatic chapters and key moments. I hate it because YouTube's AI often gets it wrong. So I would turn it off if you want to add those sections or segments to your video, which as you've probably seen from my uploading process here, I don't think it's necessary. There are times where I think chapters can sort of hurt retention because people see the upcoming chapters and they just skip to them. But of course, that's not every video. So if you do want to add chapters, I would do it manually. The way you would do that is you'd come up to your description and you would type 0:00 and then type the name of your first chapter. Then you'd come down and type the timestamp where that chapter ends. So let's say it's 0:20, then type the name of the next chapter that's going to be. So it might be intro, you might say 0.1, and go 0, 50, 0.2, 150, 0.3, etc., etc. You don't have to have these spaces. I just added them in for some reason. And that'll make those chapters appear inside of your video. Now, an important thing to note, if you are doing chapters, try not to spoil your video. So I see a lot of people do this. In their chapters, they basically spoil the content and make it so the viewers don't actually need to watch. So for example, if I had a chapter in this video that was like, why chapters don't matter, you're going to be watching the video and you're going to see that little chapter with its title and be like, okay, he said chapters don't matter, so I don't need to watch this. I'm just going to go to the next step, and people are going to skip. If you are doing chapters, when you're titling them, try to title them in a way that doesn't make people think, oh, I already know this, or I already know what's going to happen, and just skip to the next interesting part of your video. All right. Going back down, continuing on, allow automatic places. We don't want YouTube to dox us, so let's take that off. Next, automatic concepts, turn that off. You don't want that. Next, we have tags. Now, tags in 2024 and beyond basically don't matter. I do use tags. My rationale reasoning for that is the fact that YouTube has still included them means that they are somewhat relevant to some degree. But in my experience, the difference tags make is so minute that I put very little effort into this. I will basically just use a tool like vidIQ. I'll type in like one keyword, just copy all of the related keywords that show up and paste them in here in bulk. So it would literally take you like 20 or 30 seconds to do this. And I don't think you should even bother spending more than that amount of time on tags. All right, continuing down. Video language, you can select that here. Caption certification, leave that at none. Recording date, I don't know why they have this. Almost no one uses this feature, but I guess you can add the recording date of your video if you really want to. Now, license and distribution. If you select standard YouTube license, it means that people aren't supposed to take your video and re-upload it themselves. If you select Creative Commons attribution, it means that people can re-upload your video or re-upload parts of your video as long as they give you credit. Now, I like to leave it at Creative Commons attribution because I think, well, if someone wants to re-upload my video and credit me, it's like free promotion. It's free marketing for me. Why would I not want that? So most people have it as standard YouTube license because they don't want people to steal their content. I'm like, you want to steal my content and promote me in it? Fine, like go for it. Please be my guest. Cool. Next one is allow embedding. If you have this checked, it's going to allow people if they want to embed your video into their website. Same thing here. If people want to embed my video into their website, it's free marketing, free views for me. Of course you can do that. And the next one down here, this is a really interesting one. So publish to subscriptions feed and notify subscribers. Now, when you check this, it means when you post your video, it's going to end up in your viewers' subscriptions feed and notify any people who have the bell notification turned on. And you would think that you would want to leave this on. Here's why not. So if you post a variety of different types of videos, let's say you've been posting a bunch of Minecraft videos and then you go and post a guitar tutorial video. If you have your publish to subscriptions feed and notify subscribers checked, in the beginning, YouTube's going to be more more likely to promote your guitar tutorial video to the viewers who watch your previous videos, who are interested in Minecraft, not guitar tutorials. And so those viewers don't click, they don't watch, and sometimes that can get the algorithm confused and it thinks, well, this is just a bad video. Maybe it's the best guitar tutorial in the world, it's just been promoted to the wrong audience. But sometimes YouTube doesn't seem to be smart enough to figure that out. So in my opinion, think about it like this. Would the viewers of your previous videos also really want to click on this video that you're about to publish? If the answer is yes, great, leave this on, publish it to subscriptions feed and notify your subscribers. If the answer is no, leave this off because you don't want YouTube to send your video to the wrong type of person who's not going to watch and is going to make it less likely that the algorithm will promote your video more in the future. Next, allow shorts remixing. This will just allow people to create shorts using your content in your video. Again, I like to allow this because free marketing. And if we come down to category, this is where you can select the category of your video. Now, if you select certain categories like gaming, for instance, it'll actually allow you to type in exactly what the game is that you're playing. In other categories, say like comedy, doesn't require any sort of additional specification. So I would just go through here, select the category that makes most sense to you. And if there are any additional prompts that show up when you select your category, just fill them out to be as accurate as they can be in describing whatever type of content it is that you've made. So for this video, I might just go like education. This is going to be like a how-to video. It isn't part of any academic system, so I'm just going to go none. And here I would just type in whatever it is I help my viewers with. All right, continuing on, comments and ratings. I like to allow comments to be on. For comment moderation, I like to have it at basic as well. If you get a lot of hate comments and you can't handle them, you could put it at strict or hold all, and that will only allow comments to get approved to be published to your video. Basic's pretty good in my experience. And last, you can choose how you want to sort your comments by. Always leave this at top because that's how most videos on YouTube are sorted. And of course, you want to allow people to see how many people liked the video. Otherwise, people will think you're weird and you're hiding something. So now we've done all of that stuff, we can just hit next. If your channel is monetized, you can come here and click on, which will mean that your video is going to show ads. Now, if your video is over 8 minutes in length, you can actually insert mid-roll ads into your video. So there's going to be ads that play not just at the beginning of your video, but during your video. But if you're at the point where you have 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours, which is how many you need to monetize, you probably already know how to do that. So I'm just going to keep going. Cool. Next is ad suitability. So basically, you just want to go through this questionnaire and just answer all of these questions as accurately as you can. So I might just have that. Adult content, there's going to be none. Violence, none. Harmful acts, none. Recreational drugs, none. None. Cool. None of this is that. So then I can just hit submit rating, and then I'm going to hit next. And you always want to try and be as honest as you can in this section, because if you stay honest there, YouTube is going to basically allow you to continue moderating your own content. But if YouTube picks up that you're lying about what's actually in your video, then they're going to stop trusting you and they might actually need to review your videos, which could take some time, meaning that if you want to post your videos right away, you're going to miss out on a chunk of ad revenue while YouTube are reviewing your ad suitability. So next, we're into video elements. You can add subtitles here if you want to reach a broader audience. YouTube automatically adds subtitles for most languages. I just let YouTube do it because it's pretty good. Next, you can click on add an end screen. What an end screen is that video box or playlist or channel subscribe icon that pops up at the end of a YouTube video to do whatever it is you want it to do. So you can import an end screen from a previous video, and we're just going to create one custom for this tutorial. So I'm going to click add. So YouTube has a couple of different templates you can use here. What I like to do personally is I like to promote a video. So your video is going to pop up here. What you can do is you can click on this, and I like to drag this out like that to make it as big as possible and chuck it right in the center of the screen. The reason I do this is the more elements you add onto the screen, the more what's called decision fatigue is induced. So when I was working in marketing for 4 years, what I learned was the more choices people have, the less likely it is that they're going to make any choice at all. So I like to just give people one big choice, which is the thing I want them to do, which is to watch another one of my videos so that I can turn that one viewer into 2 views. Now, the other thing I like to do is end screens by default are set to last about 20 seconds. 20 seconds, in my opinion, is way too long. It doesn't take people 20 seconds to decide on whether or not they want to watch your next video. So if you want to scroll to the end of your video to see how long it is, you have to like kind of drag your playhead off the screen like that and then click on this little button and it'll like move it to the end of your video. So I can see that my video is 4 minutes and 47 seconds long. So I'm just going to drag this over to here, click on my playhead, and then I'm going to drag this down to, I say it was like 47 seconds. I think giving people about 7 seconds is enough time ideally. So I'm just going to chuck that there. The reason I don't have a hard and fast number here is because I usually like to, in my videos themselves, actively promote the end screen that pops up. So I'll say something like, hey, if you want to watch XYZ video, click on that video on screen right now. And depending on how long it takes me to say that call to action will depend on how long it is that I have this end screen show up for. So I'll basically just have this end screen show up at the point where I say there'll be a video on screen right now. So I'll just drag it to wherever that is. But roughly my end screens usually end up being about 5 to 10 seconds. Now, after you've selected your placement and how long you want the video to be for, you can select what kind of video you want to feature here. Now, if you have no idea, I would just select best for viewer and let YouTube choose what video to promote to your viewer. But if you do what I mentioned previously, where I actually have a baked in call to action in my video script where I'm like, hey, go check out the video on screen that's going to help you do XYZ, I like to come to choose a specific video and then choose the specific video that I am promoting in my outro for obvious reasons. So once you've done all of that, you can just hit save. And the last thing is cards. Basically, cards will show this little like icon at the top right hand corner of the video, but not many people click on or use cards nowadays. So vast majority of people, I don't think you need to use them. So we're just going to hit next here. Now it's going to show us a screen to see if we have any copyright issues in our video. So for me, I'm all good because this video has no copyright issues. So we're going to hit next. So what you're going to want to do is first save your video to unlisted. Now, when you upload it to unlisted, it means no one will be able to see it unless you directly send them a link to the video. Let it sit for an hour or so while it publishes the HD version of your video. Because if you just upload your video right away to public, the video might have only processed to standard definition. So when people watch it, it's not going to look very good. Also, YouTube might not have checked whether or not you have any copyright violations yet in your video, because also that can take some time sometimes. So you might find that you upload a video, you post it, and YouTube's like, hey, this video has copyright issues. And at that point, you've posted it and it's too late. So upload it to unlisted until all of your copyright checks and your high definition version of your video is processed. Mine, you can see it already has down here from these icons, but a lot of longer videos might take some more time. Now, what I personally like to do is come down to schedule, and I like to schedule the video to go live at my peak time. So when most of my viewers are active. So that vidIQ extension I told you about that I've got installed tells me that my best times to post are between 12 and 2 a.m. So I could just select whatever day I want my video to go live on, and then I would select 12 a.m. so that it goes live at the beginning of my peak time. Now, if you don't have vidIQ installed, something you can do is you go to your YouTube channel, you go to YouTube Studio, then you're going to go to your analytics, then you're going to come to audience, the audience tab. And if you scroll down, you should see this little thing here, and it's going to tell you when your viewers are online. So if I hover over these boxes, the lighter purple you see, the more viewers are online. So these dark purple sections, it means not many of my viewers are online. If I hover over this, you can see that. But if I hover over these sections, for example, like from 12 to like 2, 3, 4 a.m., that's when the majority of my viewers are, which is what vidIQ just told me, right? I should be posting around like 12 a.m. But quick thing, bear in mind, if you have a really small channel and you don't have much data, unfortunately, this section of your analytics is not going to show up. In saying all of that though, don't worry too much about publish time. A lot of people make a big deal about what's the perfect time to publish out to get more views. It really doesn't make that big of a difference. But coming back to actually publishing our video, you might see this option down here, set as Premiere. What this will do, if you select this and you hit set up Premiere, you can select like a countdown timer that might look something like this, and you can choose what you want the length of the countdown timer to be. So you can actually make a trailer for your video that people can watch before your video goes live at the scheduled date. And you can also add redirects, which would allow you to sort of like stitch together multiple live streams or live events. I never use this. But anyway, if you're creating a really big, massive, exciting video, I like to set it as a premiere to try and sort of build a bit of extra hype within your audience. If you don't really have an audience at the moment, then setting it as a premiere doesn't really matter. But I would say try not to do too many premieres, because if every single one of your videos is a premiere and you're uploading frequently, then eventually when you do premiere a video, people are just gonna be like, well, he always premieres. Like, it's not really that special. So I try and be selective with this. So when people see me publish a video as a premiere, they're like, oh, this one's special. And so if you hit that, your video is gonna show up as scheduled like this, just sort of build hype for when the video is supposed to go live. And when the video does go live, there's gonna be like a live stream chat where viewers can interact, and you can interact with your viewers while everyone's watching it for the first time and cool stuff like that. And now all of this has been done, you just hit schedule. Close this out, and you can see that the video has been scheduled like so. And if I go to my channel really quick, I need to do this really quick because I need to delete this premiere because it's gonna make my channel look stupid. Let's load it up. If I go to my homepage, here, you can see it right here. So you can see upcoming, how to get analytics access to a YouTube channel, blah, blah, blah. If I click onto this, you can see that I've got a premiere and there's one person currently waiting, and the kind of, the wait looks like this. Anyway, I'm gonna delete this really quick so people don't see it. This is stressful. A lot of people go through this and think that just by publishing their videos properly, it's going to help them get more views. It's actually more about, well, actually, I have a whole video on this, so I'm not going to get into this now because this video has already been super long. Video on screen. Go watch that video. Make sure you do all that stuff first, and then come back to this publishing guide. Then publish your video like I've just shown you here, and you're going to give it the best possible chance of getting more views. So go check out that video, and I'll see you on the next one. See ya.
Justin.
Supposedly the crunchiest, crispiest, most flavorful tacos in LA. So we're trying it for lunch. This one's got a warm potato, beans, and cheese. A 10 taco platter for 34 bucks. A little bit of green salsa on this one. The salsa's warm. This one's got the lime pickled onion on top, orange salsa, the shredded beef cheese and pickled onion, and a chunky salsa. Classic pico. This pickled onion on top is salty, it tastes a lot like lime, and gives these tacos a lot of flavor. I'm a chunky salsa kind of guy. Don't forget about these shells, freshly fried hard shells. Little triple dipper. And don't get me started with the semi-melted cheese. Veteran tip, create an L shape with your taco, dip it in that salsa. Meat is tender, it's full of flavor, fairly priced, and the crunch is out of this world. Lunch score, 10 out of 10. Supposedly the crunchiest, crispiest, most flavorful tacos in LA. So we're trying.
So cool that I actually had tacos in Trinidad.
Alright, what you got over here, man? Everything but the bagel. You must be a morning guy. You get all your jobs done in the morning. What's your name?
Mario.
Mario? You must be Italian. You know Italians, they got the most professional mafia. You know that? Let me get you chicken. Beef. Cheese right over here. You look like the type of guy that likes some fries. Let me get you some fries. We'll do all the veggies. You look like you like spice, man. I'm gonna get you some spice. Alright. You have a brother named Luigi? Yeah? Probably. I'm just messing with you, man. Here you go, man. Stay safe. Alright, man. Keep out of trouble. Alright. What you got over here, man? Everything but the bagel. You must be a morning guy. You get all your jobs done in the morning. What's your name?
Mario.
Mario? You must be a
Interesting.
Family, what up, how y'all doing? I'm on here to let y'all know how much you can get paid from YouTube when you get monetized and you have 1,000 views. So let's jump right into it. I ain't gonna have y'all waiting.
All right, let's go through this.
So, with this particular video, YouTube AdSense revenue update, it did okay, I would say. It had 43,000 impressions. And, you know, most of the impressions came from browse history, traffic source. As you see, browse. Let's see, browse got about 2,000, channel pages 300. And what, you know, you want most of your traffic to come from browse, because that's how you know you in an algorithm. And you go get some views. My impression click-through rate was so-so on this video. As y'all see, of course it's high. Then just go back and forth. Look, yeah, to the point where, you know, people stop watching. The older the video got, the less people watch it. I guess because it's not now. Because when it comes to your CPM, your RPM, or your CPM particularly, it goes up and down, which I'm gonna show y'all in a little bit, all right? And we got the view. Okay, so it got 3.1. Well, okay, you know, 3,088. So we haven't cracked 3,100 yet. So let's just say 3,000 views, okay? So with 3,000 views, let's see what else we got. Unique viewers, okay? If y'all like these type of videos, let me know. I'm trying something new. And, you know, kind of, you know. But I want to show y'all the stats to this video where I got 3,000 views. And I want to show y'all what I made, okay? As y'all see, browse feature, 72%. And that's where most of my views come from, the browse features. And also, when it comes to my audience, I have, you know, most of y'all are subscribed. Oh, not subscribed. I'm sorry. Well, on most videos with the lower views, it be y'all. It be subscribers 60, unsubscribed 30, 39, 40. You know, as y'all see with this particular video, female 60%, male 39.4. Age range for this video. And it fluctuates, y'all, throughout all my videos, okay? Age range 25 to 34, 35 to 44, 45 to 54. That's the majority, as y'all see. Shout out to the 50 plus. Shout out to the 50 plus. Y'all be up in this joint for sure. Shout out to all y'all. But I'm saying, look, like I'm on stream. I feel like I'm on stream right now, y'all. But I ain't, yeah, y'all know what's up. I gained 115 subscribers from this video, y'all, which is pretty good. And I'm gonna show y'all the reason why people do YouTube AdSense revenue updates so much, because the CPM for these type videos are high. I mean, they super high, and it jumps up and down. We'll get into it though for sure. But hey, I know this is what y'all been waiting on. Okay, how much YouTube pays for 3,000 views? Boom. $27.96. And that's why I say keep posting, y'all, because you gotta realize you cannot rely on one video. The more you post, the more the money comes. The more it's like a snowball effect. You post this video, post the next one, post it. If you're getting $10 a video, $20 a video go viral, video blow up, like y'all, you know, like me for example, I got like 3 videos that's constantly getting views. And it's really, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's easy money when you have evergreen videos that people are searching for, and videos that stay relevant for a long time. But you can go to my most popular videos and you'll see, you know, the videos I have, and like I said, it's steadily generating income. But for this particular video, the average CPM is $17.19. I know a lot of y'all be want to know my CPM. My CPM averages between, I say $15 to $25, depending on the type of video. Your CPM can be as low as $3, $2. Mine's pretty high, so I can't complain. So shout out to the advertisers.
Yeah.
Hey y'all, recently I've been thinking about which Warframe is currently the worst in the game, and I've come to an interesting conclusion. It's Banshee. Thanks for watching. In all seriousness, it is not that simple. Depending on your interpretation, there are many possible answers, and I have 3 different answers to different interpretations of worst Warframe. And of course, this is just my opinion, and I could be missing something that could actually give these bad frames a use to just barely keep them from the #1 bottom spot. There are 58 Warframes, 59 with Cyto 9, and I can't be a master at all of them. Only recently did I learn it was possible to crit with Slashdash, so I definitely could be missing things that could make these Warframes actually, like,
woman's hand, his silhouette barely visible. The woman turns on the lights as she enters the room. The sudden brightness reveals the man, but instead of a knife, he's holding a ladle and wearing an apron. With an awkward grin, he exclaims, "Surprise, honey. You've worked hard again today." His wife, wearing a short skirt and carrying a briefcase, steps into the room. Her face shows no emotion at all. She looks at him coldly and asks, "What were you doing with the lights off?" Hearing this, his smile falters, and he looks crestfallen. "Oh, you weren't surprised? I was just playing a little prank," he says with an uneasy chuckle. Trying to change the subject, he adds, "Did the business trip go well? It must have been exhausting." She doesn't respond and starts walking toward the bedroom. From behind, he calls out, "You're tired, right? Go wash up quickly. I made all your favorite dishes." She pauses for a moment at the bedroom door. Without turning back, she asks, "Honey, did something happen? It's not even a special day." He forces a smile, but there's a flicker of nervousness in his eyes. "Do we really need a special reason for this? You've been so busy lately. We haven't shared a meal together for months. I thought maybe tonight we could just have a cozy dinner together." She gives him a cold, indifferent glance before entering her room. "Do whatever you want," she says flatly. "I got it," he murmurs as the door closes. The sound of the door locking feels like a nail in his chest. Slowly, he slides his hand into his pocket and pulls out a small bottle of poison. The dim light reflects off the glass as he stares at it, his expression growing dark. A shadow seems to envelop him as he whispers, "No, today is a special day. Today, I'm going to kill my wife." 1 month ago, a cardboard box falls to the floor, its contents scattering. Among them, a book tumbles out, and from between its pages, a small bottle of liquid slips free. He picks it up, frowning at the label. "What's this?" he mutters. Curious, he searches for the name on his phone. The search results freeze his blood. VX, a poison used for assassinations? He looks at the small bottle in disbelief. Why does Hee-yoon have something like this? What on earth was she planning to do with it? Memories start flooding back. A while ago, he woke up late at night, thirsty. As he walked to the kitchen for a glass of water, he heard her voice, hushed but urgent, on the phone. "Yes, he's asleep," she had whispered. "I'll take care of it." "Yes, everything is ready. Don't worry about my husband. There's a way." His face grows pale. Could it be that Hee-yoon is planning to use this on me? He sits on a bed, trembling. I knew my wife had changed at some point. It was as if she was hiding something. She started pushing me away, building a wall between us. He recalls her face, once warm with smiles, now cold and distant. The memory sent a chill down his spine. Back in the present day. The table is set. Everything is ready. He stands in the kitchen, staring at the poison bottle. His heart pounds as he grips it tightly. The poison she was going to use on me. "I'll use it on her first," he mutters to himself. As he tries to open the bottle, his hands tremble. Doubt creeps in. But is this really the right thing? No matter what, is it really right to do something like this? He grits his teeth, suppressing his emotions. Just as the cap begins to twist, a voice whispers from behind him. "Not yet." He jumps, spinning around in shock. There she stands, staring at him with an unreadable expression. When did you get here?" he stammers. "You didn't answer when I called," she says coldly. I'll be right there." "Just sit down," he replies, forcing a smile. She nods slightly and walks toward the dining table. He quickly hides the poison bottle behind his back, his mind racing. She starts eating the food he prepared, her gaze occasionally flicking toward him. "But honey, are you hiding something from me?" she asks suddenly. His throat tightens. "What? No, nothing. Why would I hide something from you, honey? It just seems like you've been acting strange lately," she says, her tone calm but probing. He forces another laugh. "No, really. It's nothing. I was just worried if the food would suit your taste." "If you say so." She picks up her glass of wine and takes a sip. In the first place, there shouldn't be any secrets between a husband and wife. Something in her voice snaps his restraint. "You liar," he growls. She freezes, confused. "What are you saying?" "I already know everything," he says, his voice trembling with anger. "From the poison in your room to the phone calls you've had at dawn. I know it all. And yet, what? You're acting like there are no secrets between us. Her eyes widen in shock. What are you talking about? Why are you acting like this today? He slams the poison bottle onto the table. Her face pales. Are you still going to deny it? He demands. Honey, I can explain, she murmurs. Then tell me now. What exactly have you been hiding? Honestly, everything, he shouts, his voice breaking. She takes a deep breath, steadying herself. It seems like it's time to tell you the truth. His voice softens slightly. What truth? Tell me. For my entire life, I've never kept this secret from you. What I actually do. What kind of life I've been living, all of it. He stares at her, bewildered. What? What are you suddenly saying? It's true I've been hiding something from you. But it's not what you think. Absolutely not, she insists. Then what is it? He asks, desperation creeping into his voice. Honey, actually I am. Just as she begins to speak, the doorbell rings, cutting her off. He frowns. Who could it be at this hour? I'll go check, she says, standing up. As she walks toward the door, he looks at the poison bottle in his hand, guilt washing over him. In the end, I couldn't do it. What on earth? What was I about to do? She opens the door, and a loud gunshot rings out. The sound echoes through the room, paralyzing him with shock. His wife's body collapses to the floor, blood splattering onto the walls. For a moment, everything feels unreal. He stares at her lifeless form, unable to comprehend what just happened. The shooter steps into the room, his boots echoing ominously against the floor. He approaches Hee-Yoon's body without hesitation, firing another shot into her chest. The man stands frozen, watching in horror as the killer crouches down and removes her wedding ring with deliberate precision. The shooter finally straightens and turns to face him. He locks eyes with Shooter, his breath catching in his throat. His voice trembles. What is this? Lehman opens his eyes slowly, his vision blurred. The sound of voices echoes faintly in his ears. A torchlight shines in his face, causing him to squint. Can you hear me now? An officer asks, his voice sharp but not unkind. Another officer calls out from behind. Check if there's any shell casing around the area. Lehman's head throbs as he tries to make sense of his surroundings. He sees officers scattered around, meticulously investigating the room. One of them crouches near him and asks, Are you coming to your senses now? Lehman groans, clutching his injured head. Who are you? How did I? The officer interrupts. We're responding to reports of gunshots in the area. Please stay calm and cooperate with us. Lehman's gaze shifts to his hand, where the poison bottle was moments before. It's gone. His heart races as he thinks. I'm sure I was holding it. Suddenly, a chilling realization washes over him. Where is my wife? He demands, his voice trembling. Where is Hee-Yoon? The officer's expression tightens, and he gestures to the floor. Lehman follows his gaze, and there she is, his wife, lying lifeless on the cold floor as officers document her body. His chest tightens, and a wave of anguish overwhelms him. No, this can't be happening, he whispers, tears streaming down his face. In his desperation, he rushes toward her, but an officer steps in, holding him back. Sir, please calm down and sit. We need your cooperation. Another officer approaches, holding a family photograph. Sir, I know this is hard for you, but we need to ask some questions. Is this woman your wife, Lee Hee-Yoon? Lehman's voice cracks as he replies, She's my wife. She's my everything. The officer presses gently. Are you absolutely certain? Yes. Lehman screams, his sobs breaking the stillness of the room. She's my wife. And this is all my fault. He collapses to his knees, his grief consuming him. Nearby, another officer speaks quietly into a phone. Confirmed Lee Hee-Yoon is deceased. The only witness is her husband. It seems we arrived too late. Lehman overhears the conversation, his heart sinking further. What were you saying? What do you mean too late? The officer continues on the phone, ignoring him. It looks like someone got to her before we did. Yes, we'll bring him in. Lehman's confusion turns to suspicion. Wait, you guys are police, right? Who are you? An officer steps forward, smirking as he reveals a stun gun. Who said we're police? Before Lehman can react, a blinding light illuminates his face. His ears ring, and his head spins as a new group of men steps into the room. One of them, a tall man with a lighter in hand, flips it open, the flame casting eerie shadows across his face. "You must be Mr. Go Lehman," the man says with a smirk. "Lee Hee-yoon's husband, right? We need to talk." Lehman stares at him, his fear palpable. Who are you? What is this? Where am I?" The man laughs, snapping the lighter shut. "Oh, where are my manners? I'm Koo Yankiel, director of Iliel Group." Lehman's eyes widen. Iliel Group. That's Hee-yoon's company. But it's just a logistics firm. Yankiel's grin widens. "Oh, that's what most people think. But let's not get into technicalities right now." He pauses, feigning sympathy. "I'm really sorry about your wife. Truly. Her death was unexpected. She was a legend in our industry. You know." "A legend?" Lehman repeats, his voice shaking. "What are you talking about? What do you want from me?" Yankiel's tone darkens. "Actually, we're in a bit of a predicament, Mr. Lehman. And we believe you can help us." Lehman trembles. "Help? What kind of help?" Yankiel plays with his lighter again, the flame reflecting ominously in his eyes. "Tell me, who killed Hee-yoon before we could?" "I don't know." Lehman cries. "The person wore a mask. They didn't say a word before disappearing." Yankiel's face hardens. "Wrong answer." He signals to one of his men, who punches Lehman in the face, sending him sprawling to the floor. "Let's jog your memory," Yankiel says coldly as another blow lands. Through the haze of pain, Lehman hears Yankiel mutter, "It's such a shame. I really wanted to meet her. The woman who betrayed our chairman, the woman who betrayed my father. She dared to go against Iliel Group. I wanted to kill her myself." Yankiel crouches beside Lehman, pulling a pistol from his coat and attaching a silencer. "Since you're useless, it's time to send you off to join her. Don't take it personally, Mr. Lehman. This is just business." Lehman's pleas fall on deaf ears as the cold barrel of the pistol presses against his temple. Just as Yankiel is about to pull the trigger, an axe suddenly flies through the air, severing his hand. Yankiel screams in agony. One by one, Yankiel's underlings began to fall, taken down swiftly and silently by an unseen assailant. Panic spread among the remaining men as the chaos deepened. One of them, frustration evident in his voice, shouted, "What the hell is going on here?" Before he could process the situation, a sudden burst of action erupted, and 3 more of his comrades were taken down in quick succession. Fear gripped the group, and one of Yankiel's more loyal men stepped forward, placing himself between his boss and the unseen threat. "Boss, go down first." "I'll cover you," he barked, his voice steady despite the terror in his eyes. The underling gripped his weapon tightly, his eyes scanning the room for any sign of movement. Behind him, he thought he heard a faint sound, and he spun around sharply. But to his horror, there was nothing. Only the lifeless bodies of his fallen comrades sprawled across the floor. Before he could act, a hand shot out from the shadows behind him, gripping his neck with a vice-like hold. He gasped, struggling, as a voice whispered menacingly in his ear, "In the movie Blade Runner, there's an organ used to distinguish humans from replicates. Tell me, what is it?" The underling froze, momentarily stunned by the bizarre question. "A movie reference," he stammered, his voice trembling. "You're a movie buff. What the hell are you doing here?" The voice chuckled softly, cold and menacing, as it leaned in closer to his ear. "Your time's up," the man growled, and with a swift motion, he plunged a blade into the underling's neck, silencing him instantly. The lifeless body crumpled to the floor. The figure emerged from the shadows, stepping over the bodies of Yankiel's men as he approached Lehman. His movements were calm and calculated, and his presence exuded a quiet but deadly confidence. He crouched down beside Lehman, who was still on the floor, frozen in fear and confusion. "Are you Go Lehman?" the man asked, his voice steady but carrying an edge of urgency. "Hee-yoon's husband." Lehman's eyes widened. "Yes," he croaked, barely able to form the words. Who are you?" The man offered a small, almost reassuring smile. "She sent me to get you," he said. "From now on, I'll get you out of this mess." Lehman stood in shock as he processed the words that came from the mysterious man standing before him. "What did you just say?" "Hee-yoon sent you." "Who the hell is this guy?" he stammered, his voice thick with disbelief. The man remained calm and cold, his voice firm. "Can you move?" Lehman glanced at his legs and nodded. Yes, he can. Get up, the man ordered. Move quickly. Lehman hesitated, his mind racing. Wait a minute. Hee-Yoon sent you. What on earth does that mean? The man's expression was unreadable. Lee Yoon gave me a request. If I were to die, please keep yourself safe. Meanwhile, Mr. Yangchul, wounded and furious, reached for his underling group. Young master, are you all right? Somebody gets me some first aid now. One of them shouted. But Yangchul's anger flared. There's an intruder upstairs. Go there and catch that bastard. He growled. One underling tried to protest. I need to get you to the hospital first. Your condition right now is... No. Yangchul interrupted sharply. Everyone, head upstairs and drag down the one who did this to my hand. The man turned to Lehman, his voice hard with authority. Listen carefully, Go Lehman. From this moment on, just follow my orders. Don't think about anything. No questions, no hesitation, no doubt. Throw everything else away if you want to live. Lehman's heart pounded in his chest, but he forced himself to nod as he followed the man's lead. As they moved, one underling started to approach them from the stairs. The man stopped him cold, his eyes never leaving the approaching threat. Follow me, because I will save you. The underling neared them, his voice sharp as he shouted, There they are. Lehman, cover your eyes, the man instructed. Before Lehman could react, the trap of stun grenades exploded, blinding both men. The sound of the explosion rang in his ears, his vision blurring as he staggered to keep up with the man. With swift precision, the man kicked the stunned underlings aside and pushed Lehman forward. They ran up the stairs, but more underlings appeared, blocking their path. One underling raised his gun, about to fire, but the man reacted in a flash. He shot the underling, then leaped over him, landing a devastating punch to another underling's face. With quick, controlled movements, he took cover behind the fallen enemy, using him as a shield to shoot the others. Head to the rooftop, the man ordered Lehman. Lehman's mind was a whirlwind. How did it come to this, he thought. Hee-Yoon, what about you? What were you hiding from me? The man secured a door, locking it to slow their pursuers. Lehman was breathing heavily, his legs shaking. My legs can't take this anymore. What are we going to do now? The man's gaze was unflinching. There is a door on the left side of the building. Black sedan, 282 draws, 7891. Go down to that car. Lehman looked down at the ground below. Go down where? The man pointed, his voice cold and unwavering. There. Lehman froze, his eyes wide. What? Hey, you want me to jump? Are you out of your mind right now? Everyone is gathered inside the building, the man said, his tone grim. If you want to survive, you'll have to make it to the car. Lehman's thoughts spiraled. This is it, my last day of life. I can't do it, he thought desperately. If I jump from here, I'll die. No matter how much I think about it, this isn't it. The sound of the door being broken down by underlings snapped him out of his thoughts. The man grabbed Lehman by the collar, his voice low and urgent. I told you already, don't think about it. The underlings finally breached the door. With a sudden motion, the man threw Lehman from the building. Lehman screamed as he fell, his heart pounding in his chest. I'm going to die, he thought, his body plummeting toward the ground. But then, as he neared the earth, he noticed tents below. He crashed into them, but the ropes and the padding protected him. He could hardly believe it. I made it. I'm actually alive. His legs wobbled as he ran toward a nearby door, thinking, I almost died back there. But then a sharp pain shot through his leg, a gunshot. He collapsed. Yangchul's furious voice rang out behind him. Where are you off to in such a hurry, Mr. Go Lehman? Lehman tried to get up, but Yangchul was already there, kicking him in the face. Could this be Hyun's doing? That bitch is still playing games even after she's dead. Lehman, disoriented, stared up at him. Wait, why are you doing this to me? Yangchul's eyes burned with rage. Why am I doing this? Because she killed him. His voice trembled with anger. Lee Hyun killed my father. Lehman's mind raced. What are you saying? Yangchul sneered. So, you're just like her, following in her footsteps. As he prepared to strike the final blow, a crash sounded behind them. The mysterious man appeared, his voice cutting through the tension. In the John Wick movie, John Wick has a dog that was a gift from his wife. What is the name of the dog? Yangchul whipped around, aiming his gun, but the man was faster. He grabbed Yangchul's wrist, preventing the shot, and with a precise strike, injured Yangchul's hand, then followed up with a brutal blow to his chest. If you pull that out, you'll bleed to death, the man warned coldly. Yangchul, trembling in pain and fear, snarled, I'm going to kill them. I will definitely find you and kill you. As the man and Lehman fled in a car, the man handed Lehman a bottle and some cotton. Clean your wounds, he said. Lehman looked at the items, his confusion mounting. What the hell is this all about? Those people before, and you. What does this all have to do with Hee-Yoon? The man handed him a red file. Lehman opened it, his heart pounding as he flipped through the pages. What is this? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The car sped through the dimly lit streets, the atmosphere inside tense and heavy. The man driving turned to Lehman and spoke in a grave tone. Lehman, there's something you need to know. Your wife, Lee Hee-Yoon, is a killer. Lehman's face contorted in shock as he exclaimed, Hey, wait a minute. Hee-Yoon is a killer? What the hell is this? The man remained calm. You'll hear the details from the person you're about to meet soon. The car came to a halt, and the man stepped out, motioning for Lehman to follow. Despite the injury to his leg, Lehman, leaning on the man for support, hobbled along silently. They approached a building marked with a church insignia. At the gate, a guard turned to someone inside and announced, Sir, we have a guest. From within, a voice responded, Oh, Mr. Go Lehman, I'm so glad you arrived safely. Lehman, his mind still racing, asked sharply, Who are you? The man emerged, introducing himself with a polite nod. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kim Mu-yeol, and I am the direct secretary to the chairman of Illeal Group. I've come to help both of you at Ms. Hee-Yoon's request. Kim Mu-yeol began tending to Lehman's injuries, stitching his wounds with practiced efficiency. Okay, that's all, he said, setting the tools aside. Turning to the man who had rescued Lehman, he continued, I was very surprised to hear from you. I heard that you already had a guard hired in advance, but I never expected it to be you. Kim's gaze shifted to Lehman. You must have been very surprised, especially regarding Hee-Yoon. His face and voice reflected sorrow. I really can't believe it. Of all things, it had to be this. Lehman, his voice trembling, asked, Excuse me, I heard everything on the way here. Is it really true that Hee-Yoon? Kim Mu-yeol's expression grew somber. That's right, Mr. Go Lehman. You should know the truth now. Kim began to explain, his voice steady but heavy with significance. Illeal Group appears to be an ordinary company on the outside, but in reality, it is a contract-killing organization that dominates the assassination industry in South Korea. All the killers are under our control. We operate by receiving contract killings. Lehman sat in stunned silence, unable to muster a response. Kim continued, his tone darker. Our chairman aims to strengthen the company's position. He's gathered orphans and trained them to become killers of his own. Among them, there was one exceptional child. The legendary killer known as Red Queen, who brought the current Illeal into existence with overwhelming murder talent, is Ms. Hee-Yoon. Lehman's mind reeled. What does all this mean? Contract killing? Hee-Yoon was one of the legendary killers? So what you were trying to tell me then was... Kim's voice softened. I'm really sorry that things have come to this. I never thought Ms. Lee would be in danger. I will help you escape abroad right now. Follow me. Lehman's shock turned to confusion. Hey, abroad. Kim's tone turned cold. The company will punish you for this incident. Since the company is currently in turmoil due to internal issues, now is the perfect time. Lehman hesitated, fear creeping into his voice. Okay, just wait a minute. Kim's eyes narrowed as he warned, You need to leave Korea quickly. Hurry. Before they could move, the man who had saved Lehman gripped Kim's arm, his voice firm. Explain. I heard them talking earlier. They say Lee Hee-Yoon killed the chairman. But the Red Queen I know is not the kind of person who would do that. Lee Hee-Yoon had thoroughly prepared for the situation where she might die in advance. That means she was involved in something that put her life at risk. He leaned closer, his voice demanding. Tell me about it. What the hell was Lee Hee-Yoon doing? Kim's expression grew stern. You're right. Ms. Yoon didn't kill the chairman. In fact, she was secretly carrying out a mission. The person who ordered the mission was the chairman himself. Lehman's confusion deepened, leaving him at a loss for words. Kim continued, his tone urgent. 2 months ago, the chairman gave Ms. Hee-yoon an order. He said there was a traitor within Illeal who wanted to kill him, and he wanted her to find that person, uncover their plan, and eliminate them. I don't know who the traitor is either. Only the chairman and Ms. Hee-yoon knew about it in secret. As such, the mission was carried out in secrecy, and I heard there was not much time left for her to complete it. Kim's voice faltered momentarily as he clenched his fists. That's what happened. 18 hours ago, the chairman was found murdered, but all the traces at the scene were set up to make it look like Ms. Hee-yoon did it. They intentionally framed her. Lehman's voice rose in disbelief. What? They framed her? Why is that? It must have been the traitor's doing, Kim explained grimly. They must have noticed the plan and eliminated Ms. Hee-yoon and the chairman. I was going to hide because I thought it would be dangerous. But I'm here because Ms. Hee-yoon earnestly asked me to protect you at all costs. Lehman's thoughts turned inward, flashes of doubt and guilt from his past consuming him. Hee-yoon tried to protect me? She didn't mean to kill me? Kim stood and extended a hand. So please trust me and follow me. Lehman hesitated before shouting, Wait a minute. Then Hee-yoon, what will happen to the person who killed Hee-yoon? Kim's face turned blank. Now that's the thing. Don't worry about it anymore. Everything you know about Ms. Hee-yoon's past and her information was all fabricated by our company. So from now on, you have no ties to this matter anymore, right? From his pocket, Kim retrieved a small package and handed it to Lehman. Here, these are the items Ms. Hee-yoon entrusted to me. Inside were a teddy bear locket and a compass. All you can do right now is survive. Kim's voice dropped to a whisper. Forget everything about Ms. Hee-yoon and live. Lehman stood, the items trembling in his hands, his emotions in turmoil. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a large building came into focus. Yangchul, left behind in a previous confrontation, sat on the floor nursing his injuries. A man in a black suit approached, his presence foreboding. Yangchul looked up, desperation in his voice. What? Why are you here? No, actually, it's fine. Help me quickly. My hand is. Without a word, the black-suited man drew a gun and shot Yangchul in the head. He pulled out a phone, dialing a number. I've handled it as you instructed, he said calmly, before adding with an evil smile, let's proceed. Back at the church, Kim checked his phone and froze in panic. Oh, how can this be? We're in trouble. Just now, there's a bounty to kill Lehman, $1 billion. Kim turned to the others, his voice urgent. Killers will come here soon. Those who are aiming to kill you will come here. Lehman, his voice quaking, asked, Okay, wait a minute. A bounty? What the heck is going on now? Suddenly, the glass door shattered as a masked killer leaped into the room, swinging a massive hammer toward Lehman. The man reacted instantly, kicking Lehman out of harm's way. The killer, his masked face turning toward Lehman, sneered. Thank you for the meal. Lehman stared at the masked killer in disbelief, his voice trembling as he muttered, $1 billion dish? The killer, undeterred, lunged at Lehman with another vicious blow. Before the attack could land, a man stepped in, his presence commanding and swift. With a steel nail in hand, he struck the killer's mask with precision, sending the assailant sprawling to the ground. Lehman staggered back, his life spared by a narrow margin. Mr. Lee, quickly now. Kim Mu-yeol's urgent shout pierced the tense air, pulling Lehman back to the gravity of the situation. The man turned to the fallen killer, his voice calm but cutting as he asked, question. In Exorcist, a demon possesses a girl. What is the demon's name? The killer's rage boiled over. You bastard, he roared, swinging his hammer at the man with ferocity. Do you want to die? Do you want to die? Meanwhile, Kim Mu-yeol ran through the chaos, desperate to ensure Lehman's safety. His thoughts raced as he muttered, once a bounty is set, the entire network moves. They notify the killers of the target's location in real time. They even block all routes to go abroad. At this point, the only thing I can do is... A guard rushed toward Kim and Lehman, shouting, Director, this way. But danger was never far. From a concealed position, a sniper girl took aim, her bullet striking Kim on the right side of his chest. It's a sniper. Director, the guard yelled, his voice laced with panic. The sniper's frustration was palpable as she shouted, "Get out of the way, old man." She fired relentlessly at Lehman, her shots barely missing their mark. The guard grabbed Kim, his voice shaking. "Director, are you okay?" Bloody but resolute, the man emerged from the shadows, the killer's hammer gripped tightly in his hand, now dripping with blood. "Lehman, go ahead first," he commanded, his voice brooking no argument. From her vantage point, the sniper spotted the man standing boldly in the open. "Who's that?" she muttered, her sights locked on him. Without hesitation, the man hurled the hammer toward her position. It crashed through the window, striking her with brutal force and sending her crumpling inside. "The director is injured. Quickly, take him to the hospital," one guard shouted as he helped Kim into a car. Another guard turned to Lehman, urgency etched on his face. "Mr. Lee, come here, quickly." Before Lehman could move, another figure emerged, a girl wielding a katana, her presence as menacing as the blade in her hands. She leaped onto the car, her movements fluid and deadly. The guard froze, his voice faltering. "Who are you?" The girl answered with action, not words, slicing through the guards with brutal efficiency. Blood splattered as limbs were severed, and bodies crumpled to the ground. She turned her attention to Lehman, her katana poised to strike. But before she could deliver the fatal blow, the man intervened once more. He launched himself at her, his kick connecting with her face and sending her sprawling. She rose quickly, her breath heavy and her eyes blazing with fury. "You son of a bitch," she spat. "Why are you stopping me?" Chaos unfolded as the terrified driver, witnessing the carnage, started the car and sped away. "Wait!" Lehman shouted desperately as the vehicle disappeared into the distance. A katana-wielding girl sneered, her grip tightening on her blade. "It doesn't matter. I'll just cut down the both of you." With that, she lunged. In one swift motion, the man pulled a smoke grenade from his pocket and hurled it at her. It detonated with a hiss, filling the air with thick smoke. "A smoke bomb," she coughed, momentarily disoriented. When the smoke cleared, she found herself alone. "They disappeared," she muttered, her frustration simmering. Lehman and the man had fled, finding refuge in a dark, deserted street. Lehman's voice quivered as he asked, "What should we do now?" The man's expression remained cold, his voice steady. "I never break a contract once I've made a promise. That's my principle. But now that there's a bounty on you, killers will hunt you down. Until you're dead, you'll never be able to return to your old life." Lehman's mind raced with fear and regret. Why is this happening to me? Is this punishment? Because I tried to kill Hee-yoon? He recalled the items Kim had given him, left behind by his wife. Kim's words echoed in his memory. "Here, these are the items Ms. Hee-yoon entrusted to me. Right now, all you can do, Mr. Lee, is survive." The man's voice snapped him back to reality. "For now, let's move. Follow me." As the man began walking, Lehman called out, desperation lacing his voice. "Wait a minute. All of this, it's because of that guy, isn't it? There's a way for me to survive." He stepped closer, determination shining in his eyes. "We need to find the guy who killed Hee-yoon." The man turned, his face unreadable. "What?" "Let's find him and reveal everything," Lehman insisted. "Then everything will be solved." The man scoffed. "What a ridiculous idea. Is this about revenge?" Lehman clenched his fists tightly, guilt and anger coursing through him. "I did something horrible to Hee-yoon. A terrible thing, one I can never be forgiven for." His mind flashed to the masked man who had taken his wife's life. "I can't just die like this. At least, not until I find the one who killed Hee-yoon." He turned to the man, his voice trembling with emotion. "Please, help me catch that guy." The man's expression darkened, his voice icy. "Don't misunderstand. I'm only following Hee-yoon's request, not yours. I won't get involved in matters outside of the request." "Absolutely not." Lehman's heart pounded in his chest. Such an overwhelming presence. "My heart feels like it's about to burst." But his voice steadied as he spoke. "You're saying it can't be done unless it's a request? Then I'll ask you for help too." He raised his voice, desperation breaking through. "I'll sell all my possessions, no, everything I have." The man seemed momentarily taken aback. "I don't understand." Why would you go that far? Lehman placed a hand over his heart, his voice resolute. Well, that's because I'm her husband. The man's gaze hardened as memories of Hee-Yoon surfaced. His voice softened, almost curious. What's the last movie you want to see before you die? Lehman blinked, stunned by the odd question. Excuse me? A movie? I'll decide based on your answer, the man replied curtly. Lehman thought for a moment before giving his answer. The man nodded slowly. I see. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted as another figure stepped into view. A man with a knife and hammer, his clothes and weapons drenched in blood. A dead guard's body lay behind him. Found you, the killer growled. His gaze fixed on Lehman, his tone menacing. So, you were here, go Lehman. I'll finish you off quietly. Lehman froze in terror. Another killer? The man turned toward the threat, his voice calm and deliberate. Lehman, I heard you clearly. It's not a bad movie. Taking out a steel nail, he added. All right, go Lehman. I'll accept your request. The air was thick with tension as the killer lunged toward the man, a knife gripped tightly in his right hand. His strike was swift, but the man was quicker, dodging the blow with precision. Undeterred, the killer swung his hammer, aiming to land a devastating hit. The man reacted instinctively, grabbing the killer by the neck and hurling him across the room. The killer rolled as he landed, using his hammer to stabilize himself as he rose back to his feet. In an instant, he launched himself at the man once more, his determination unwavering. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire shattered the air. The sniper girl had appeared, her face streaked with blood and fury blazing in her eyes. She unleashed a torrent of bullets in their direction. You fucking bastard, she screamed, her voice trembling with rage. Without hesitation, she fired again, her shout echoing through the chaos. Die. The man, recognizing the danger, grabbed Lehman and hoisted him onto his shoulder. Together, they fled from the relentless gunfire. Not far away, the katana girl caught the commotion, the sound of gunshots slicing through the night. Gunshot? She muttered, her curiosity piqued as she changed direction to investigate. The sniper girl, now reloading her weapon, cursed under her breath. Damn it, she spat, her frustration mounting as she scanned her surroundings. Where is he hiding? I'm sure he couldn't have gone far. A faint metallic clink caught her attention. Whirling toward the sound, she opened fire without hesitation. There you are, she shouted, her voice tinged with triumph. But as the smoke cleared, she realized she had only hit a discarded steel can. The man had set the distraction, buying himself precious time. From his hiding spot, he waited in silence, concealed in the shadows mere steps away from the sniper girl. When the moment was right, he emerged, grabbing her gun before she could react. She froze in shock, her anger momentarily replaced by fear. Before she could act, the man's focus shifted. From the corner of his eye, he saw the killer charging toward them, his hammer raised high. Reacting swiftly, the man fired at him, forcing the killer to dodge. In the chaos, the man sidestepped and maneuvered the sniper girl directly into the killer's path. Their heads collided with a sickening thud, sending both to the ground. Lehman, watching the scene unfold, stood frozen with fear. His thoughts spiraled. This is bad. I need to hide, but my legs won't move. His panic was interrupted by the sudden appearance of the katana girl. She descended from above, her blade glinting in the faint light. Found you, she hissed, her voice laced with malice as she struck with her katana. Lehman stumbled backward, narrowly avoiding the attack. The katana girl's eyes burned with fury as she pointed her weapon at him. A twisted smile spread across her face. How dare you try to run away, she sneered. You think you can escape from this land, spider? With a battle cry, she lunged at him again. Die. The man appeared just in time, intercepting her attack. With a powerful strike, he disarmed her, sending the katana clattering to the ground. Her arm recoiled in pain. Before he could catch his breath, the killer re-entered the fray, his knife aimed for the man's heart. But the man blocked the blade with his gun and, in a fluid motion, grabbed the katana girl and threw her into the killer. The impact sent both of them sprawling. The killer, unyielding, stood again. He glanced at his hammer and saw it was broken. Discarding the wooden remnants, he addressed the man with a smirk. I think I know who you are, he said, his voice low and menacing. I've heard the rumors. You're the one who asks movie names before killing your target. One of the top killers in the industry right now. Lehman's heart sank as the words echoed in his ears. The killer continued, his grin widening. Movie fanatic, he said, his voice dripping with mockery. He pointed toward Lehman. Hand him over to me. The man, now revealed as the infamous movie fanatic, remained calm. His voice was cold and deliberate. You're talking too much, he said, gripping the katana firmly in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, he motioned for the killer to come closer. Come. So that's how it is, the killer growled, his expression darkening. If you want it that way. He charged with full force, his knife poised to strike. But the movie fanatic moved like a shadow, slicing through the killer's stomach in an instant. The killer stumbled back, his eyes wide with disbelief. Did he just cut me? When did he? He thought, staring at the wound. With a flourish, movie fanatic swung the katana, shaking the blood from its blade. His gaze locked onto the killer, daring him to make the next move. Blinded by rage, the killer lunged again. Their weapons clashed violently, sparks flying with each impact. The movie fanatic's skill was unmatched. He blocked every strike, countering with precise attacks that pushed the killer to the brink. With one final devastating move, he disarmed the killer completely, breaking his knife. This monster, the killer gasped, his voice trembling with fear. In one swift motion, movie fanatic decapitated him. The killer's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. As silence fell, the katana girl stirred. Regaining consciousness, she saw the movie fanatic standing amidst the carnage, the katana in his hand drenched in blood. His gaze turned to her, cold and unyielding. Terrified, she scrambled to her feet. I don't kill children, he said, tossing the katana aside. Get lost. She didn't hesitate, fleeing as fast as her legs could carry her. Lehman, still trembling, stared at the movie fanatic, unable to process what he had just witnessed. The man turned to him, his tone firm but calm. From now on, I'll look for the real culprit who killed the chairman, he said. If I find him, I'll deal with the organization and get your bounty canceled. Do I have any more questions? Lehman stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. Excuse me, why did you accept my request? The movie fanatic sighed. I told you, he said simply. I like the movie, you answered. That's all. Turning, he began to walk away. Follow me, he ordered. We need to hurry and get out of here. Lehman clenched his fists, determination igniting within him. Yeah, this is enough. I will definitely find out. Hee-Yoon, who killed my wife? The room shifted into focus, revealing an emergency meeting convened by an organization. Seated around the table were two men and a woman, with two chairs conspicuously empty. The manager presided over the meeting, breaking the silence with grave news. All right, we will begin our emergency meeting now, he announced. As you have all been informed, young Master Yanchel, the vice president, has passed away. The cause of death was a gunshot wound to the head. 18 people served the young master, along with 2 freelance killers, all of whom were found dead at the scene. Displaying a photograph, he continued, the person we suspect most at this moment is Lehman, age 34. One man, wearing glasses and smoking a cigarette, sneered. Ku Yanchel, that idiot, he muttered. He just had to screw things up, now of all times. Turning to the manager, he asked, so, who is this guy? The woman, scrutinizing the picture of Lehman, remarked, did this guy really kill Yanchel? He just looks like a normal civilian to me. Judging by the files, there's nothing outstanding about him. A blonde-haired man chimed in. There's one thing, he said. He's the husband of Lee Hee-Yoon, who killed and betrayed her own father. His revelation shocked the others. Lee Hee-Yoon, the woman exclaimed. Then is that bastard also? We don't know if he's a killer yet, the blonde-haired man interrupted. We'll need to investigate more to find out who he is and why he killed Yanchel. The woman, tapping her finger on the table, spoke with frustration. I don't know where he came from, but he dared to touch our bloodline? Where the hell is he now? The manager attempted to cool the rising tension. We're still trying to locate his whereabouts, he said. We've also placed a bounty on him. We'll report to you immediately once we have a lead. The man with glasses interjected. Make sure no one knows about it. We'll handle this quietly, just like Father would have. Then that will be, the manager began, only to be cut off. There's still something we need to address, the man with glasses said, extinguishing his cigarette. It will be better to bring it up now since we're all here. It's about who will follow in Father's footsteps and become the chairman of Iliel. The room fell silent, the shock palpable. The woman's face lit up with a satisfied smile. We don't know how long we can keep Father's death a secret, the man with glasses continued. And we couldn't even punish Lee Hee-yoon, the mastermind behind it, because she's dead. This incident will make our clients lose trust in us. External forces and the board of directors will use this as an excuse to push us out. If we want to protect everything Father built, we need to restore order, he added firmly. The woman's smile grew wider. What's there to discuss? One of us will take the title anyway. The important thing is who. The blonde-haired man's voice turned icy. Of course, it will be someone qualified for the title. Qualified? The woman retorted sharply. That sounds like you're talking about yourself, you opportunistic snake. The blonde-haired man smirked. It's a chance for you too, he said coldly. Since Father never considered you a candidate. Anger flared in the woman's eyes. You bastard, she spat. Stop it, the man with glasses shouted, cutting off their argument. Nothing good will come from us fighting each other. We need to set things right. Until the official process, the eldest son, will act as the temporary chairman. Are there any objections? The woman slammed her hands on the table, rising to her feet. What? Who says you can do that? That's absolutely unacceptable. The blonde-haired man joined in. You're planning to use this chance to slowly become the chairman, are you? What's wrong with you two? The man with glasses shouted back. I'm asking you to help me protect our company. This is the time we need to come together as a family. Family? The woman sneered, her voice dripping with venom. We've all been trying to kill each other until now. We've only paused because of the funeral. Decide on a chairman? Fine. But all three of us have no intention of letting anyone else take that title. In the end, we'll still fight. So what do you propose? The man with glasses asked. A suggestion, the woman said, pointing at Lehman's picture. Whoever kills this bastard first will become the chairman. What? The man with glasses exclaimed. It's simple, the woman said firmly. Lee Hee-yoon's husband and the one who killed Yanchul. Whoever deals with him first takes the title. It's fair and avoids arguments. The blonde-haired man's voice cut through the tension. Not bad, he said, observing the proposal with interest. A punishment for the one who betrayed Iliel. The one who gets revenge for our family becomes the next chairman. I'll participate. The eldest son remained silent, his face betraying his disapproval. He finally stood up, his expression full of frustration. The topic of the next chairman is on hold for now. Disperse. The woman frowned. He always causes a fuss when things don't go his way. By the way, why can't I reach Director Kim? What is he doing in a situation like this? The scene shifted to Kim Muyol in a car, wounded and being driven to safety. Sir, are you all right? The driver asked. I'm fine, Kim replied. What about Lehman? I'm sorry, the driver said. I couldn't do anything in that situation. Kim's eyes widened. Turn around immediately, he ordered. Sir, calm down. It's too dangerous to go back now, the driver protested. Lehman is in danger, Kim shouted. Suddenly, a car appeared ahead, heading straight toward them. Meanwhile, in another room, a man's body lay lifeless in a bathtub. A girl, Iman, spoke into a wireless device. I just finished. I made it look like the target committed suicide, she said. Good work. Thank you as always, Iman, a voice replied. Iman grabbed her coat. I'll pack up and head back now. A new client wants to meet you right now, the voice informed her. Right now? Where? Iman asked. No need to go anywhere. They're coming to you. Iman stiffened. What? What are you? She turned toward the door as it opened. A man entered. It's been a while, Iman, he said, removing his glasses. Standing beside him was Lehman. Movie fanatic? Iman exclaimed, her gaze shifting to Lehman. And Lehman, the man spoke calmly. We'll explain slowly, but it looks like you'll have to help us from now on. Iman's mind raced, trying to piece together what was happening. 8 hours earlier, Lehman and Movie Fanatic were driving together, the silence between them tense. Lehman glanced toward his companion and hesitated before asking, How should I address you? Should I just call you Movie Fanatic? Movie Fanatic responded with a cold, cutting tone. Is that really important right now? Lehman turned away, unsettled. His thoughts churned. He's terrifying. Do I really have to work with him? He stole another glance at the enigmatic man beside him and wondered, what was his connection to Hee-Yoon? Breaking the silence, Movie Fanatic spoke first. We need clues to catch him. Any idea where we could find some? Lehman hesitated, then offered, I'm not sure. Maybe we should check my house? There might be something there. Movie Fanatic immediately countered. Iliel probably has eyes on your place by now. Lehman frowned. What do we do now? Then, as if remembering something crucial, he produced a small teddy bear ring. I have this. It was one of Hee-Yoon's heirlooms. It looks like a key, but I don't know what it unlocks. Movie Fanatic studied it in silence, then finally said, I think I know where it goes. Lehman couldn't hide his surprise. How does he know? They soon arrived at a laundromat with a teddy bear logo above the entrance. Lehman stared in disbelief. A laundromat? Why here? Where is he going? Inside, an old man greeted them warmly. Welcome. What brings you here? Without a word, Movie Fanatic held up the teddy bear ring. The old man's cheerful demeanor shifted subtly as he chuckled. Oh no, the teddy bear seems to be in bad shape. His hand, however, discreetly pressed a red button beneath the counter. Moments later, armed men emerged from hidden corners, guns aimed squarely at Lehman and Movie Fanatic. The old man's voice was sharp now. Don't try anything funny. Tell me, why do you have one of my client's keys? Terrified, Lehman stammered, I received it. It's one of my wife's heirlooms. The old man raised an eyebrow. An heirloom? Lehman nodded frantically. Yes, I'm her husband. This key belonged to my wife. The old man's eyes widened. Her husband? Can I ask, what's your waist and foot size? Lehman, confused, answered, Huh? Oh, it's 150 and 270. The old man paused, muttering to himself, 150, 270. That's right. He nodded as if confirming something. One of my clients used to bring her husband's clothes from time to time. It was a while ago. He gestured toward a door. Follow me. Inside an elevator, the old man continued, there are people who would do anything to keep their secrets buried. This is their haven. Since you've received the key, you are officially my customer now. He handed the key to an attendant and instructed, Room 5. When the door to Room 5 opened, Lehman and Movie Fanatic froze in shock. What is this? Lehman asked, his voice trembling. Movie Fanatic answered, it's a private warehouse operated in secret. Lee Yoon must have used this place. Lehman scanned the room, his eyes falling on a wall covered with photographs. These people. Movie Fanatic interrupted, his tone sharp. Wait, that's the organizational chart of Iliel. Was she investigating them as part of her mission? We're in luck with this. We'll be able to catch him. Lehman's thoughts raced. There are clues about who killed Hee-Yoon in here. Suddenly, he pointed at one of the photos and exclaimed, to this person, this guy right here. I know him. He's the military supplier's finance manager. Movie Fanatic's gaze narrowed. He, Byam-sik? You've met him before. Lehman hesitated, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The thing is, Hee-Yoon's memories flooded back, an argument over something he couldn't fully grasp. He finally managed. I saw him leaving Hee-Yoon's company. I don't know what their relationship was, but they seemed close. I see. Do you have any more information? Lehman pointed to the picture again. No, but if his pictures are hung up here, doesn't that mean he's involved? Let's investigate him first. Movie Fanatic picked up a knife from the room. You have a point. All right, let's start with him. Then his tone turned grim. However, this is too dangerous for just the two of us. There might be a time when I won't be able to protect you. I know a killer who could help us. Although he does have some flaws. Lehman's face lit up. Wow, that's perfect. It would be great if we had an extra hand. Later, as Movie Fanatic recounted this to Lyman, she erupted. What do you mean, just? The chairman of Iliel was murdered. The Red Queen. And now false accusations. What nonsense are you spouting after appearing out of nowhere? Lehman, observing her anger, thought she doesn't seem eager to help us out. I'm absolutely not helping you. Ayman continued. Even if it's a favor, I don't want to get involved in this mess. But movie fanatic's icy tone cut through her resistance. You owe me. You haven't forgotten, right? Ayman froze. What? The killer's rules, movie fanatic said firmly. You must repay the favor you've received. You can repay that favor right now. Reluctantly, Ayman relented. All right, I'll do it. But you have to pay me 1 silver every 3 minutes. You have to promise that. And what's with all those weird clothes? Have you never seen a movie before? Their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. A voice called from outside, Sir, are you in there? Your package is here. Lehman frowned. Delivery. The voice grew more insistent. Could you please open the door? The sound of a hammer scraping against the floor echoed ominously. If you don't, then we'll have to break in. The sound of splintering would echoed as the man from outside smashed through the door with his hammer. His helmet reflected the dim light as he stepped inside. Before he could react, movie fanatic lunged forward, driving a steel nail into the glass of the man's helmet. The glass shattered, and the nail plunged into his face. 2 men standing just behind the first quickly drew their guns and opened fire on movie fanatic, their voices ringing out in fury, You fucking bastard. Dodging the bullets, movie fanatic moved with precision. In a flash, he closed the gap between himself and the 2 men, delivering a swift kick to one's leg. The man crumpled to the ground, taking his partner down with him. Nearby, another man with a pistol, enraged by the chaos, rushed toward movie fanatic, intent on killing him. But before he could act, Ayman intervened. She crept up behind him, looping a rope around his neck and pulling tight. Her focus shifted suddenly as she noticed someone else approaching from behind. Stop. What the hell are you doing? A voice shouted. Spinning around, Ayman sprinted toward the newcomer and delivered a hard slap. The helmet flew off, revealing the face of a woman. Ayman froze in disbelief. A woman? She thought, shocked. Amidst the confusion, Lehman spoke up, his voice shaky. What's going on? Why did that guy suddenly? Before he could finish, movie fanatic cut him off. I told you something was off with the last guy, he said. That guy has a serious condition. He shakes uncontrollably when he sees a woman, a fear of women. Lehman's face twisted into a mix of shock and bewilderment. Meanwhile, Ayman hit the ground, having been struck by the woman. From behind a wall, the woman yelled to her partner, Never mind him. Who the hell are those guys? The man, still rubbing his neck where the rope had been, responded, I don't know. There are 2 men over there. Report came in, target spotted. Did they show up because they saw that? Suddenly, the man with the helmet charged at movie fanatic, hammer raised, shouting, Die. Movie fanatic sidestepped smoothly, grabbing the man by the face and firing a shot into his stomach. The bullet hit the man's vest, which absorbed the impact. Gritting his teeth, the man with the helmet pushed back with renewed strength, slamming movie fanatic into the wall, the hammer pressing against his neck. The woman seized the moment, raising her gun to shoot Lehman. Movie fanatic, despite his precarious position, spotted her and fired a shot, hitting her hand. The pistol clattered to the ground. Lehman and the woman locked eyes, both noticing the fallen weapon. Lehman acted first, diving for the pistol and grabbing it. But the woman wasn't done. She drew a knife and lunged at him. Before the blade could land, movie fanatic intervened, grabbing her arm. With a swift motion, he slashed her chest, sending a spray of blood into the air. The woman staggered but retaliated with a hard kick to movie fanatic's leg, knocking him to the floor. Grabbing him by the collar, she screamed in rage. What the hell are you doing? What are you doing, you fucker? She raised her knife to deliver a fatal blow, but movie fanatic acted fast. He grabbed his own knife and drove it into her chest. With a powerful kick, he sent her flying backward. The force of the kick sent her crashing through a window. She plummeted from the building, her body landing with a sickening thud on the roof of a car below. Inside, Ayman, Lehman, and movie fanatic jumped into their car and sped away. Ayman groaned, clutching her head. My head. Of all times to get sick. Lehman glanced over at movie fanatic, concern evident on his face. How did they know our location? Movie fanatic didn't respond immediately. Instead, he took Lehman's hand and stabbed it with a sharp object, extracting a small tracking device. This isn't something from Iliel. Who planted it, he muttered, examining the device before tossing it out the window. His gaze turned serious. Something feels strange. The scene shifted to a dimly lit room, where Kim lay on a mattress. His eyes fluttered open, confusion clouding his face. "Where am I? Where is it?" he murmured. A light poured in as the door creaked open. A figure entered, his face obscured by shadows. Kim sat up, his voice trembling. "Who are you? Hey, where exactly is this place? I was in a car accident, but the bullet—" The man in the dark spoke, his tone cold and commanding. "Don't betray your master." Kim blinked. "What?" "Just go where the gun is aimed," the man continued. "You and Lee Hee-yoon were the loyal bullets of the former chairman. But now that gun is aimed at me." Kim stared in stunned silence. The man leaned closer, his voice a low growl. "Tell me who else is involved in this matter." Kim's face twisted with fury. "It was you. The traitor who killed the chairman. Go to hell, you piece of shit." A sinister smile spread across the man's face. "I was hoping you'd say that." He signaled his guards, who opened fire, riddling Kim with bullets until he lay lifeless. From behind, a woman entered the room, her voice calm. "Congratulations. There's no more danger." The man shook his head. "No. No matter how clean the cleanup is, a trace will always linger. The chairman's children will soon catch the scent. Let's speed up the project." "What about Go Lehman?" the woman asked. "It seems they've removed the tracker." The man waved dismissively. "Leave it. Let's see how far they get." A cold smile spread across his face. "He seems like quite an interesting fellow."
Everything begins with a voice explaining that the game Aetherworld was released 10 years ago as a dating simulator aimed at
Getting monetized on YouTube changes everything.
Adam would be waiting. Adam. I was wrong. This is what I want to do. Once I line it up, everything should move exactly as supposed to. Still left with the hand. Looks like I'm almost there. It looks like I'm almost there. Getting there, slowly but surely. Sure. Streaming for like 12 to 30 minutes.
An ordinary man unexpectedly awakened a mysterious and bizarre ability, gluttony. He discovered that by biting into a monster's flesh and swallowing it, this terrifying power would activate. Not only does this make the monster's wounds impossible to heal, but it also allows him to steal its unique skills. Each devouring turns these abilities into his own, transforming them into powerful weapons against his enemies. Over time, with persistent training and continuous practice, these skills gradually become more refined until he fully masters them. Once mastered, these powers will become his own unrivaled abilities. Even more astonishing is that as long as he eats enough, he can acquire various unique and permanent skills from different types of monsters. These abilities serve as his irreplaceable arsenal for countering unknown and overwhelming dangers. These terrifying creatures are known as Rakshasas, lurking deep in the mountains where few dare to venture. Whenever Rakshasas appear, they bring with them swirling sandstorms, ominously signaling disaster. Brutal and merciless, they slaughter every human they encounter, leaving no survivors in their wake. Those unlucky enough to be targeted are inevitably devoured, leaving behind no trace, not even their bones. In response to this existential threat, humanity had no choice but to act, forming a specialized unit called the Sandstorm Response Team. Each member of this team possesses unique awakened abilities, such as transforming ordinary weapons into deadly blades capable of killing Rakshasas. Some have undergone genetic mutations, turning themselves into monstrous beings with combat strength equal to that of Rakshasas. Others have trained their bodies to the point of beastification, gaining the agility and raw power of wild animals. Most shockingly, a rare few have awakened higher-tier abilities, where they harm themselves to unleash devastating counterattacks. This power allows them to transfer their own injuries directly onto the Rakshasas, turning pain into a weapon against the enemy. This man was nothing more than an unnoticed failure, seen by others as a complete loser. Born with severe anxiety disorder, even the slightest disturbance would throw him into overwhelming panic. He relied heavily on medication or other methods just to barely calm himself, waging a daily battle against anxiety and fear. At 29 years old, he was an ordinary college graduate from South Korea, living a dull life with no clear future. Struggling repeatedly at life's crossroads, he failed to find a successful path and ultimately resorted to living off his parents, aiming to pass the civil service exams. Yet, year after year, he failed every attempt. This was his 5th time standing in the civil service interview hall, but his severe anxiety made it impossible for him to find inner peace. When faced with the interviewer's questions, his entire body trembled uncontrollably, with sweat pouring down like rain. He had barely answered a few questions before his mind completely shut down, going blank in an instant. Dizziness overtook him, and he ultimately fainted on the spot, startling the interviewers with his sudden collapse. Back home, he stared at his reflection in the mirror, filled with self-loathing and regret over his fragile body and failed life. At 29, with his 30th birthday looming, he still had no decent job, let alone a girlfriend. He didn't even have many friends. Reduced to the bottom rung of society, his days were spent drifting aimlessly, lost without purpose. Just as he was drowning in despair, the doorbell suddenly rang, breaking the oppressive silence in the room. He hurried to open the door, puzzled, thinking, strange, I didn't order any food delivery. Standing at the door was a tall, muscular woman, his mother, exuding an air of authority. The moment the door opened, she scolded him harshly. Why didn't you answer your phone? It turned out she had come specifically to deliver some homemade dishes and check on his living conditions. However, as her eyes swept through the room, she was instantly infuriated by what she saw. A mess of garbage scattered everywhere, the entire place in utter chaos. She stomped her foot in anger and demanded, "How on earth are you living like this?" Then she turned to ask about his civil service interview results. Hearing her question, Han Feng sank to his knees in frustration. His head hung low in silence. Clearly, he had failed once again. Seeing his dejected expression, his mother, though still angry, couldn't help but sigh. She raised her strong, muscular hands and patted his back gently, her tone softening as she encouraged him. Don't give up. Try harder next time. Then, she pulled out an envelope from her bag and said, Here's some money for your living expenses. Han Feng was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up in his eyes. He quickly declined, saying, Mom, I'm already this old. I can't keep taking money from you. Unexpectedly, his mother crossed her arms, her muscles taut, and declared with authority, Just take it. A mother supporting her son is nothing to be ashamed of. She then mused, You've failed so many times. Could it be the feng shui at home is wrong? She suggested that he visit their old family home the next day, mentioning that someone once performed a divination there that turned out to be incredibly accurate. Although Han Feng felt reluctant, he couldn't say no to his mother and reluctantly agreed. Early the next morning, he packed his things and set off for the destination his mother had specified. Throughout the journey, his heart was filled with resistance and unease. It had been many years since he last returned to that mountain, and the memories he had of it were anything but pleasant. His mother revealed that she had once consulted an experienced fortune teller about his struggles with finding a job. The fortune teller's explanation was nothing short of shocking. According to the fortune teller, his repeated failures weren't just due to his anxiety disorder. They were linked to a spiritual matter. His father had died on the very mountain they used to live on, and his spirit might be blocking his path to success. To change his fortune, he needed to go up the mountain and soothe his father's soul, allowing the spirit to rest in peace and his own life to move forward. Not long after, Han Feng arrived at his childhood home, a place that seemed both familiar and distant. The old home brought back countless memories of his childhood, reminding him of how carefree and innocent he used to be. He recalled running aimlessly through the mountains as a child, only to return home tired and hungry, shouting, "I'm starving," to his father. But another memory surfaced, a bizarre experience where he suddenly felt itchy all over, scratching himself frantically while making strange noises. Thinking about it, he felt a tightness in his chest, an overwhelming unease washing over him. He took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself before the oppressive feeling subsided slightly. Now, his only goal was to complete the ritual for his father as quickly as possible and leave the mountain behind. He poured some wine onto the ground, speaking softly as he prayed for the mountain god's blessing. In a low voice, he said, "Dad, after you left, Mom took great care of me, raising me through her hard work. She hopes I can find a good job, and I don't want to disappoint her." Just as he focused on his ritual, he noticed a strange swirl of yellow sand gathering behind him. He instantly sensed something was off, his instincts screaming danger. He hurriedly finished the ritual and bolted down the mountain, muttering to himself, "Safety first." To his horror, a chilling voice echoed behind him, repeating his words, "Safety first." He turned around and saw a humanoid figure gradually emerging from the thick yellow sand. The figure was moving toward him, step by step, its presence heavy and menacing. Han Feng froze in shock, mumbling to himself, What is that thing?" Moments later, the figure came into full view, a monstrous being wielding a bamboo-like weapon, its head grotesquely missing half of its skull. What left him utterly speechless was the monster's enormous belly, protruding unnaturally, adding to its horrifying appearance. He rubbed his eyes, struggling to believe what he was seeing. What on earth is this thing? The monster didn't stop, continuing to walk toward him with relentless determination. Panic-stricken, he turned around and tried to run as fast as he could. But before he could escape, the bamboo-like weapon pierced straight into his abdomen. A searing pain unlike anything he'd ever felt overwhelmed him, and he collapsed to his knees, drenched in cold sweat. The monster behind him kept advancing, and despair filled his heart. Am I really going to die here? I've spent my whole life studying and working odd jobs, never even getting a chance to enjoy life. Even if I die, who would really mourn for someone like me? But then, his mother's image flashed through his mind. The woman who had sacrificed so much, working tirelessly to raise him. Losing him would break her heart. With that thought, Han Feng gritted his teeth and, despite the excruciating pain, forced himself to stand on his trembling legs. His body was weak, but his will to live burned brighter than ever. I can't die. I haven't repaid my mother for all she's done for me, he screamed internally, summoning every ounce of strength he had. However, the monster seemed to sense his determination and instantly appeared in front of him, blocking his escape. The creature tilted its head, mimicking human speech in a chilling voice. Safety first, safety first. As soon as the words left its mouth, it lunged at him with its jaws wide open. Han Feng's eyes widened in terror as he noticed something horrifying. The monster had a human-like eye inside its throat. As it pounced, the creature wrapped its legs tightly around him and sank its sharp teeth into his shoulder. The unbearable pain made him scream out loud, the agony so intense he almost lost consciousness. In that moment, a memory of his father's voice echoed in his mind. Eat it. Eat him. Don't hesitate. The words awakened something primal within him, and his rationality began to shatter. Driven by instinct, he grabbed the monster and sank his teeth into its neck, tearing off a chunk of flesh with brutal force. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and his vision blurred as his consciousness began to fade. He faintly heard a voice calling out to him. Hey, hey, wake up! The tone was urgent, tinged with worry. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his vision blurry, and saw two people anxiously shaking him awake. Groggily, he murmured, The yellow sand, it's gone? Where's that monster? His words startled the man in front of him, who looked visibly alarmed and immediately asked, What did you just say? What happened yesterday? Han Feng looked utterly confused, his expression blank. Yesterday? What are you talking about? I don't remember. The man and woman exchanged a wary glance, their demeanor turning notably serious. They told him that the yellow sand had suddenly dissipated last night, a phenomenon that was extremely unusual. They speculated that Han Feng might have killed the Rakshasa, but they had no concrete evidence to prove it. To uncover the truth, the two decided to take Han Feng back to the Sandstorm Response Headquarters for further investigation. Before long, Han Feng found himself standing in front of an unfamiliar building, imposing and exuding a sense of authority. He looked around and realized that he was actually attending an onboarding session for something called the Sandstorm Civil Servants, leaving him utterly confused. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, What's going on here? I've spent years trying and failing to pass the civil service exams. So how did I suddenly become a civil servant? His mind was spinning with questions. What made him even more uneasy was the strange expressions on the faces of everyone else in the room. They all seemed reluctant, as if they didn't want to be there, but at the same time, they looked like they had no choice but to comply. Just as he was trying to make sense of it all, the sound of sharp, rhythmic high-heeled footsteps echoed through the conference room. A powerful-looking woman strode confidently to the podium, scanning the room with authority before introducing herself. I am Lu Yinan, the Minister of the Seoul Sandstorm Response Department. Welcome to the Environmental Civil Service Division. Han Feng quickly raised his hand, trying to explain, Excuse me, I think there's been a mistake. I might be in the wrong place. However, Lu Yinan cut him off before he could finish, saying firmly, The Jianghua Island Unit's report confirms that you have been officially hired. Han Feng was completely dumbfounded. He had never applied for any civil service position. How could this possibly be happening? But Lu Yinan continued, The duties of a civil servant must remain absolutely confidential. You are forbidden to disclose anything, not to your parents, spouses, or friends. Any leaks will result in severe punishment under the National Security Act. Her tone was authoritative and left no room for argument. She went on to explain that all new recruits had recently acquired abilities which originated from Rakshasa blood. Lu Yinan elaborated, When Rakshasa blood enters the human body, there is an extremely low probability of it granting special abilities. She further emphasized that Rakshasas only appear in remote, uninhabited mountains, always accompanied by sandstorms. Additionally, she explained that sandstorm density is categorized into levels from 1 to 4. The higher the density, the stronger the Rakshasas' abilities. Lu Yinan specifically mentioned that this team included a rare case, a recruit named Dan Yu, who had gained abilities from level 7 Rakshasa blood. Then she turned her gaze to Han Feng and asked, "And you, who just acquired level 1 Rakshasa blood, what is your ability?" Han Feng was about to deny having any abilities, but as he recalled the strange events of the previous day, he began to wonder if it had really happened. He rubbed his head, still unable to figure out what kind of ability he might have. Beside him, Dan Yu let out a light cough, breaking the silence. Han Feng's face flushed bright red, and he thought indignantly, "That level 7 guy is mocking me for being level 1? Seriously?" Looking around at the strange people in the room, he began to think, maybe I should just find a way to escape from here before it's too late. Just as Han Feng was lost in his chaotic thoughts, the piercing sound of an alarm suddenly filled the meeting room, snapping him back to reality. Lu Yinan smirked slightly and said calmly, "Perfect timing. A Rakshasa alert just came through. Let's use this opportunity for our new recruits to demonstrate their newly acquired abilities." Han Feng was still reeling from the series of shocks, unable to process the bizarre events from yesterday to now. Everything felt surreal. As he pondered, yellow sand began to seep into the room, swirling and spreading ominously from outside. Within the shrouding sand, a blurry humanoid figure started to take shape, its presence growing more distinct. The figure had flowing long hair, wore the standard uniform of a civil servant, but its hands were dry and skeletal, like those of a mummy. In front of her stood an enormous Rakshasa, towering and intimidating, its sheer size evoking dread. Han Feng's knees gave way at the sight of the creature, and he thought desperately, "This thing is way too much. How are we supposed to fight something like that?" The expressions of the other recruits mirrored his own, filled with fear and disbelief. However, Lu Yinan showed no hint of concern as she shouted, "Training begins now." She elaborated, "This is just a first-phase Rakshasa. It may be the largest in size, but it's actually the weakest. Plus, its brain is currently under the control of the Jianghua Island unit. You can relax and use this chance to display your abilities to the fullest." Jiang Chunna glanced at Han Feng, her eyes narrowing with curiosity as she muttered to herself, "So he's the one who supposedly took down the Rakshasa alone yesterday? What kind of ability does he have to accomplish something so unbelievable right after awakening?" Meanwhile, Han Feng was frozen in place, his mind spiraling into panic. "Are you kidding me? How could people like us possibly handle a monster like that?" Suddenly, he felt an intense pain in his chest as his anxiety flared up, triggering his panic attack. The sharp pain in his heart made it hard to breathe, and his racing pulse threatened to overwhelm him. But at that moment, his stomach let out a loud grumble. He froze in surprise, thinking, "What the heck? Why am I getting hungry at a time like this?" Deep within his consciousness, a massive shadow began to emerge, wild and menacing. It was a beastly figure with enormous hands that dwarfed his own head, exuding a primal aura of ferocity. Its savage eyes locked onto him, as if speaking to him. "Eat it. Devour it. Don't hesitate." The others didn't notice Han Feng's strange behavior. Their attention was fully fixed on the massive Rakshasa, their faces tense. Meanwhile, Han Feng's hunger grew stronger, and he unconsciously began drooling from the corner of his mouth. It felt as if a foreign power within him was stirring, surging through his body. He even let out a low, guttural growl, feeling as if he could devour 10 grown men with ease. Just then, San Yu's mocking voice interrupted his thoughts. "Stop crying. Don't worry. I've got enough strength to protect someone as pathetic as you." San Yu mistook the moisture on Han Feng's face as tears of fear and anxiety, his expression full of disdain. With a sneer, he added, "What a useless loser. Honestly, you're so insignificant it's boring." At that moment, Lu Yinan's loud voice rang out, cutting through the tension. "Everyone listen up," she continued. "There's something important you need to remember before the battle begins. The yellow sand is a special substance emitted by the Rakshasa. It doesn't just obscure visibility. It also greatly enhances the Rakshas's recovery abilities. However, the same applies to anyone who has acquired Rakshasa abilities. In a sandstorm, you too can quickly heal your wounds. However, if struck by a fatal blow, death remains inevitable, as the power of the sands cannot defy the laws of life and death. Once the sands dissipate, everyone returns to their ordinary state, indistinguishable from regular humans and stripped of this mysterious strength. Sunwoo looked unimpressed, his disinterest evident. To him, this information seemed utterly meaningless. Casually biting his lip, he let the yellow sand seep into his bloodstream, testing the limits of this unknown power. Instantly, a surge of uncontrollable energy erupted within his body, igniting an unstoppable restlessness. Calmly, he placed his hands behind his back and slipped on a peculiar pair of gloves. Without hesitation, he forcefully snapped his own fingers, enduring the pain as if it were part of a grander plan. In that moment, the blades atop Rakshas's head began to fracture and break, succumbing to an unseen force. His unexpected action triggered a wild storm. Fierce winds roared as the sands engulfed the skies, blotting out all light. Enveloped in the sandstorm, Rakshas's movement quickly regained its ferocity, its strength seemingly more unrestrained than ever. It let out an earth-shattering roar, slamming both fists into the ground with a thunderous impact, splitting the earth wide open in a display of unbridled rage. Jiang Chunna attempted to step in and stop Rakshasa, but Lu Yinjin blocked her with a calm demeanor. Lu Yinjin's voice was steady yet commanding. "Stay out of this. These rookies need to grow up fast and become capable fighters. We don't have the luxury of spoon-feeding them. If they can't handle this, then they'll die here." At this moment, Rakshas's attention seemed drawn to something peculiar about Han Feng. Its gaze locked onto him with an intensity that sent chills down his spine. Han Feng felt an immense pressure bearing down on him and couldn't help but question, "Why am I the one being targeted?" Slowly, Rakshasa raised its arm, a razor-sharp blade materializing in its hand, gleaming with deadly intent. In a flash, it hurled the blade toward Han Feng at an unimaginable speed. Before Han Feng could even react, the blade pierced through his shoulder, blood soaking through his clothes instantly. Han Feng fell to the ground, wailing in pain, his cries a mix of frustration and anger. Thankfully, the injury was limited to his shoulder. Painful, but not fatal. Furious, he shouted, "Why me? What did I ever do to deserve this?" However, Rakshasa didn't stop. It leapt up with a tremendous force, hurtling straight toward Han Feng like a thunderstorm. Panic overtook Han Feng, his mind blank as he muttered, "What should I do now? What's my ability, anyway?" At the critical moment, two teammates stepped in. One unleashed an insect transformation, rapidly mutating their body. The other activated a wild transformation, turning into a ferocious beast to intercept Rakshas's attack. Rakshasa let out a shrill cry, and everyone thought it was finally defeated. But to their shock, its severed head began gathering yellow sand, reforming rapidly as if nothing had happened. Cells bubbled and multiplied at an incredible speed, and in just 2.5 seconds, its head was completely restored. Witnessing this, the Insect Man and Catwoman were stunned, exclaiming, "Its healing speed is insane." At that moment, Sunwoo calmly broke his own fingers once more, his expression unchanged. Instantly, Rakshas's jawbone shattered with a loud crack. The excruciating pain forced Rakshasa to release the Insect Man, flinging him aside. Stretching his fully healed hand, Sunwoo taunted, his tone mocking, "Enough already. Don't act recklessly in front of me." Enraged beyond reason, Rakshasa roared and raised its hand to attack Sunwoo. Yet Sunwoo remained composed, leisurely removing his gloves with an air of indifference. Without hesitation, he crushed his own hand again, the sound of breaking bones echoing ominously. Simultaneously, Rakshas's head exploded like a bursting balloon, scattering sand everywhere. Sunwoo didn't miss the chance to jeer. "That's all you've got? And you still dare to show off?" Jiang Chunna stormed forward, her voice filled with anger as she scolded Sunwoo. Did you intentionally break your blade to activate Rakshas's abilities? Do you realize you've put us all in danger? Unwa scoffed at Jiang Chunna's accusation, dismissively replying, "You have no proof to back that up." Jiang Chunna arched an eyebrow and sneered. "Should I break your hand right now to test if your blade is already broken?" Lu Yinjin, however, expressed approval, calmly stating, "For a first confrontation with a Rakshasa, everyone performed remarkably well overall." Yet, she raised a critical concern. "But why did someone vanish earlier? It seems they've abandoned us in fear and forfeited their qualification as a public servant." Jiang Chunna added another puzzling question. "Also, why did a level 1 Rakshasa specifically target Han Feng instead of anyone else?" Such unusual behavior was baffling and unsettling, raising more questions than answers. Moreover, under normal circumstances, the sandstorm should cease, and the yellow sand should dissipate upon the Rakshas's death. But now, the area remained shrouded in dense sand, indicating a deeper mystery. Meanwhile, Han Feng was already fleeing frantically, not daring to look back. Cursing internally, he thought, "They wanted to be a public servant to slay monsters? Are they insane? Against these demons, the only way to survive is to run." Suddenly, he came to an abrupt halt as a massive, ominous door appeared beneath his feet. The sand inside the door was thicker than anywhere else, accompanied by eerie rustling sounds that made his skin crawl. Before long, another Rakshasa emerged from the doorway, even more terrifying than the previous one, exuding overwhelming menace. Han Feng was too frightened to make a sound, hiding in the bushes while trembling uncontrollably, his breath shallow and rapid. He thought bitterly, out of the wolf's den and straight into the tiger's lair. Could my luck get any worse? Just as he tried to observe the Rakshas's movements, he was horrified to find it had vanished completely. At that moment, he sensed it behind him, its menacing gaze piercing his back like a predator locking onto prey. Terrified out of his mind, Han Feng bolted like a madman, running blindly in sheer panic. Suddenly, a small, dilapidated house appeared in front of him, a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. Without hesitation, he dashed inside, seeking temporary refuge from the relentless nightmare. Leaning against the wall, gasping for breath, his mind raced. Why are all these strange things happening to me lately? What exactly is my awakened ability? And how am I supposed to face these monsters? Through the crack in the door, Han Feng saw the Rakshasa approaching the house, scanning the area as if searching for traces of humans. Strange, leaf-like objects circled around the Rakshas's head, exuding an ominous aura, resembling deadly weapons. Suddenly, an elderly woman opened the courtyard gate and slowly walked in, her frail steps cautious. Likely due to poor eyesight and the interference of the yellow sand, she didn't notice the Rakshasa standing nearby. The moment their eyes met, the Rakshas's bloodlust ignited instantly, its predatory instincts flaring up. With a subtle flick of its finger, the leaf-like objects atop its head shifted direction, locking onto the unsuspecting elderly woman. In an instant, the object shot out with incredible speed, slicing through the air. Terrified, the old woman shut her eyes tightly. After a long pause, she hesitantly opened her eyes, only to find Han Feng standing in front of her, shielding her from harm. Even though he was physically drained, Han Feng couldn't bear to see her killed. Forcing a weak smile, he asked if she was all right. The leaf-like weapons had embedded themselves deeply into Han Feng's back, and one had even severed his arm. He collapsed to his knees, blood loss clouding his vision. As his strength faded, he thought bitterly, "Why is my ability only level 1? No matter where I go, I'm always the weakest. If I were just a bit stronger, I could have saved her. Now both of us might die here." Suddenly, his arm began gathering yellow sand, a phenomenon he couldn't comprehend. His heart pounded violently as veins bulged on his neck, spreading up to his face like wild vines, his body surging with newfound power. In the distance, Jiang Chunna heard the Rakshas's piercing screams and rushed to the courtyard, her heart filled with dread. But when she arrived and saw the scene before her, She was utterly dumbfounded. Han Feng was clutching the level 3 Rakshasa tightly, viciously biting into its neck, tearing its flesh apart with raw, primal ferocity. Jiang Chunna stood frozen, her mind racing in shock. What the hell is this rookie doing? Is he insane? The Rakshasa, humiliated and enraged, roared in fury. It had always preyed on humans, yet today it was the one being bitten, an unimaginable reversal. To its horror, the wounds inflicted by Han Feng were bleeding profusely and showed no signs of healing, a phenomenon it had never experienced before. Jiang Chunna's heart skipped a beat as she realized the implications. Could it be that a Rakshasa bitten by him loses its regenerative ability? But now was not the time to dwell on the reasons. Jiang Chunna quickly realized that the level 3 Rakshasa needed to be dealt with immediately. Without hesitation, she charged forward, her blade slicing cleanly through the Rakshasa, cutting it in half with precise force. The Raksasa's body began to crumble, disintegrating into yellow sand that dispersed into the air. Once confirmed that the Rakshasa was completely destroyed, Jiang Chunna and the chief officer hurried to check on the elderly woman. Fortunately, she was unharmed, merely fainting from the shock. After a short while, she regained consciousness. To ease her fears, Jiang Chunna gently assured her and fabricated a story, saying it was just a rampaging wild boar, and the situation was under control. Moreover, once the sandstorm subsides, ordinary people will forget everything that happened during it, including the existence of Rakshasas. Muttering complaints about how the wild boar had disturbed her peace, the elderly woman slowly made her way back into her house. Jiang Chunna then turned her attention to Han Feng, her expression serious and contemplative. Although Han Feng was only a level 1 rookie, the abilities he displayed were far from ordinary, making her reevaluate him. His recovery speed was astonishing. His severed arm had already fully healed within a short period. Later that night, Han Feng lay in bed, unable to sleep, his mind consumed by chaotic thoughts. He had just received a text message informing all team members to report for work as usual the next day, leaving him conflicted. The fear of the Rakshasa still haunted him vividly, its terrifying presence lingering in his memory. Just the thought of having to fight more of these monsters in the future left him feeling utterly drained, devoid of any motivation to continue. The series of blows over the past 2 days had taken a toll on him, and now new challenges loomed on the horizon. But he sighed deeply, thinking, this is a civil servant's job. How can I just give up so easily? Resigned, he told himself, what's done is done. I'll deal with tomorrow when it comes. Slowly, his racing thoughts quieted, and he drifted into a restless sleep. Yet, in his dreams, he was once again plunged into a nightmare of mutilated flesh and swarms of Rakshasa-like monsters surrounding him, suffocating his very breath. The overwhelming stench of blood filled the air, suffocating Han Feng as though he were trapped in a nightmare he couldn't escape. He jolted awake, gasping for air, his chest heaving and cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Almost immediately, a deep, unfamiliar voice echoed in his mind. Come back, come back. Confused and anxious, he wondered who was calling him and why. Instinctively, Han Feng glanced out the window, drawn by an unusual brightness outside. He thought to himself, could it already be dawn? But when he opened the window, he realized it was still the middle of the night. The light had to be coming from somewhere else. Looking closer, he saw the source of the light, an intense blaze on Qingxi Mountain, its flames lighting up the dark sky. Within the fiery chaos, a massive lava Rakshasa emerged. Wherever it stepped, flames erupted, as if it controlled the very magma beneath the earth. High above its head, a water element wielder was desperately trying to contain the inferno, but to the lava Rakshasa, the water was barely an inconvenience, like a futile drizzle. Moments later, an ice element wielder arrived to join the battle. He unleashed a flurry of icy spikes from his mouth, which quickly began freezing the lava Rakshasa, starting from its feet and spreading upward. In no time, the Rakshasa's movements were completely immobilized by the encroaching frost. The water wielder breathed a sigh of relief and said, Thank goodness you got here in time. There's no way I could have handled this alone. He then reminded his teammates to focus on containing the forest fire, ensuring it wouldn't spread any further. Meanwhile, he steeled himself, ready to face the lava Rakshasa head-on. Suddenly, a low, commanding voice rumbled from within the Rakshasa. "Bring him back." The words echoed ominously, laden with authority. Without warning, the lava Rakshasa swung a devastating punch, sending the water wielder flying through the air. The searing heat from the punch burned multiple patches of his skin, leaving him in agonizing pain as he struggled to recover. Behind the Rakshasa, its massive molten core began to churn violently, and soon, scalding magma erupted in all directions, splashing fire and destruction everywhere. The lava Rakshasa grew even stronger, its entire body enveloped in raging flames, transforming it into a walking inferno of pure devastation. Meanwhile, the Sandstorm Division headquarters was ablaze with lights, with alarms blaring incessantly, creating an atmosphere of intense urgency. Lu Yingjin was presiding over an emergency meeting, urgently gathering updates on the national situation. A logistics team member reported, currently, 20 mountains across the country are under attack simultaneously. Some areas are facing even more severe conditions. Lu Yingjin's expression grew grim as she processed the report. The pattern of Rakshasa appearances has changed. Everything seems to trace back to the incident when 2 Rakshasas appeared at once. Since then, the situation has spiraled out of control. At that moment, an emergency call came in from the Busan headquarters, and the operator quickly transferred it to Seoul. On the other end of the line, a voice with a playful tone spoke. "Hello, this is Bae Mingjik from Busan HQ. How's Seoul holding up? When are you coming to Busan for a visit?" His lighthearted demeanor felt out of place amidst the crisis. Lu Yingjin frowned and curtly interrupted. "Get to the point. Don't waste my time with nonsense." Hearing her sharp tone, Bae Mingjik dropped his casual act and got serious. "There's a gate on Jumjiangsan in Busan. It's been open for 3 days straight and hasn't closed once. Rakshasas of all types keep emerging from the gate, one after another, in an endless stream. The team stationed at Jumjiangsan is barely managing to hold the line for now." He added, "Have you figured out what's causing this yet? The Rakshasas coming out of the gate keep repeating one phrase over and over. At first, we thought it was gibberish, but after consulting a translator, we discovered they were saying, 'Bring him to me.'" Bae Mingjik paused, his tone heavy with concern, before continuing, "We still don't know who or what they're asking for. If this keeps escalating, we'll just be draining our team's resources. I suggest you find this person and send them here immediately." Lu Yingjin didn't respond. She hung up abruptly and dialed another number without hesitation. "There's a serious situation at Jumjiangsan in Busan. Head there immediately and handle it. I'll contact you as soon as I've resolved things on my end." Soon after, an ability user known as Justice Fighter received the order and prepared to depart for Jumjiangsan. His unique power allowed him to tear through dimensional space, enabling instant teleportation and precise target retrieval through spatial rifts. Like a streak of dark lightning, he vanished into a dimensional rift, heading straight for Jumjiangsan at incredible speed. Upon arriving at Jumjiangsan, a ground officer hurriedly called out, "Standing up there is dangerous. Be careful." But Justice Fighter ignored the warning entirely, casually tearing open a spatial rift with a flick of his hand. With a swift motion, he forcibly yanked the head of a nearby Rakshasa through the rift. As the rift closed, the Rakshasa instantly froze, losing all ability to move. The surrounding team members were left dumbfounded, awestruck by Justice Fighter's overwhelming power. Known as the strongest member of the Sandstorm Special Task Force, he was hailed as humanity's most formidable ability user. With just a light touch of his hand against the ground, he exuded an aura of unshakable confidence. Instantly, spatial rifts opened across Jumjiangsan, Kingsishan, and all other alarm zones nationwide, pulling in every single rampaging Rakshasa into the darkness of his domain. Except for Busan, alarms in all other regions ceased immediately, restoring peace. The Busan team watched in stunned silence, their disbelief written across their faces as they tried to process what had just happened. Justice Fighter, however, remained unfazed. Staring coldly at the dozen or so Rakshasas surrounding him, he calmly said, "All of you, come at me together. Let's not waste time." The Rakshasas roared and charged at him in unison, but with just a slight wave of his hand, they disintegrated into dust, vanishing in an instant. The sheer display of power left the on-site team members utterly speechless. This was beyond anything they could have imagined. After clearing out all the Rakshasas, only the Lava Rakshasa retained a faint trace of consciousness. Justice Fighter grabbed the Lava Rakshasa's head and commanded the translator, "Ask it why they keep attacking every week. What's their purpose?" The female translator focused intently, then hesitantly relayed, "It keeps repeating the same phrase. Bring him to me. He's my husband." Justice Fighter shrugged with mild exasperation. No matter how we ask, it's just that one line. Though puzzled, he remained resolute. "I don't care what your purpose is. If you come back, I'll make sure you're completely wiped out." With those words, the Lava Rakshasa dissolved into yellow sand, scattering into the wind without a trace. To ensure the problem was thoroughly resolved, he tore open a massive spatial rift and pulled the Rakshasa gate on Jumjiangson into his dark domain, eliminating it entirely. The team members finally felt an unprecedented sense of safety, marveling aloud. They say Justice Fighter is already over 50 years old. How does he still have such incredible strength? Could his ability make him eternally youthful and tireless? The next morning, the Seoul headquarters building buzzed with activity. Staff bustled about, maintaining the usual tense and efficient atmosphere. Liu Yinjin arrived at her office early, only to find that Justice Fighter was already hard at work, his focus unwavering. Wasting no time, Liu Yinjin asked directly, "What's the situation with the gate from yesterday? Any unusual findings?" Justice Fighter replied calmly, "It's been sealed within my dark domain. No residual threats remain." However, after a brief pause, he frowned and added, "That place has absorbed far too many monsters. Without more capable people to share the load, I'll burn out sooner or later." He sighed and continued, "No matter how strong one person is, there are limits. I can't handle everything alone." Liu Yinjin turned on a screen in her office, displaying the profiles of newly recruited civil servants. "Here are the current rookies. Are you looking for anything specific among them?" Justice Fighter's gaze became serious as he scanned the photos on the screen, as though searching for someone particular. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Rakshas's Hell Gate, countless Rakshasas gathered, the atmosphere oppressive and ominous. They all surrounded a massive figure, an imposing presence that seemed to command absolute authority. In a low, commanding voice, the figure issued orders to the Rakshasas. "By any means necessary, bring him to me. I need him." At the same time, Han Feng finally arrived at his workplace to complete his orientation. His decision wasn't entirely voluntary. It was his mother's tearful pride upon hearing he'd become a civil servant that left him with no other choice. Unable to refuse her heartfelt expectations, he reluctantly accepted this iron rice bowl job. As he entered the building, he encountered a man he'd seen before, a disheveled figure reeking of alcohol, looking anything but professional. Shortly after, he spotted another familiar face, Level 7 ability user, Sunwoo. Sunwoo, clearly irritated, demanded, "Why am I being transferred to Ganghwa Island instead of staying at Seoul HQ?" The unkempt man smirked mischievously and replied, "Who knows? These things are beyond us." Patting Sunwoo on the shoulder, he added lazily, "Anyway, let's go inside and say hi to your new colleagues." Standing aside, Han Feng felt a wave of nervousness wash over him, thinking, "What will my first day on the job entail? Will I have to deal with those terrifying monsters again?" Han Feng recalled witnessing how they handled Rakshasas before and couldn't help but worry. Are they going to dissect some corpse or something? However, as the door opened, he was stunned. The room was just an ordinary office, completely devoid of tension. It was nothing like he had imagined. A man took the lead and introduced himself. I'm Ko Diakman, team leader of Ganghwa Island, 41 years old with 12 years of experience. Gesturing to the person next to him, he added, "This is Chief Officer Yoon Jae-won, 36 years old, 7 years of experience. Over there, trimming the plants, is Chief Officer Kim, EPO, 51 years old, with 7 years of experience. And the one wearing headphones is Chief Officer Nam Yosik, 25 years old, with 1 year of experience." After finishing his introductions, he waved dismissively and said, "You can figure out the rest on your own." Han Feng was utterly confused, thinking to himself, "What is going on here? How did these carefree-looking people become public servants, let alone handle Rakshasas?" Sitting across from him, Sunwoo seemed to pick up on his skepticism and shot him a cold glare, his expression filled with disdain. Trying to break the awkwardness, Han Feng awkwardly greeted Sunwoo. But Sunwoo responded icily. "What are you looking at? Look at me again, and I'll kill you. A top-tier elite like me, getting assigned to Ganghwa Island? It's absurd." Han Feng, bewildered, asked cautiously, "What's wrong with Ganghwa Island? Is it really that bad?" Turning to Nam Yosik, Han Feng hesitantly asked about their specific work duties. Nam Yosik removed his headphones and calmly explained, "The Sandstorm Special Task Force consists of 13 main headquarters nationwide, each managing smaller teams responsible for specific mountains. Elite ability users at level 7 or above are usually assigned to headquarters and are only deployed for high-priority missions. Meanwhile, places like Ganghwa Island, with its small area and low population density, are typically assigned to those with weaker abilities or certain shortcomings." He added, "Although it seems like an idle post, the potential risk to life means the pay is 5 times higher than regular public servants." Hearing this, Han Feng's eyes lit up with excitement, thinking, 5 times the salary? That's an annual income in the millions. This job is amazing. Despite this, some ability users voluntarily chose to work in such remote areas, like Chief Officer Jiang Chuna, who walked into the office with an air of confidence and authority. Spotting Han Feng immediately, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. What's going on with him? After gaining Rakshasa abilities, he shouldn't retain all his memories. Why doesn't he seem to remember anything? The first day of work passed quickly, unusually quiet, with no alarm sounding at all. Han Feng quickly adapted to his new job, effortlessly spending time drinking coffee and reading newspapers while earning a multi-million-dollar salary. Such a dream job was hard to come by. Not long after, Gao Dawan lazily announced the end of the workday, embodying his relaxed and carefree working style. He stretched languidly, looking nothing like a leader, more like a vacationer enjoying his leisure time. Yoon Ji-won immediately suggested, "Since we have a new colleague today, let's have a team-building activity to celebrate." Meanwhile, at the Seoul headquarters, Director Young Lee-do stood before a glowing machine, his face clouded with worry. Lu Young-eun entered the room, and Young Lee-do immediately asked, "What's the current situation?" Lu answered gravely, "The patterns of Rakshasa appearances have reverted to their original state." She added, "This outbreak seems to be an isolated incident, but we can't rule out underlying dangers. Vigilance is still necessary. As for the frequent Rakshasa appearances, we have no clear explanation yet, but it might be a harbinger of something more catastrophic on the horizon." After listening, Young Lee-do took a deep breath and said sternly, "Even though we're still in the dark about what might happen on that day, all team leaders must ensure strict confidentiality. If ordinary ability users catch wind of this, it could trigger widespread panic and uncontrollable chaos." Meanwhile, news of the team-building event by the Ganghwa Island squad quietly spread across different regions. The rumors shocked the headquarters senior officials. What they had tried so hard to conceal had already become the subject of private discussions among the Sandstorm members. For the newly employed Han Feng, this was nothing short of a disaster. If the so-called day truly arrived, ordinary civilians would be defenseless, including his mother. Yet his colleagues continued to drink and chat, as if nothing could interrupt their brief moment of relaxation, even if the sky fell. Just then, A sudden flash of light illuminated the pitch-black forest. A mysterious portal for summoning Rakshasa emerged, exuding a sinister and dangerous aura. Moments later, a ferocious Rakshasa leaped out of the gate with unstoppable force. The alarm on everyone's phones went off immediately, shattering the silence of the forest. The group quickly became alert, and Jiang Chena volunteered without hesitation to investigate the situation. Dan Yu, reeking of alcohol, offered to accompany Jiang Chena, but she firmly turned him down. Instead, Jiang Chena specifically pointed to Han Feng and asked him to follow her. In the car, Han Feng looked deeply worried, his face etched with anxiety. He silently thought, if a year from now Rakshasas truly come in droves, what use will my abilities be? Can I even protect my mom? Jiang Chena seemed to sense his doubts and gently reassured him, don't dwell too much on the director's prophecy. She continued, headquarters is already preparing a contingency plan. Our task is simple, just clean up the Rakshasas on Ganghwa Island. With a hint of encouragement, she added, you shouldn't underestimate yourself. Your ability is incredibly unique. In all these years, I've never seen a devourer before. And on top of that, your regenerative power far exceeds that of ordinary people. Han Feng managed a bitter smile and replied, devouring? What kind of ability is that? I don't even understand its purpose. Before long, they arrived at the mountain where the Rakshasa had appeared. Jiang Chena swiftly restrained the Rakshasa by pinning its head with her weapon. Then, she turned to Han Feng and calmly instructed, bite it. Han Feng froze in disbelief, exclaiming, you want me to eat this thing? That's disgusting. Jiang Chena remained serious. Exactly. Remember the Rakshasa you bit before? The wound you left never healed. Try it again on this one, you'll start to grasp your ability. Han Feng grabbed one of the Rakshas's legs, his mind tangled with conflicting thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he convinced himself, since I have this power, I must learn how to wield it. However, as his eyes fell on the Rakshas's slimy, grotesque body, his stomach churned violently. Growing impatient, Jiang Chena barked, stop stalling. Take a big bite, it's not a massage session. Finally, gritting his teeth, Han Feng forced himself to sink his teeth into the Rakshas's leg. The next day, Han Feng slumped over his desk in the office, looking utterly drained. The revolting taste of the Rakshas's leg from the previous night still lingered, making him feel nauseous. Dan Yu walked over with a scornful expression, sneering, I heard you were puking your guts out yesterday like a fool. Pretty on brand for you. Dan Yu lashed out angrily. Because of you, you idiot, I missed the chance to practice fighting Rakshasas more on the mountain yesterday. He added ruthlessly, you're a complete waste of space. You should have been kicked out long ago. Han Feng lowered his head, sinking into deep self-blame. He silently resolved, it seems I really need to pull myself together, or I'll end up dragging everyone down. Just then, the piercing sound of an alarm suddenly echoed throughout the building, shattering the calm. Jiang Chena reacted immediately, calling out to Han Feng and preparing to take him to the Rakshas's location. However, when she looked around, Han Feng was nowhere to be found. It turned out he had sneaked into the restroom, trying to escape the imminent battle. Huddled in a corner, Han Feng thought about the fleeting courage he had mustered while drunk last night. Now sober, he couldn't summon the strength to bite another Rakshasa. He consoled himself, it's fine. If I can't do it today, I'll just take it easy for now and try again tomorrow. But Jiang Chena quickly found the restroom and stormed in, her voice filled with fury. Han Feng, are you hiding here? Dan Yu lashed out angrily. Because of you, you idiot, I missed the chance to practice fighting Rakshasas more on the mountain yesterday. He added ruthlessly, you're a complete waste of space. You should have been kicked out long ago. Han Feng lowered his head, sinking into deep self-blame. He silently resolved, it seems I really need to pull myself together, or I'll end up dragging everyone down. Just then, the piercing sound of an alarm suddenly echoed throughout the building, shattering the calm. Jiang Chena reacted immediately, calling out to Han Feng and preparing to take him to the Rakshas's location. However, when she looked around, Han Feng was nowhere to be found. It turned out he had sneaked into the restroom, trying to escape the imminent battle. Huddled in a corner, Han Feng thought about the fleeting courage he had mustered while drunk last night. Now sober, he couldn't summon the strength to bite another Rakshasa. He consoled himself, "It's fine. If I can't do it today, I'll just take it easy for now and try again tomorrow." But Jiang Chena quickly found the restroom and stormed in, her voice filled with fury. "Han Feng, are you hiding here?" Han Feng hesitated for a moment before dialing his mother's number, intending to tell her about his plan to quit. However, as soon as the call connected, her words left him completely stunned. She said excitedly, "I'm at Mount Io for a hiking event." Han Feng was shocked and frustrated, smacking his forehead in regret. "Didn't I tell you not to go up the mountain these days?" To make matters worse, the signal on the phone started to weaken, and yellow sand began to spread over the mountain. Eventually, the call dropped entirely, leaving nothing but silence. Panic gripped Han Feng as his heart sank. Without hesitation, he started running toward Mount Io, with only one thought in his mind: "Mom's in danger." Meanwhile, multiple Sandstorm officers had already gathered on Mount Io, trying to contain the situation. The scene was grim. A rookie officer stood frozen, staring wide-eyed at something in the trees, too terrified to move. Perched in the branches was a Rakshasa, resembling a giant gorilla. It was a level 5 threat. This single Rakshasa had already decimated nearly the entire team, leaving the ground soaked with blood. The lone survivor, having witnessed the carnage, was paralyzed with fear, their face pale with horror. The team leader arrived promptly, using a clone ability to buy time while ordering the Bugman to rush to the Seoul headquarters for reinforcements. They managed to find an old telephone on the mountain and successfully called Seoul to report the crisis to Lu Young-eun. Upon hearing the report, Lu Young-eun immediately convened an emergency meeting. She stated gravely, "Mount Io is too close to the city. If the Rakshasa crosses from the green restricted zone into the yellow hiking paths, it could directly threaten the civilian streets nearby." With a stern expression, she emphasized, "If we don't stop this in time, the consequences will be catastrophic." Finally, she issued a decisive command. "All teams, head to the site immediately and handle the situation." At this moment, Han Feng had already rushed to Mount Io by minibus, his heart pounding as he searched desperately for his mother. However, the mountain had been sealed off, and he couldn't find any trace of her at the entrance. A civil servant blocked his path, speaking calmly but firmly. "There's been a beast rampage inside. According to headquarters orders, Mount Io is now exit only." Han Feng's anxiety only deepened. Clenching his fists, he vowed silently, "I must find a way to save my mom." In the depths of the mountain, yellow sand filled the air, shrouding the entire area in a hazy, suffocating mist. Han Feng's mother was struggling along the steep mountain path, carrying an elderly woman with a twisted ankle on her back. Every step she took seemed to drain all her strength. The woman, moved by her resilience, couldn't help but remark, "You have such a manly spirit." Han Feng's mother gave an awkward smile, but said nothing. Just then, she noticed a faint figure on a distant hillside. Squinting to get a better look, she realized it was her son, Han Feng. Reunited at last, his mother asked with a puzzled expression, "Why are you here? Shouldn't you be at work?" Han Feng, drenched in sweat, exclaimed urgently, "Now's not the time to talk about work." He quickly urged, "Leave this place immediately. Those monsters could show up at any moment." As soon as he finished speaking, a single dead leaf drifted down from above, carrying an ominous silence. Han Feng spun around and froze in terror. A Rakshasa was crouching on a tree branch, its lips curling into a sinister smile. The creature's overwhelming presence struck Han Feng like a tidal wave, triggering his panic disorder. His heart raced uncontrollably, cold sweat drenched him, and his body felt like it was submerged in ice. His fear rendered him immobile. Unable to control his movements, he slowly stumbled toward the edge of a cliff. His mother saw this and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Watch out!" Her voice startled the Rakshasa, which immediately turned its attention and leaped toward her with lightning speed. In that critical moment, Han Feng snapped out of his daze, his eyes wide with horror as he watched the creature lunge toward his mother. Suddenly, he noticed a few leaf-shaped blades embedded in the Rakshas's back, cutting deep into its flesh and sending blood spraying into the air. At the same time, Han Feng suddenly felt something unusual on his head, as if something was gently swaying above him. On my head, he reached up to touch it and was shocked to discover blade-like weapons growing from his head. When did this appear, and why can't I shake it off? He froze for a moment before realizing, this is the same ability as that Rakshasa from earlier. So not only can I use devouring to strip their regenerative powers, but I can also inherit their abilities. This revelation reignited a spark of hope in him, pulling him back from the brink of despair. He tried to control the blade-like weapons and was surprised to find he could handle them with ease, as if he had always known how to use them. Filled with confidence, he thought, if I use this ability properly, I might be able to kill the Rakshasa in front of me. For now, the Rakshasa lay motionless on the ground, seemingly incapacitated, though the tension in the air remained palpable. Just then, senior civil servants from the Seoul headquarters arrived on the scene, their expressions heavy with concern. They questioned the remaining team members. Why haven't you killed this Rakshasa yet? One surviving member, trembling with fear, explained, that Rakshasa wiped out our entire team on its own. A bald officer frowned and said in disbelief, that doesn't make sense. Your team leader is a level 7 ability user. How could a mere level 5 Rakshasa do this? What's its ability? As he finished speaking, everyone turned their eyes to the Rakshasa, whose body suddenly began to writhe violently. On its back, numerous leaf-shaped blades emerged, glinting menacingly. Han Feng stood in stunned silence, his eyes wide. The scene was identical to the blades on his own head. A civil servant added, this Rakshas's ability is replication. It can perfectly copy its opponent's abilities. Earlier, it used your ability to create blades and attack us. Hearing this, Han Feng's body stiffened, cold sweat dripping down his back. He glanced at the blades on his body and felt a wave of uncertainty. What do I do now? He wondered. At that moment, Han Feng's mother fell to her knees due to the strain from earlier movements, injuring herself. Blood trickled from the wound. In the harsh conditions of the sandstorm, ordinary people couldn't heal naturally. She noticed Han Feng's bloodstained appearance and asked anxiously, "Are you hurt? Are you okay?" Han Feng confidently pulled back his shirt, revealing his unscathed skin. With a reassuring smile, he said, "I'm not hurt at all, Mom. Don't worry about me." He then spoke firmly, his eyes resolute. "So far, no one can help us. From now on, it's up to me." Han Feng's eyes burned with determination as he said to his mother and everyone around, "Protecting you is my duty because I am a civil servant sworn to safeguard civilians." Without another word, he charged at the level 5 Rakshasa, tightly embracing it as he leaped straight toward the cliff's edge. Taya's mother cried out in alarm, "Han Feng!" She ran desperately toward the cliff, but could only see swirling yellow sand obscuring everything. Han Feng and the Rakshasa had vanished into the storm. Thankfully, Han Feng was caught by a layer of rock halfway down the cliff, while the Rakshasa plummeted all the way to the bottom. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng struggled to his feet, his broken leg rapidly regenerating in a matter of moments. He thought to himself, "I need to buy time, lead the Rakshasa away from my mom. The backup teams will arrive soon." Meanwhile, the two top officers from the Seoul headquarters found themselves in a dire situation. Behind the rolling yellow sands, hordes of Rakshasas emerged, their numbers impossible to discern. The Rakshasas moved in perfect unison, a clear indication that the level 5 Rakshasa had flawlessly replicated the Human King group leader's cloning ability. To eliminate the clones, the only solution was to kill the original body. But amidst the chaos, distinguishing the original was nearly impossible. One of the officers, exuding cold resolve, declared, "If we can't identify the original, then there's no need to. Just kill them all." At the same time, The level 5 Rakshasa that had fallen earlier had fully recovered. It inhaled massive amounts of yellow sand, moving faster than Han Feng could react as it sped toward him. Han Feng watched the terrifying sight, his entire body chilled with fear, dread filling his heart. The Rakshasa let out a sinister laugh and lunged toward Han Feng, its speed blindingly fast. Han Feng attempted to strike with his blades, but his accuracy was lacking, only managing to graze the Rakshsa's shoulder. The Rakshasa sneered as it pulled out the blade, its wound healing almost instantly, leaving no trace behind. Although both of them possessed yellow sand recovery abilities, the Rakshsa's regeneration was significantly faster and more efficient. At that moment, Han Feng recalled Jiang Chena's words, "Your ability is strong. Don't fear injuries. In the yellow sand, we can always recover. But remember, the key is to cut off the Rakshsa's head." Clenching his fists, Han Feng resolved, "Accuracy isn't enough? Then forget precision. Just charge in and aim for its neck." Han Feng gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength, charging toward the Rakshsa's neck with unwavering determination to deliver a fatal strike. However, the Rakshasa reacted swiftly, dodging with agility and countering by grabbing his neck with a powerful grip. The immense pressure left Han Feng struggling to breathe, his consciousness gradually slipping away. In his mind, he screamed desperately, "I must activate my Devour ability, or I'm as good as dead." As he struggled, the Rakshsa's mirrored head suddenly emitted a blinding flash of light. In the next instant, it lowered its head and bit into Han Feng's neck with its sharp teeth, blood gushing out in torrents. The excruciating pain forced a guttural scream from Han Feng, his body almost paralyzed by the agony. Yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain, and managed to conjure a blade from his body, driving it deeply into the Rakshsa's neck. Finally, he broke free from its grip, narrowly escaping death, but his condition was dire, teetering on the edge of collapse. The wound on his neck refused to heal, blood pouring uncontrollably as his consciousness blurred further. A horrifying thought crossed his mind. Has my Devour ability been replicated as well? Blood surged from his severed artery, and Han Feng felt his strength rapidly fading. He knew that a human couldn't survive such a loss of blood for long. If he fell here, what would happen next? What about his mother's safety? Suddenly, he lifted his head, his ears catching faint echoes of his mother's voice calling for him. That familiar sound wiped his mind blank, leaving no room for thought. His hand instinctively reached for a blade, his resolve hardening. The mirrored Rakshasa noticed his shift and raised its own blade, a cold smirk playing on its lips as if mocking his futile struggle. But Han Feng ignored everything else, muttering to himself, "Precision? It doesn't matter. I'll aim for myself. If you mirror my moves, then let's target the same spot. Together." It was an extreme gambit. Either the Rakshasa dies or he does. In a flash, both struck at the same time, their blades slicing through the air toward their intended targets. Fortunately, luck was on Han Feng's side. His blade pierced directly into the Rakshsa's head, blood gushing forth as its movements abruptly ceased. With a deep, guttural roar, the massive Rakshasa collapsed to the ground, its body rapidly disintegrating into yellow sand that faded into the air. At the same time, the replicated Rakshasas at the Seoul headquarters also began vanishing like illusions, leaving the battlefield in a temporary calm. Han Feng slowly stood up, feeling the wound on his neck rapidly healing. The dispersing yellow sand signaled the complete disappearance of the Rakshsa's powers. He felt his strength returning, but the exhaustion in his body weighed heavily on him. Summoning his willpower, he prepared to go find his mother and ensure her safety. However, just as he was about to move, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. "Han Feng, don't leave. Eat him. Devour him." He whipped around, stunned, his heart skipping a beat. "Dad," he murmured, his voice trembling with disbelief. "Why do you keep telling me to eat these things?" His gaze fell to the fallen Rakshasa, and a storm of emotions surged within him. This Rakshsa's abilities were extraordinarily unique, powerful, and dangerous. If he devoured it, his ability would allow him to inherit all of its strength. Yet, hesitation gripped him as he remembered the team leader's grim prophecy. A year from now, Rakshasas will descend upon the human world in droves. In that moment, he clenched his fists, his resolve hardening as a fire of determination burned in his eyes. For my mother, for those I care about, I must grow stronger before that day comes. He vowed to himself. From now on, no matter how strong the Rakshasa, I will devour their abilities. Only then can I become invincible, strong enough to protect the ones I love. Without further hesitation, he crouched down and began to eat the fallen Rakshasa. The familiar taste of bitterness and blood filled his mouth, but his heart remained resolute, unyielding in his decision. An ordinary man unexpectedly awakened a mysterious and bizarre ability. Moreover, once the sandstorm subsided over his desk in the office, protecting you is my dies, or he does, coughing up a large amount of blood, clutching his chest, and screaming in agony. Beside him, and said, "But I don't remember any." Yellow sand signaled the complete disappearance of the Rakshas's powers. He felt his strength returning, but the exhaustion in his body weighed heavily on him. Summoning his willpower, he prepared to go find his mother and ensure her safety. However, just as he was about to move, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. "Han Feng, don't leave. Eat him. Devour him." He whipped around, stunned, his heart skipping a beat. "Dad," he murmured, his voice trembling with disbelief. "Why do you keep telling me to eat these things?" His gaze fell to the fallen Rakshasa, and a storm of emotions surged within him. This Rakshasa's abilities were extraordinarily unique, powerful, and dangerous. If he devoured it, his ability would allow him to inherit all of its strength. Yet, hesitation gripped him as he remembered the team leader's grim prophecy. A year from now, Rakshasas will descend upon the human world in droves. In that moment, he clenched his fists, his resolve hardening as a fire of determination burned in his eyes. For my mother, for those I care about, I must grow stronger before that day comes. He vowed to himself. From now on, no matter how strong the Rakshasa, I will devour their abilities. Only then can I become invincible, strong enough to protect the ones I love. Without further hesitation, he crouched down and began to eat the fallen Rakshasa. The familiar taste of bitterness and blood filled his mouth, but his heart remained resolute, unyielding in his decision. The next day, outside the Shanlin University Hospital, inside the hospital room, Mom widened her eyes in surprise and asked, "You're saying I fainted in the mountains?" Then, with a puzzled expression, she looked at me and said, "But I don't remember anything at all." Han Feng stared at Mom and cautiously asked, "Really? You don't remember anything?" I breathed a sigh of relief and thought to myself, how lucky. Mom doesn't recall what happened. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how to explain it to her. To further convince her, I took out my phone and showed her the latest news from the mountains. "See? From now on, don't ever go into the mountains again. It's too dangerous." Mom hesitated for a moment and replied awkwardly, "I only went because I thought I saw someone in Renwang Mountain who looked just like your dad." I turned away, deep in thought. Dad also disappeared in the mountains back then. Could it be that he was taken by the Rakshasa? Suddenly, a new memory surfaced in my mind. It was from when I was very young. I looked up and noticed blood dripping onto my face, its cold touch sending a shiver down my spine. Then, I saw a man coughing up a large amount of blood, clutching his chest, and screaming in agony. Beside him, a creature resembling a werewolf was tearing into him savagely, blood splattering everywhere. The sight was utterly horrifying. What's going on? My heart raced as cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Fear consumed me entirely. Wait a minute. What was that just now? That scene isn't part of my memory. At that moment, Mom suddenly woke me up. She stared at me blankly and asked, "What's wrong with your complexion?" Then, with concern in her voice, she added, Is it because you're overworked from your job? I instinctively touched my neck, gave an awkward smile, and replied casually, I'm fine, don't worry. I think I've gotten used to work life by now. The next day, outside the Wangsa countermeasure headquarters on Ganghwa Island, the atmosphere was unusually solemn. Yoon Ji-won shouted angrily, Chief Officer Han Feng. Han Feng hesitantly opened the door and stammered, how did you know it was me? With an awkward smile plastered on his face, he pushed the door open slightly and greeted nervously, Good morning. Good morning. Yoon Ji-won slammed the desk and yelled, Where on earth did you sneak off to yesterday, without a word? Sun Woo raised his head and said in a deep voice, It's obvious. Then, with a sidelong glance at Han Feng, he added, He must have been scared and ran away. Han Feng lowered his head, looking utterly defeated. He muttered, I'm sorry, without offering any further explanation. Just then, Kang Chana suddenly stood up and said, I forgot to mention, he wasn't feeling well, so I told him to go home early. Han Feng was stunned, staring at Kang Chana in disbelief, while she casually gave him a quick glance. Yoon Ji-won ran her fingers through her hair, letting out a frustrated sigh. What? Are you joking? How could you forget something like that? Kang Chana could only lower her head and apologize repeatedly. Yoon Ji-won pointed a finger at Kang Chana and said coldly, Is an apology enough? You must not have done your job properly. I always praised you for your work, but now I'm disappointed. Kang Chana retorted without hesitation, Sorry, but I don't recall ever receiving your praise. The tension between them was palpable, ready to ignite. At that moment, the alarm suddenly blared, its piercing sound cutting through the heated atmosphere. Kang Chana quickly put on her coat and dashed out. It's a second-tier Rakshasa. Save your nagging for when I get back. Han Feng stood up as well and said firmly, I'll go too. The three of them soon arrived in the deep mountains, climbing upward with labored breaths. Walking behind Kang Chana, Han Feng muttered, Deputy, I'm really sorry for making you take the blame earlier. Kang Chana, still facing forward, responded with a hint of curiosity. Weren't you the one who left because of my harsh words? So, why did you come back? Han Feng stopped, his gaze resolute, and replied, Because this time I'm ready to fight. Kang Chana glanced at him, momentarily surprised by his words. Before anyone could react further, the ground began to tremble violently, and a thick cloud of dust enveloped them. Within the haze, a massive shadow gradually emerged. The three of them stood on high alert, watching the area ahead intently. Suddenly, a monster charged toward them at an incredible speed, catching them off guard. However, strangely enough, the monster stopped and started striking various poses, as if showing off its physique. Kang Chana immediately warned Han Feng, Even if it's a second-tier Rakshasa, you can't underestimate it. Han Feng looked confused, but Kang Chana continued. The Renwang Mountain Squad was completely wiped out by a fifth-tier Rakshasa. Wait, is she talking about the one I fought yesterday? Han Feng thought to himself. Nam Yaosuk tied up his long braid and added, Thankfully, the Seoul HQ team came in and took care of it. I heard they're an elite group of ability users ranked 7th tier and above. Truly impressive. Upon hearing this, Han Feng felt as if the sky was falling. Asterisk what? That was me. I was the one who worked my butt off to deal with that. Asterisk. But remembering that he had left early yesterday, he couldn't bring himself to say anything. Deep down, he really wanted to be acknowledged. At that moment, Kang Chana fixed her gaze on the Rakshasa, her eyes cold and focused, fully locked onto her target. The Rakshasa's movements were bizarre. It kept furiously rubbing its armpits in an unsettling, yet comical manner. At that moment, Han Feng suddenly stepped forward, standing protectively in front of the two women. He declared boldly, Ladies, please step back. Leave this to me. What? How can a first-tier Han Feng possibly defeat a second-tier Rakshasa? Kang Chana exclaimed in disbelief. Han Feng offered no explanation, his face brimming with confidence, as if he had a foolproof plan. He lifted his hair to reveal a small mirror hidden underneath. Then, mimicking the monster's strange gestures, He began rubbing his armpits with all his might. The Rakshasa sniffed the air, seemingly catching the scent, and started thrashing about violently in anger. It began swinging its arms wildly, its movements becoming even more frantic. Meanwhile, Han Feng was overwhelmed by the monster's overpowering stench, feeling so nauseous that he was on the verge of throwing up. But Han Feng knew he couldn't afford to give up now. He charged at the monster, the two of them flailing their arms wildly like frenzied butterflies, creating a chaotic and absurd scene. Nam Yaosuk couldn't take it any longer. He immediately covered his mouth and nose, his face filled with disgust. Meanwhile, Kang Chana started feeling dizzy. Her body swayed unsteadily, as if she was about to collapse. Nam Yaosuk rushed over to support her arm, but it was no use. She couldn't hold on and fainted on the spot. Han Feng glanced back at Kang Chana while still waving his arms, concern flickering in his eyes. He thought to himself, "Asterisk, this isn't working. If this keeps up, our entire team will be wiped out. In that case, asterisk, I'll just stink you to death." With that, he gritted his teeth and started shaking his arms even more vigorously. Han Feng gathered all his strength, focusing the full force of the stench and sending it straight at the monster. In the end, the Rakshasa was overwhelmed by the foul odor, vomiting on the spot and collapsing to the ground, completely incapacitated. With tears streaming down his face, Han Feng turned around and looked at Kang Chana and Nam Yaosuk, exclaiming, "I won." Kang Chana and Nam Yaosuk, however, were left speechless, utterly baffled by his bizarre tactics. The three of them went to a nearby river to clean up. Kang Chana asked Han Feng thoughtfully, "If you use your gluttony ability to eat a Rakshasa, can you absorb its powers?" Han Feng nodded and replied earnestly, "Yes. The last Rakshasa I ate had a mirroring ability, which is why I could replicate the armpit Rakshasa's power." Nam Yaosuk burst into laughter. "That's hilarious. You were so confident earlier, and it turns out you used body odor to attack. What a weird power." Han Feng felt a bit embarrassed by her comment, and he couldn't help but wonder if his ability really was strange. But Kang Chana patted him on the shoulder and said sincerely, "You did well this time. You've improved a lot." Just as Han Feng was moved by her words, she added, "But eating Rakshasa to gain power is kind of disgusting." Hearing this, Han Feng felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his heart sinking instantly. Before he could respond, Kang Chana told him, "Stay here and rest. Nam Yaosuk and I will go check the Wangsa measuring instruments." While Han Feng was resting, a stranger suddenly appeared behind him. Without introducing himself, the man asked directly, "Are you the one who killed the 5th-tier Rakshasa in Renwang Mountain?" The man leaned down slightly, carefully observing Han Feng, and remarked, "Your ability is only at the 1st tier." Feeling insulted, Han Feng frowned and asked indignantly, "What's the problem?" The man straightened up, extended his hand, and said, "I want to recruit you to the Seoul headquarters." He then asked Han Feng, "Do you know about the teams at Seoul headquarters?" Han Feng nodded and replied, "Of course. It's where the best elites gather. Every ability user dreams of joining them." Surprised, he asked, "Why me?" The man smiled confidently and said, "Because I can see human potential." As soon as the man returned to his office, his subordinates rushed in, asking anxiously, "Where have you been?" "The meeting couldn't proceed without you," he told his subordinate. "There's a newcomer who has caught my attention." The female subordinate asked, "Do you still think the recent Rakshasa anomaly was caused by this newcomer?" For some reason, he had a strong hunch, so he decided to keep a close eye on Ganghwa Island to see if anything unusual happened. Meanwhile, Han Feng was in his office, feeling smug about being invited to Seoul headquarters. However, his excitement didn't last long as he realized that working there meant constant battles with dangerous Rakshasa. After some thought, he decided it was better to stay on Ganghwa Island. Safety was his top priority. Still, he couldn't help but feel happy about being recognized by one of the strongest elites. Suddenly, the new colleague sitting across from him sneered and said, "Why are you always grinning like an idiot? It's really annoying." With a look of disdain, he added, "Of course, someone as useless as you, a mere 1st-tier ability user, would enjoy staying safe in an office." You're just a coward. Han Feng wasn't about to let it slide. He shot back, calling others useless? Look at yourself. You weren't sent to Seoul headquarters because your abilities aren't good enough. Where do you get the nerve to criticize me? The man, clearly irritated, mocked Han Feng. You're just someone who used body odor to win. Han Feng was shocked to hear this embarrassing story had spread to him as well. He turned to Nam Yaosuk and shouted, "You big mouth!" Chaos ensued, and a full-blown farce unfolded in the office. Suddenly, the second-tier Rakshasa alarm blared. Kang Chana was preparing to take Han Feng on the mission. The newcomer immediately grabbed Kang Chana's hand and insisted, "Let me go this time. I'm bored out of my mind." He also called Han Feng along, saying, "We newcomers should get along and work together." The two newcomers headed into the deep mountains, making their way toward the location where the second-tier Rakshasa had appeared. They noticed that the yellow sand was spreading from an old house up ahead, but they weren't sure if anyone was inside. Sahayani boldly pushed the door open and walked straight in, while Han Feng stayed cautiously at the entrance, observing his surroundings. Once inside, they found that the yellow sand inside the house was even thicker than outside. Han Feng's heart sank as he thought, could this be the presence of a fourth-tier Rakshasa or higher? After entering, Han Feng was extremely nervous. He instinctively reached out to hold Sahayani back, unsure where the Rakshasa might appear. The two of them stood in front of a door, convinced that whatever they were looking for was inside. Sahayani moved to open the door, but Han Feng blocked his way and shouted, "I told you to wait. You know full well what kind of thing could come out of there." Ignoring him, Sahayani put on his black gloves, ready to use his ability to smash the door to pieces. However, much to his surprise, his skill didn't work. The door remained intact. Han Feng, standing behind him, smirked and said mockingly, "Looks like we're safe. What's up with all that confidence just now?" Sahayani peered through the keyhole into the room and saw a Rakshasa curled up in the corner, motionless. Han Feng leaned over to take a look and asked, "Why would it lock itself in the room? It looks pretty weak, doesn't it?" Sahayani rolled his eyes and snapped, "Are you stupid? The yellow sand inside that room has the aura of a 7th-tier Rakshasa or higher. That thing is incredibly dangerous." Han Feng's face froze in shock. He hadn't expected a Rakshasa of such a high tier to appear on Ganghwa Island. Unlike Han Feng, Sahayani was thrilled. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Finally! This is the first time I've felt this excited since coming to Ganghwa Island. I finally have the chance to fight a truly powerful opponent." Han Feng's first instinct was to run. Facing a 7th-tier Rakshasa, staying here was far too dangerous. They needed to notify Seoul headquarters immediately. However, when he tried to open the door, it wouldn't budge. He slammed into it with all his strength, but it was no use. Suddenly, he realized this must be the work of the Rakshasa hiding inside the room. Meanwhile, Sahayani showed no fear. He kicked and punched the door, trying to force it open, all while shouting, "Hey, you shut-in freak! Come out and fight me." They were now locked in with a reclusive, solitary 7th-tier Rakshasa. This couldn't get any worse. The Rakshasa inside seemed to hear Han Feng call it a shut-in, and its expression twisted with visible rage. Sahayani outside pushed himself to the limit, breaking all 10 of his fingers in his attempts to crack the door open, but it remained completely intact. Han Feng, on the other hand, went wild, smashing a chair against the door, walls, and even the windows. But everything was reinforced and unbreakable. He began to suspect that this Rakshas's ability was to trap them in here. Perhaps this was the unique power of a reclusive, solitary Rakshasa. After being trapped for an hour, Han Feng felt his panic disorder starting to kick in. He couldn't help but wonder, is everyone back at the office worried about us? 2 hours had passed, and still, no one came to rescue them. Han Feng began to wonder if the people at the office had completely forgotten about them. Meanwhile, back at the office, Captain Gao suddenly slammed the table and stood up, shouting, "Something big has happened." Chief Officer Yoon Ji-won suddenly remembered that today was the scheduled group training day in Busan. The office quickly descended into chaos as everyone scrambled to prepare the materials needed for the training session. After handing the materials over to Captain Gao, the rest of the team relaxed, sipping coffee and enjoying the calm after the storm. It was only then that someone realized the two newcomers had been gone for 3 hours. Chief Officer Yoon Ji-won facepalmed and sighed. I knew we shouldn't have sent 2 rookies on this mission. Yoon Ji-won decided to take Nam Yao-suk with her to check on the situation. Kang Chan-ah also volunteered to go, sensing that something had gone wrong. The 3 of them soon arrived at the house where the Rakshasa had appeared. Nam Yao-suk carefully observed the surroundings and spotted 2 blurry figures in the distance. Suddenly, Han Feng and Sa Hyani came running toward them in panic, shouting, "Don't close the door." But it was too late. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. Sa Hyani clutched his forehead in frustration, while Han Feng broke down crying. "Why did you come inside?" Han Feng and Sa Hyani explained the situation about the house and the 7th-tier Rakshasa, emphasizing its highly dangerous abilities. After hearing this, Kang Chan-ah told everyone to step back. She then drew her weapon and slashed at the door. However, the door remained completely undamaged, as if nothing had happened. Chief Officer Yoon Ji-won stepped forward and used her Spider Rakshasa ability. Her spider companion, Xiao Min, tried its best but still couldn't penetrate the room's barrier, let alone enter. The group at the scene was at a loss, unsure what else to try. They also began to wonder, was there anyone left at the office who could save them? Just as they mentioned that perhaps Chief Officer Kim Ebok might still be at the office and could come to their rescue, they turned to find him standing right behind them. Due to Kim Ebok's notoriously low presence, no one had noticed him until that moment. Everyone hoped he would come up with a solution after observing the Rakshasa inside. But to their shock, he simply found a spot and went straight to sleep. While they were brainstorming ways to escape, Nam Yao-suk suddenly pointed out, that Rakshasa hasn't moved at all. In this situation, how exactly is it planning to kill us? Suddenly, the entire house began to shake violently, accompanied by loud, rumbling noises. Kang Chan-ah quickly realized the sound was coming from inside the room and ran toward the door to investigate. To her shock, she discovered that the house was shrinking. It turned out that the Raksasa's plan was to erase everything in the house except the space it occupied, leaving itself as the sole survivor. If they couldn't eliminate the Rakshasa, everyone would be crushed to death by the closing walls. In a desperate move, Kang Chan-ah bit her finger, summoning a blade that gleamed with cold light, and stabbed it into the wall to halt its movement. However, the wall's force was overwhelming. The blade began to crack under the pressure. Determined, she bit her hand again, feeding more of her blood to the blade in a desperate attempt to strengthen it. Yet the walls continued to close in. Just as Kang Chan-ah was about to be crushed, Han Feng dashed forward, shoving her out of harm's way. At the same time, her blade shattered into pieces. A painting on the wall was gradually swallowed up by the shrinking room. As it faded from view, tears welled up in Kang Chan-ah's eyes, filled with both sorrow and frustration. Just as the two collapsed, the moving walls miraculously came to a stop. 162. Chief Officer Yoon Ji-won picked up the unconscious Kang Chan-ah and gently patted her face, but she didn't wake up. Han Feng guessed that Kang Chan-ah had fainted due to severe blood loss. He couldn't understand why Kang Chan-ah pushed herself to such extremes. What was driving her? Yoon Ji-won noticed his confusion and sighed, saying, "This house used to be Kang Chan-ah's grandmother's home." She continued, "Back then, her grandmother and younger brother were killed by a Rakshasa here. She was the only one who survived and awakened her powers." Han Feng was stunned. He hadn't expected Kang Chan-ah to have endured such a painful past. Nam Yao-suk ran his hand along the wall and said, "Thank goodness." For a moment, I thought the entire house was going to disappear. Yoon Ji-won agreed and added, "We need to escape before the walls start compressing again." As she looked around, her eyes fell on a small gap in the wall. A glimmer of hope appeared in her expression as she suddenly thought of a way to escape. And so, the group began taking turns using a small knife to chip away at the gap in the wall, hoping to carve out an escape route. When it was Han Feng's turn, Kang Chan-ah suddenly woke up. She took the knife from his hand and resolutely continued chipping at the wall herself. Watching her, Han Feng couldn't help but ask, "Do you come here often to clean? This place is supposed to be abandoned, but it's spotless." Kang Chana didn't stop her work as she replied, "I've been waiting for the Rakshasa that killed my family to come back." She explained that the Rakshasa was different from others. It seemed to have a purpose and intelligence, unlike most Rakshasa that simply kill without reason. She was certain that within a year, when Rakshasa began flooding the surface, that particular one would reappear. That's why, even as a 7th-tier ability user, I chose to stay on Ganghwa Island, she said. Pausing her work, she turned to Han Feng and asked, "Are you disappointed in me? Because I only care about finding the Rakshasa that killed my family, nothing else." Han Feng shrugged and replied with a smile, "Disappointed? Not at all. I only became a special civil servant because of the high salary. Honestly, I don't have any sense of duty or anything like that." Kang Chana said nothing further, turning back to the wall and continuing to chip away. Calmly, she added, "Since you care so much about a high salary, you should accept Director Ding Ildu's invitation and go work at the Seoul headquarters." Han Feng was stunned to hear Kang Chana mention it. "How do you know about that?" he asked. Kang Chana replied calmly, "When you were talking with Director Ding Ildu, I happened to be resting in the tree nearby." Just then, the boom, boom, boom sound started again, and the walls began to move once more. Everyone hurriedly retreated into the hallway to avoid being crushed. It wasn't until the next morning that the walls finally stopped moving. Han Feng glanced at Chief Officer Kim Ebok, who was still sleeping soundly, and couldn't help but wonder, how could he sleep so peacefully while we've been struggling to escape? Suddenly, the walls started moving again. As everyone prepared to retreat, Han Feng realized they needed to wake Kim Ebok immediately. But before he could, Kim Ebok opened his eyes on his own. His face had turned dark and ominous, sending a chill through the room. He spoke in a cryptic tone, "It should be ready now." Before anyone could ask what he meant, the Rakshasa that had been hiding in the room suddenly bolted out, looking absolutely terrified. Overcome with excitement, Han Feng and the others surrounded Kim Ebok, bombarding him with questions. "How did you do that? What ability did you use? That thing actually ran away?" It turned out that Kim Ebok was a Mycospore Rakshasa ability user, also known as the Slow Killer. He had released microscopic spores into the room through the cracks in the door. Since his ability takes a long time to work, he rarely uses it, which is why no one had known about his true power until now. Everyone gathered excitedly around Chief Officer Kim Ebok, praising his abilities and enthusiastically massaging his shoulders. However, before they could celebrate for long, Kang Chana and Sa Haini noticed something was wrong. Several more Rakshasa suddenly poured out of the room. It turned out that this wasn't just a reclusive solitary Rakshasa, but a reclusive multiplicative Rakshasa. With so many 7th-tier Rakshasa appearing at once, despair washed over the group. "What do we do now?" Kang Chana stepped forward without hesitation, activating her powers while instructing Nam Yaosuk to hide everyone. Nam Yaosuk quickly used his ability, Invisibility Rakshasa Power, making everyone disappear from the Rakshas's perception. Kang Chana swung her blade at a Rakshasa, but the narrow corridor caused her sword to get stuck in the wall, leaving her vulnerable. One of the Rakshasa stepped on her sword and lunged at her. Just as the Rakshasa was about to bite Kang Chana, Han Feng dashed in and bit the Rakshasa himself. The bitten Rakshasa howled in pain, reaching one hand toward the ceiling and gripping it tightly, seemingly preparing for something. Nam Yaosuk noticed its intention and shouted, "It's trying to bring the ceiling down." Han Feng released the Rakshasa and quickly activated his Mirror Rakshasa ability. Using all his strength, he pushed the ceiling back up. Nam Yaosuk couldn't help but remark, "You look ridiculous, but well done." At that moment, several more Rakshasa charged at Han Feng. Unable to dodge while holding up the ceiling, he was completely exposed. Suddenly, one of the Rakshas's heads was twisted off. Sa Haini had stepped in just in time to save Han Feng. Even so, he couldn't resist mocking him. "Hey, you first-tier fool, get into the shield. You're just getting in the way out here." Before Han Feng could retort, Sahayani was bitten on the shoulder by a Rakshasa from behind. At the same time, several other Rakshasa grabbed his arms, preventing him from using his abilities. In that critical moment, Chief Officer Yoon Ji-won commanded a giant spider to attack, swiftly killing the Rakshasa biting Sahayani. Nam Yaosuk shouted, "Sahayani, go help Kong Chana. Han Feng is safe with us protecting him." Sahayani and Kong Chana coordinated their attacks seamlessly, quickly cutting down the Rakshasa attacking them. Suddenly, Yoon Ji-won noticed more and more Rakshasa pouring out from the room, their numbers seemingly endless. Hearing this, Han Feng seemed to realize something and abruptly left the protective shield. He ran toward Kong Chana and saw Hyani shouting, "I'm going to the room where the Rakshasa is hiding." Without hesitation, the two turned around and fought off the Rakshasa, clearing a path for him. When Han Feng reached the room, he was stunned by the sight inside. It was packed with Rakshasa, shoulder to shoulder. In the farthest corner, the main Rakshasa remained curled up, with red threads extending from its body, seemingly controlling the others. Han Feng gritted his teeth. Asterisk, so that's its game? It hides in here and sends clones to fight? What a despicable creature. Asterisk. Without hesitation, Han Feng activated his ability, slamming the ceiling down to seal the room entirely. If that's the case, you'll never come out again. He then sprinted toward an opening in the ceiling, his eyes fixed on the exit. Meanwhile, Kong Chana and Sa Hyani were anxiously waiting at the opening, shouting, "Run, Han Feng, hurry." Finally, Sa Hyani grabbed Han Feng's hand and pulled him out successfully. With the Rakshasa defeated, everyone was relieved and filled with joy. Only Kong Chana stood quietly, staring at the wall, lost in memories of the happy time she had shared with her grandmother and younger brother. Seeing Kong Chana like this, Han Feng wanted to help her. He instinctively touched his forehead, but realized that with the Rakshasa dead, he could no longer use the mirroring ability. Glancing at the Rakshas's corpse on the ground and the lingering yellow sand, Han Feng made a shocking decision. He grabbed the corpse and bit into it without hesitation. With his newly acquired power, he began to push the wall inch by inch. The other members were stunned by this sight, completely baffled by what Han Feng was trying to do. Just as Han Feng was reaching his limit, Kong Chana softly said, "That's enough. It's done." Her gaze was fixed on the wall, where the familiar painting had reappeared. A hint of solace flickered in her eyes. Meanwhile, Captain Gao finally returned to the office, only to find it completely empty. As he was about to head to the duty room to look for his team, he received a call from Director Ding Il-du. Over the phone, the director said, "I tried to recruit Han Feng for the Seoul headquarters, but he turned me down. Do you know why?" Looking at Han Feng sleeping soundly in the duty room, Captain Gao chuckled and replied, "Maybe Han Feng has already found his place with the Ganghwa Island team."
His name is Gao Xiaoyang, a perfectly ordinary university student, living a life that was nothing special, going through the motions. However, the disaster began when his beloved dog roommate turned off the alarm clock, causing Gao Xiaoyang to miss his 8 a.m. class. In a frantic rush to get there, he ended up in a car accident. But who can explain what's happening now? How did he end up in this apocalyptic world? At first, he thought he was the chosen one, endowed with great destiny, capable of becoming a hero like the protagonists in novels and making a name for himself in this devastated world. But reality slapped him hard in the face. Before he could even make his mark, kill enemies, or achieve anything, he died 9 times. The first time, he led the survivors through a narrow escape, only to be bitten by a zombie at the last moment. When he opened his eyes again, he was back to the original time. The second time, using the experience from his previous life, he led the survivors to avoid the zombies, but due to severe food shortages, he starved to death in desperation. The third time, he disguised himself as a zombie to find food, only to be shot in the head by the military and die on the spot. The fourth time, he awakened his supernatural powers, reigniting hope within him. However, just as he built a small base, he was betrayed and killed by his closest friend. Then came the 5th, 6th times. Every time he died, he was sent back to that same day, caught in an endless cycle of death. This is his 9th time, and this time, he was ready to give up everything and simply rot away. But just as he decided to throw in the towel, fate played its cruel hand again. He was conscripted into the army. A group of survivors went out in search of supplies, only to encounter a giant octopus monster. To their horror, one of the girls, named Xiaoya, was grabbed by one of its massive tentacles and lifted into the air. The other survivors, seeing the vast disparity in strength, quickly decided to abandon the supplies and retreat, fearing they would be caught up in the chaos. Gao Xiaoliang watched Xiaoya being captured and felt a wave of resignation. Since there was no way to escape this damn world, at least he wanted to do something before he died. With a deep breath, he shouted loudly, gripping his sword tightly, and charged directly at the giant octopus monster. The other survivors were stunned by his actions. What's he doing? Is he really going to fight that thing? Has he lost his mind? That's suicide. Gao Xiaoliang paid no attention to their words, charging forward without hesitation and hacking off one of the monster's tentacles with a sharp swing of his sword, blood splattering everywhere. As Xiaoya was saved and about to thank him, Gao Xiaoliang brusquely pushed her away, showing no sign of gratitude, as if it was all just a matter of course. He skillfully dodged another attack from the octopus monster, quickly running into a nearby convenience store. Without hesitation, he grabbed burgers, chips, and cola, devouring them greedily. Just as he savored the taste of the cola, a massive octopus tentacle appeared silently behind him, its menacing presence looming. When he opened his eyes again, he was stunned to find himself still in the same place, the scene before him unchanged, as if nothing had reset. He patted himself down, muttering softly, "Am I not dead?" At that moment, he could hardly believe his senses. Suddenly, a voice whispered in his ear, "No, you died. Then you came back to life." He immediately looked around, shouting, "Who? Who's talking?" The system's voice continued, "Ding dong, congratulations, host. You've activated the system. I am your bound apocalypse system. Code name 2333. Gao Xiaoliang was stunned. He actually had a system? He grasped at the air, shouting in frustration, "Why did you come so late? I've been waiting for ages. Do you have any idea how horribly I died? Give me a reasonable explanation, or I'll file a complaint." The system, undeterred, explained, "The delay wasn't my fault. You may not believe it, but the system in the same dorm took my charging cable, so the alarm didn't go off." Gao Xiaoliang couldn't help but feel a deep sympathy. It felt like his pain was finally understood. He quickly readjusted his mindset. Better late than never, right? He immediately asked, "So, where's my gear? The cheats? The golden fingers? Did you bring them?" The system kindly responded, "I brought everything. However, according to the process, I need to read the mission briefing first." Then it calmly announced, "You are currently in an apocalyptic dimension. Your mission is to save this world and restore peace. If you succeed, you will be revived in the real world. Failure will lead to complete erasure." Gao Xiaoliang felt a chill upon hearing that, but the system continued, "You have 10 chances. You've already wasted 9. This is your final chance." He immediately protested, "Did I waste them?" The system, eager to cover up its own tardiness, quickly changed the subject. "Forget about the details. Time is running out, and that's why we must seize every moment." Then, the system waved its little finger and said, "Brave young man, prepare to face your first mission." It followed up with, "Ding dong, first mission. Sell snacks and earn 50 crystal cores by the end of the day to earn points, which can be exchanged for attribute values, space, and other rewards." In the blink of an eye, Gao Xiaoliang found himself on a dilapidated street, the cold wind biting at him as he set up a humble stall filled with snacks and various random items, all alone, hoping for a customer. Unable to endure the biting cold any longer, he shouted in frustration, "Who the heck has their savior setting up a stall here? And system, what kind of place did you pick? Are you trying to let the zombies treat me as a snack?" His shout caught the attention of the zombies nearby. In an instant, they stopped whatever they were doing and locked their unblinking eyes on him, as if they had already decided he was their next meal. One by one, all the zombies began to chase after him. The system looked at him innocently, asking, "Host, why are you running?" Gao Xiaoliang rolled his eyes and replied, "What do you mean, why? If I don't run, am I supposed to wait and get bitten?" Suddenly, he slammed to a halt, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "I'm a system user, and I'm still afraid of these low-level zombies? Let's see what I can really do." He turned to the system, filled with confidence, and said, "Old 2, what are my powers? The agility of a leopard, the speed of an eagle, the strength of a bear. Bring them all out." The system's interface appeared before him, showing the following: strength not rated, speed not rated, perception not rated, intelligence, 2 points, storage space. Not unlocked, stall area, 2 square meters. Gao Xiaoliang stared at the screen in disbelief. "What does this mean? Why don't my abilities count?" The system kindly explained, "It means your stats are too low to meet the minimum threshold. Your current physical attributes are still in their starting state. To improve them, you need to earn points through tasks and exchange them." Just as Gao Xiaoliang sighed, realizing the only useful part of his body was his brain, a zombie lunged at him, its mouth wide open, aiming straight for his neck. Gao Xiaoliang initiated his escape plan again, cursing the system in his mind. "You said you'd give me a cheat, but this is a scam. This system is a big liar." The system responded innocently, "Cheat? Didn't I already give it to you? Remember that stall? You didn't appreciate it, and now you're regretting it." Gao Xiaoliang paused, stunned, and asked, "You mean that tattered cloth?" The system angrily retorted, "What tattered cloth? That was your upgrade item." Hearing this, Gao Xiaoliang suddenly realized and ran back toward the stall, no longer caring about the zombies charging toward him. He quickly picked up a steel pipe from the ground and began smashing the zombies charging at him. The pipe hit a few zombies square in the head, bursting their skulls and splattering blood. But just as he was gaining momentum, a zombie collided with him from behind, knocking him off balance. He fell to the ground, and the steel pipe flew out of his hands. He tumbled several times due to inertia, finally coming to a stop near the stall, exhausted and unable to regain his footing. Before he could steady himself, a group of zombies rushed toward him, closing in from all sides. Gao Xiaoliang felt a wave of despair. "This is it, isn't it? At this speed, I've definitely broken some sort of death record. I don't even have an appetite for the snacks anymore." Just as he thought this was really the end, he suddenly noticed that the zombies had been blocked from approaching him, unable to get any closer. The zombies, realizing they couldn't get close to him no matter what, staggered and scattered, aimlessly wandering off. Gao Xiaoliang looked at the scene in shock and muttered, "What's going on? Are those zombies blind?" The system, sounding a little irritated, responded, "I told you, it's not just a cloth. It's your cheat." Gao Xiaoliang excitedly picked up the cloth and shouted in joy, "So it's this thing that's protecting me, my precious. It's like a golden bell jaw, like iron shirt." After calming down a bit, he turned to the system, asking seriously, "Does this only work on zombies? What if I run into other mutated creatures?" The system explained, "This item can block all forms of attack. As long as you're within the stall's range, no external harm can touch you." Hearing this, Gao Xiaoliang danced with excitement, thinking to himself, "With this stall in hand, I'm invincible." But the system interrupted, "Don't get too excited too soon. The shield function can only be used 3 times per day. If you don't complete your task in time, it will be disabled." The system added, "There's only half an hour left before sunset. After dark, zombie activity will increase, so you'd better hurry and finish your task." Gao Xiaoliang looked around, only to find that the area had just been ravaged by zombies, and there was no one in sight. He sighed, "What now? Who am I supposed to find to set up shop?" Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly heard a voice nearby, Today's really my lucky day. I got so many bullets. 3 people walked towards him from the other side of the street. The man in the middle clapped his hands and said with a grin, "Didn't expect this unexpected windfall. We'll give the boss a surprise when we get back. If the boss is happy, we'll definitely get a reward." Gao Xiaoliang saw people approaching. His heart leaped with joy, and he exclaimed, "The heavens are helping me." He quickly walked over to greet them excitedly. One of them looked at the stall with confusion and asked, "What is this?" "Fruit candy." Gao Xiaoliang quickly responded, "This shop doesn't just have fruit candy. We also have chips, shrimp chips, and cola. What would you like, brothers?" The 3 men saw the various snacks on the stall. Their eyes lit up, and they eagerly said, "Chips and beef jerky. I haven't had cola in 3 years. I've almost forgotten what it tastes like." Seeing their excitement, Gao Xiaoliang immediately raised his voice and yelled, "Since it's my first day setting up shop, and we are fated to meet, don't be shy. Number 998. Number 98. Just 50 crystal cores, and all these snacks can be yours. How about it? A great deal, right?" The 3 men were stunned for a moment upon hearing the price, then burst into laughter. One of them laughed so hard he almost fell over, saying, "This kid is actually asking us for money. Is he an idiot?" One man, wearing a hood, raised his gun with one hand and held the cola in the other, sneering, "I'm in a good mood today. Leave the stuff behind and scram. Otherwise, I'll let you taste some freshly heated iron pellets." Gao Xiaoliang wasn't intimidated at all. He snatched the cola from the man's hand and coldly replied, "I thought I found a savior, but you don't even have money. Wasting my time." The 3 men, enraged by his attitude, immediately pulled the trigger. However, the bullet didn't hit its target. Instead, it strangely ricocheted and hit the shooter himself. Watching their companion fall to the ground, the other 2 were completely stunned. One of them nervously asked, "What the hell just happened? Did the gun backfire? Or could this kid actually be an ability user?" The bald man immediately denied, "Impossible. I've never heard of such a bizarre ability." Gao Xiaoliang, however, crouched over the stall, grinning with excitement. "My treasure is amazing. Can even bounce bullets. This skill is epic." The 2 remaining conscious men looked at Gao Xiaoliang, who seemed like a fool, and angrily demanded, "Spill it. Who are you really? What kind of trick are you playing?" Gao Xiaoliang arrogantly replied with a sneer, "Foolish fools. There are countless ability users in this world, but the chosen one, the heaven's favorite, only exists in one." Without missing a beat, he switched to a flattering expression, smiling in a way that seemed almost begging. "So, for just 50 crystal cores, you can take all the snacks and even get a free photo with a signature. Don't you want to think about it?" The 2 men were furious, their faces turning red with anger. "What heaven's chosen? Do you think we're 3-year-olds? It must be the gun's fault." Gao Xiaoliang, knowing the protective shield on his stall, remained completely unbothered by their attacks. He was calm and even mocked, "You're just asking for trouble." After the bald man's hand was injured by the protective shield, he grit his teeth in pain and ordered the bearded man, "Quickly, go kill him. Don't let him live." The bearded man stared at Gao Xiaoliang, a look of panic in his eyes. After a brief pause, he exclaimed, "This kid is a monster. I don't want to die." With that, he turned and ran. Seeing the bearded man flee, the other 2 also turned and ran. Gao Xiaoliang stood in place and shouted, "Don't run. I still need to ask you where there are more people." He spotted a large bundle lying on the ground, looking like something dropped by the 3 men who had just fled. Carefully, he opened the bundle, and in an instant, a shadow sprang out from within. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a beautiful girl, her delicate face emerging from the bundle. But before he could process it, the beautiful girl suddenly lunged at him, causing him to panic and turn to run. Then he realized it was a zombie. While dodging, a thought struck him. Since when do zombies move this fast? He quickly grabbed a magazine from the ground and hurled it at the zombie girl. In that moment, He sprinted toward his stall's protective shield, only to find that the shield's 3 uses had already been exhausted. If he got caught now, he was done for. The zombie girl landed in front of him, her eyes locking onto him, causing him to involuntarily scatter the snacks from the cloth bag in his hands. With the zombie girl about to bite him, he instinctively threw all the snacks he could find toward her. Once the snacks were gone, he closed his eyes, bracing for the incoming attack. Seconds passed, but the attack never came. He cautiously opened his eyes and found the zombie girl eagerly munching on the snacks. After finishing the dried squid, the zombie girl appeared to want more, staring at him as she slowly moved toward him. Without hesitation, Gao Xiaoliang grabbed a bag of chips, tore it open, and threw a piece toward the zombie girl. She immediately complied, opening her mouth and devouring it. He continued tossing snacks while retreating, and the zombie girl continued eating, inching closer. Eventually, he found himself backed into a dangerous corner, with nothing behind him but magma. Without any other options, he threw the remaining snacks into the magma. The zombie girl's eyes locked onto the snacks, and without hesitation, she jumped into the lava, seemingly indifferent to everything around her. Watching the zombie disappear into the magma, he let out a relieved sigh and murmured, "Saved! Once she's full, she won't be able to eat me anymore." As he turned to leave, his eyes were drawn to a shimmering knife on the ground, and he picked it up and examined it closely, realizing that this was no ordinary weapon. It seemed to be of high quality. On the hilt, he noticed a familiar insignia, the Thunderstrike Legion. The Thunderstrike Legion, the most feared band of raiders in the post-apocalyptic world, with a leader known for being a powerful physical evolver. The members of the Thunderstrike Legion were all desperados, using their sheer numbers to burn, kill, and plunder, running rampant and disregarding even the military. Gao Xiaoliang suddenly thought, could those 3 men just now be members of the Thunderstrike Legion? No wonder they had so many magazines. He casually stuffed the magazines into the cloth bag used to hold the zombie girl, thinking it might come in handy later. As he sorted through the items, he found a small pouch inside the cloth bag. When he opened it, he was surprised to find 50 crystal cores inside. He was a little stunned, feeling that luck had come a bit too suddenly. He hadn't expected to complete the system's task so quickly. However, the system coldly replied, "These crystal cores were found by you, not earned through sales, so they cannot count as stall revenue." Gao Xiaoliang immediately argued, "How can that not count? Didn't the zombie girl just eat the squid and beef jerky? Aren't these crystal cores left by her?" But the system insisted that she was a zombie. He played the fool. "You didn't specify that customers must be human. How can I grow and build a successful business with such a narrow vision? It's already dark, and I can't find anyone else. If you're going to break your promise, just kill me now." The system was utterly speechless, thinking to itself that it had been hit by a bug. Reluctantly, the system announced, "Congratulations, host. You've completed the task and earned reward points. The space is now unlocked, and the stall is upgraded." Gao Xiaoliang immediately opened the system space, only to find basic supplies like rice, vegetables, meat, and water. Disappointed, he asked, "Is this all? I've seen other spaces with medicines, weapons, and even airplanes and cannons." The system replied without hesitation, "We are a stall system, not an armory, and you haven't even left the newbie village yet. What do you need planes and cannons for?" He then asked what could be exchanged with his points. Looking at his 21 points, the system told him the only available items were a toothbrush, bowl, soap, and scissors. Seeing his meager points, Gao Xiaoliang began to think seriously. Although the stall could block attacks, it only had 3 uses per day, and he couldn't stay there 24/7. His priority now was to improve his self-defense. He decided to exchange all his points for stamina. After a moment, the system announced, "Host stamina increased by 1. However, he felt no noticeable difference after his stamina increased. It seemed to have no immediate effect. Without any further explanation, the system issued a new task: earn 100 crystal cores within 24 hours and hire a servant. Gao Xiaoliang was nearly floored by the task. 100 crystal cores? And what did it mean to hire a servant? The stall was so small. How could he share it with someone else? Just then, a flyer landed on his face. The girl on the flyer was a waitress from the milk tea shop next door. She used to hand out flyers at his school and even invited him for a free drink. He couldn't help but wonder, I wonder how she's doing now. Is she still alive? Gao Xiaoliang suddenly thought to himself, what if he could work with such a beautiful girl? It instantly gave him a surge of motivation. However, the beautiful zombie, who had just jumped out of the lava, landed safely back on the ground. She looked around, and after not finding anything, she seemed a little disappointed and left. The next day, the sky was clear and bright. Gao Xiaoliang pushed his stall to the entrance of the milk tea shop, feeling excited. He cautiously opened the door and asked, "Is anyone here?" But as soon as he turned around, he was face to face with the same group of zombies from yesterday. Gao Xiaoliang quickly slammed the door shut, pulling his stall and running off. Behind him, the zombies were hot on his heels. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Why are these zombies so relentless?" The system, however, retorted, "The zombies were here first. You're the one who's relentless." Suddenly, a zombie leaped up and lunged at his stall, only to be instantly deflected by the stall's protective system. This wasted one of the 3 protective shields available for the day, and Gao Xiaoliang felt regretful but pushed himself to run faster. As he was fleeing, a zombie lying on the ground attempted to ambush him. In a fit of anger, he kicked the zombie, and to his surprise, its head exploded upon impact. At first, he didn't understand what had happened, but after thinking for a moment, he realized the power boost was real. The system's voice echoed, "Congratulations, host! You've successfully killed your first zombie and earned a newbie reward, a one-time raincoat." Gao Xiaoliang stared at the plastic sheet in confusion. He didn't understand what was so special about it. The system then explained, "This isn't just any plastic sheet. It's made of high-tech materials. It's waterproof, thermal, and blocks all harmful substances. You could swim in nuclear-contaminated water with it, but it can only be used once." Gao Xiaoliang was still a bit skeptical. A plastic sheet? Really? Can it be that powerful? As he pondered these thoughts, a large group of zombies had slowly started to gather in his direction, their heavy footsteps making the air feel oppressive. He suddenly realized that the noise from earlier must have attracted these zombies. Realizing the noise had attracted them, Gao Xiaoliang quickly glanced behind him and saw there was nowhere to run, only a dead end. Just then, the door of a nearby shop opened, and a waitress waved at him, signaling him to hurry over. As he retreated, he accidentally bumped into a metal box, causing a loud noise that drew the zombies' attention. With a horde of zombies charging toward him, he made a snap decision and sprinted toward the direction of the girl. After entering the store, Gao Xiaoliang was about to thank AI Qin for her timely help when he suddenly recognized her face. Felt like a scene from the past. He instantly realized that this was the girl who had handed him a flyer on the street yesterday. Back then, she had smiled brightly, and today, she was standing right here, as if fate had brought them together. AI Qin looked puzzled and asked, "How do you know me?" Gao Xiaoliang immediately explained, "I'm a student at a university. You used to come by to sell milk tea, and you even bought me a drink once." He smiled, recalling that warm afternoon. They exchanged names, and it turned out her name was AI Qin. Gao Xiaoliang felt a sense of relief as he realized he had found a familiar face. In this apocalyptic world, encountering something so ordinary felt like a luxury. Just as they were catching up, a strange sound suddenly broke the peaceful moment. Gao Xiaoliang immediately turned around, his alert gaze scanning the surroundings. He shouted, "Who's there?" He picked up an empty soda can from the ground and cautiously walked towards the door where the thudding sound was coming from. His heart was racing, and the air around him seemed charged with an unusual tension. Just as Gao Xiaoliang was about to open the door, AI Qin suddenly screamed, "It's a rat!" She pointed frantically toward a corner, trembling as she clutched him. AI Qin, with tears in her eyes, clung to Gao Xiaoliang, her voice trembling with fear. Liang Gu, I saw it. It was a rat. It ran over there, and I'm so scared. Her eyes welled with tears, as if the fear had overwhelmed her completely. As the two rushed out, a shadow appeared behind the door. Cold, unwavering eyes stared at them, sending an unsettling chill down their spines. Suddenly, Ai Qin collapsed into Gao Xiaoyang's arms, her voice choking with hunger. Liang Gu, I'm so hungry. I've been stuck here for 5 days without food. Her voice trembled with helplessness, making Gao Xiaoyang's heart ache. Gao Xiaoyang frowned but then smiled gently. It's okay, don't worry. He walked over to his small stall and began searching for food. He thought to himself, should I make noodles, steamed buns, or cola chicken wings? Despite the situation, he knew that feeding her would be the most important thing. Nothing else mattered. Upon hearing the mention of food, Ai Qin's expression immediately changed. The tired look in her eyes disappeared in an instant, as if all the exhaustion had vanished. When she saw Gao Xiaoyang take out eggs, flour, oil, and other ingredients, her shock was even more evident. She couldn't believe her eyes. How could someone in this desolate world have such abundant food supplies? Her gaze was full of confusion and awe as she wondered where Gao Xiaoyang had found all these things. Deep down, Ai Qin couldn't help but feel that she had struck it rich. She thought to herself, this guy has so much food. Looks like I've really found a fat sheep this time. Not only can I satisfy my hunger, but I can take advantage of him too. This is such a big win. Ai Qin instinctively reached for one of the eggs, eager to indulge in this rare food. However, to her surprise, as soon as she touched the egg, it disappeared without a trace. She tried again several times, but each time the egg she held would mysteriously vanish in an instant. Confused, she wondered if Gao Xiaoyang had some kind of trick or hidden mechanism. What she didn't realize was that the food on the food stall couldn't be stolen. If someone tried to take it without the owner's permission, it would automatically return to its original place. Although Ai Qin was puzzled, she didn't think much of it. She had already decided not to dwell on it. What mattered now was to handle Gao Xiaoyang. Once she dealt with him, everything on his food cart would be hers. Just as she was about to grab a knife and take care of Gao Xiaoyang, she realized that the knife she had been holding was suddenly gone. She froze for a moment, then looked up at Gao Xiaoyang, her eyes filled with suspicion. Gao Xiaoyang calmly asked, "Are you looking for this?" His tone was casual, as if he had known all along what she had planned. It turned out that Gao Xiaoyang had taken the knife from her when she wasn't looking. He smiled and said, "Cooking, of course, requires a knife. Since the stall is new, I don't have the right tools, so I borrowed yours. Hope you don't mind." He grinned, his tone light, as if he hadn't realized his actions might have made her uneasy. Ai Qin forced a smile, her face turning a little awkward. "Of course, I don't mind." She tried to act calm, but inside, she was feeling uneasy. How did he know she was carrying a weapon? Had he been wary of her from the start? Seeing that he didn't respond, Ai Qin quickly explained, "Liang Gu, please don't misunderstand. You know how difficult it is for a girl to survive in the apocalypse. This knife is just for self-defense, nothing else." Her tone carried a mix of helplessness and a hint of grievance. Gao Xiaoyang naturally believed her explanation and smiled, replying, "I understand. Don't worry. I'll return the knife once I'm done using it." When handing the knife back to her, Gao Xiaoyang casually said, "This knife is too sharp. I advise you not to use it. It's too dangerous." However, Ai Qin took the knife and responded with a smirk, "I think it works just fine." Without another word, she quickly lunged at Gao Xiaoyang, the blade aimed directly at him. Just as the knife was inches away from Gao Xiaoyang, the stall's protective system activated, forming a powerful barrier that deflected the knife, sending it flying away with immense force. Gao Xiaoyang casually scratched his ear and said with a relaxed tone, "I told you not to use it recklessly. Why don't you ever listen?" Ai Qin's eyes widened in shock as realization hit her. She exclaimed, "You're an ability user. You little brat. You tricked me. Now, I'm going to take you down. With that, she leapt into the air, preparing to launch her final attack on Gao Xiaoyang, her eyes filled with murderous intent. However, just as she was about to strike, Gao Xiaoyang quickly pulled out a can of pepper spray and sprayed it directly into her eyes. Ai Qin immediately felt a sharp burning sensation and couldn't open her eyes. Seeing her in pain, Gao Xiaoyang nonchalantly pulled out a jar of mustard and said with a grin, "You should have told me you can't handle spicy food. Don't worry, I'll cater to the customer's taste." He then proceeded to prepare to apply the mustard to her. Gao Xiaoyang sprinkled mustard on Ai Qin, smiling as he asked, "Do you like barbecue? How about adding a little mustard? It'll taste amazing." Ai Qin, lying on the ground, felt the sting in her eyes and began coughing violently. She hurriedly yelled, "Stop! Please stop! Cough! Cough! Cough!" Gao Xiaoyang yelled toward the door, "Anyone in there? If you don't come out, your companion will be marinated soon." At that moment, the door slammed open, and two children holding wooden sticks rushed out, shouting, "Let go of our boss!" Gao Xiaoyang was surprised to see that it was just two children. He grabbed one of them, his tone stern as he said, "You kids are learning the wrong things, coming out here with sticks to hurt people." He threw the two children toward Ai Qin and quickly bound all three of them together with some rope, ensuring they couldn't escape. Stepping into the room, Gao Xiaoyang saw various supplies scattered on the floor. Instant noodles, biscuits, canned food, water bottles, etc. It was clear that many others had fallen victim to them before. Frowning, Gao Xiaoyang realized that he hadn't come too late. These people had been here for a long time and had probably taken advantage of others more than once. Ai Qin, still coughing, couldn't help but ask, "I've never failed before. How did you spot the flaw?" Gao Xiaoyang, a bit smug, answered casually, "Let's just say these people are really stupid. They couldn't even hide the most basic things." He pointed at the can. "You say you've been stuck here for 5 days without food, but this can still has broth in it. It was obviously opened not long ago." He then pointed at the fresh blood stains on the floor. "And here, there's fresh blood on the ground, but you don't have any wounds." Gao Xiaoyang concluded calmly. "So the only answer is this. Someone else must have been injured or killed here." He couldn't help but sigh. "That was a close call. I almost became one of the victims." The two children defended themselves. "Those people deserved it. If they didn't want to take advantage of our boss, they wouldn't have fallen for it." "That's right. We never trick good people. Only bad ones like you." Gao Xiaoyang was slightly hurt by their words and couldn't help but think, "What makes me look like a bad guy?" He felt a little helpless. At that moment, Ai Qin shouted, "In the apocalypse, everyone just wants to survive. You can't blame me for that." Gao Xiaoyang nodded, agreeing with her, but smiled and replied, "Since that's the case, now that you're in my hands, whatever I choose to do, you can't blame me, right?" Ai Qin and the two children looked terrified and asked, "What do you want to do?" Gao Xiaoyang stepped closer to them with a knife in hand, his tone calm but cold. "Well, I haven't had fresh meat in a long time. Looks like today's the day for that." He waved the knife lightly, a sly gleam in his eyes. The two children were terrified, crying loudly. One screamed, "He wants to eat people." The other, shaking, cried, "No, I don't want to be eaten." Their cries were filled with fear and desperation. Watching the two little troublemakers cry so pitifully, Gao Xiaoyang couldn't help but wonder. He didn't think he looked that terrifying. How could they be so scared of him? Did he really look like a bad guy? He couldn't help feeling a bit frustrated. Seeing how frightened the kids were, Ai Qin hurriedly spoke up, her eyes filled with pleading. "If you want to eat me. They're just kids. Please let them go." To Gao Xiaoyang's surprise, the two kids immediately responded, wiping away their tears and saying, "Adults' meat isn't tasty. We're kids. Our meat is tender. Eat us." Their behavior seemed almost comical, as if they were fighting over who should be eaten. This scene made the three of them seem more like a close-knit family, while Gao Xiaoyang was cast in the role of the bad guy. and he couldn't help but feel conflicted. Suddenly, the little girl started coughing violently, with blood staining the corners of her mouth. The little boy panicked, shouting, "Sister! Sister!" His eyes were filled with worry and helplessness. Ai Qin looked at the girl in pain and urgently told Gao Xiaoyang. She was injured before. If she stays tied up, she won't be able to breathe. Please, let her go. Gao Xiaoyang remained on high alert, suspecting that they might be acting, trying to get him to loosen the ropes so they could strike back. The girl's coughing made him wonder, could this all be a ruse? Watching the three of them, Gao Xiaoyang didn't let his guard down. The situation seemed real, but he couldn't afford to be careless. His safety was at stake. He quickly ordered the system to check the little girl's vital signs, wanting to confirm her condition. The system's voice responded, "Host, the girl has severe internal inflammation and has developed a pus-filled infection. Without treatment, she won't survive more than 3 days." Before Gao Xiaoyang could react, the little girl coughed up blood, her condition worsening. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gao Xiaoyang immediately cut the ropes binding them. Although still suspicious, he couldn't ignore the dire circumstances. He unbuttoned the little girl's shirt to examine her chest and found that blood was seeping through, soaking the bandage. Her injury was severe. When Gao Xiaoyang saw the nature of the wound, his brow furrowed. She had a gunshot wound. Who could be so cruel as to hurt such a small child? Ai Qin looked at him silently for a moment before answering. It was the Thunder Legion. The two children's mother had been a regular at the tea shop. When the apocalypse began, they were at the shop buying milk tea, never expecting to be caught in such a disaster. Ai Qin recalled, I had watched many apocalyptic movies before, and when I saw people biting each other on the street, I knew something was wrong. I closed the shop door immediately. Soon after, the news reported that the zombie virus had spread, telling everyone not to go outside. That's when the customers were trapped here. At first, everyone worked together, encouraging each other and waiting for rescue. But as days passed, food became scarce, and some people's true nature began to show. Ai Qin sighed as she remembered. One man took his share of food, then tried to steal the little girl's food, saying she was too small to deserve as much as an adult. The little girl's mother anxiously stepped forward, her eyes filled with pleading as she tightly grasped the man's arm, her voice choked with emotion. My daughter is sick and can't go without food. Please, give me back her food. She's already so weak. The man coldly continued eating the little girl's food without a care, sneering. She's not going to live more than 2 days anyway. It's a waste to keep the food for her. Better to give it to someone else. Seeing the man bullying his mother and sister, the little boy, full of anger, bit the man without hesitation. The man, enraged, grabbed the little boy and said coldly, This little brat deserves to die, one less mouth to feed. Just as the situation grew dire, Ai Qin rushed forward, quickly rescuing the little boy and pulling him behind her. Amidst the chaos in the shop over food distribution, suddenly, a heavy vehicle smashed through the door of the tea shop, driving straight inside. As the vehicle doors opened, several figures emerged, members of the Thunder Legion. The Thunder Legion members immediately seized the man who had been bullying the little boy, warning him harshly, We are from the Thunder Legion. If you don't want to die, hand over the food. The weak man quickly cowered, saying, I'm just passing through. If you want supplies, go find Ai Qin. She's the owner of the tea shop. As soon as they saw Ai Qin, the Thunder Legion men leered, one of them licking his lips, saying, It's been a long time since I've seen such a beautiful woman. Brothers, we can feast today. Seeing the situation deteriorating, Ai Qin immediately grabbed the little boy and his mother, preparing to flee. Meanwhile, other women in the shop were being harassed by the Thunder Legion members. Just as Ai Qin was about to fight back, a gunshot rang out. The Thunder Legion man raised his gun and shot directly, and the little girl immediately stepped in front of Ai Qin. The little girl was hit by the bullet, collapsing to the ground, her chest bleeding from the wound. Hearing the gunshot, the leader of the Thunder Legion was furious, yelling, "Are you all crazy? The gunshots will attract zombies." His face was filled with both anxiety and anger. Without hesitation, he shot the woman standing beside him and barked, "Get out now! Take everything with you. Leave no one behind." The Thunder Legion members showed no mercy, shooting and killing several people in the tea shop without a second thought. Just as the gun was aimed at Ai Chin and the two children, the children's mother suddenly rushed forward, grabbing the gunman's legs, begging, "You three hurry and run. Don't worry about us." With her desperate plea, Ai Chin successfully escaped with the two children. Meanwhile, the children's mother pulled the pin of a grenade, taking herself and the Thunder Legion members down with her. As they fled, Ai Chin looked down at the two children in her arms and spoke in a low voice. "I promised Li Jie I would protect them. To survive, I had to do this. But Xiao Ling's wound is getting worse every day." The system, observing their situation, couldn't help but sigh in sympathy. "They're truly pitiful." However, Gao Xiaoliang couldn't help but comment, "They look pitiful now, but when they tried to kill me earlier, they didn't show any mercy." Gao Xiaoliang understood that carrying two children in the apocalypse wasn't just a burden. It brought unnecessary trouble and increased the risk of death. But Ai Chin had managed to survive this long, and she wasn't without her own struggles and hardships. Gao Xiaoliang asked the system if there were any medicine to treat the child. The system responded, "Yes, but it requires unlocking a higher level space to use. Your current permissions aren't enough." Gao Xiaoliang sighed in frustration. "You just said they were pitiful. Now you're doing nothing to help. Aren't you supposed to be a system? Can't you be more flexible?" The system immediately saw through Gao Xiaoliang's plan, bluntly stating, "You're trying to get me to make an exception and upgrade your permissions, aren't you? Didn't expect your little scheme to be so easily seen through." The system said it couldn't be flexible, but it did offer another solution. It explained that the snack stall had a second function. Food made by the owner had healing effects. Hearing that the stall had this effect, Gao Xiaoliang's worries eased, and he even asked the system with a hint of excitement, "Any other surprises?" The system responded simply, "The healing effect depends on the owner's level. The higher the level, the better the effect. With your current level, it's up to luck whether the little girl improves." Although the effect wasn't guaranteed, Gao Xiaoliang decided to give it a try, as Xiao Ling's condition was getting worse. Looking at the ingredients on the stall, Gao Xiaoliang finally decided to make an egg waffle, his favorite snack from childhood. He handed the egg waffle to Xiao Ling and said, "This is something I loved when I was little. Try it." After taking a bite, Xiao Ling stood up excitedly, saying, "Big boss, big brother, I feel no pain anymore." Both Ai Chin and Gao Xiaoliang quickly checked her over and found that she was no longer feverish and her wound had started to heal. Ai Chin noticed the change in Xiao Ling and asked, "Could this be because of the egg waffle? Are you an ability user?" Gao Xiaoliang couldn't tell her the truth. He simply replied, "Xiao Ling's recovery is only preliminary. To fully recover, she'll need to eat my egg waffles regularly. But next time, there'll be a charge." Ai Chin immediately agreed. "As long as you can cure Xiao Ling, all the food in the room is yours." Gao Xiaoliang smiled slightly and shook his head, saying, "I'm not lacking in food. What I want is you." His request immediately angered the two children, who shouted, "You scoundrel! You're up to no good with the big boss. I won't let you treat her. Don't hurt the big boss." The two children looked at him with determined, resolute eyes. Gao Xiaoliang couldn't understand what these little brats were thinking. Didn't they have anything else in their minds? He helplessly explained, "You can work at my snack stall as an employee. As a benefit, I'll cover your meals and accommodations." The three of them ignored Gao Xiaoliang completely and began discussing things among themselves. Even though they didn't know whether Gao Xiaoliang was truly an ability user, he seemed powerful, and following him meant free food and no worries about survival. Quite a good deal. After their discussion, Ai Chin agreed, "I accept your offer, but Xiao Ling and Xiao Lu must come with me." Looking at the three of them together, Gao Xiaoliang suddenly felt that he had made a wrong decision. Could he really handle these three little rascals? AI Qin, fearing that Gao Xiaoyang might hesitate or refuse, immediately took out a contract and handed it to him. Just as the two of them were pulling at the contract over its contents, something was suddenly thrown into the stall. A group of well-equipped individuals entered, clearly drawn in by the scent of the egg waffles. Seeing the large men, Gao Xiaoyang immediately stepped in front of Xiao Ling to protect her. The large man, thinking Gao Xiaoyang was about to fight him, immediately got into a fighting stance, ready to draw his weapon. However, Gao Xiaoyang quickly changed his expression, smiled and said, "Brothers, the kid doesn't know better. I'm the owner of the snack stall. If you want to eat, I'll make some fresh ones right now." Surprisingly, the large man, though bulky, didn't seem very bright. He turned to his leader and said, "Boss, I want some." The leader eyed Gao Xiaoyang from head to toe, then asked with a serious tone, "How much for these egg waffles?" Gao Xiaoyang, noticing their attire, quickly deduced that they had a significant background, and they likely had plenty of crystal cores. He decided to seize this opportunity to complete his task. After reading the price list, the leader's expression immediately changed. He exclaimed, "What? 10 crystal cores for one egg waffle? Are they made of gold?" Gao Xiaoyang wasn't flustered and responded, "Life in the apocalypse isn't easy. Every grain of food is earned at the cost of life. This price is already very cheap." Though the leader was shocked by the outrageous prices, he still decided to buy 10 egg waffles. As the leader turned to make the egg waffles, the large man raised his fist and warned, "If it's not good, I'll smash both you and your cart." Gao Xiaoyang muttered under his breath, "Whether it's good or not, it's not up to you to decide." Unfortunately, his soft muttering was overheard by the leader, who retorted, "Are you implying we'll back out on the payment?" Seeing the leader starting to get upset, AI Qin quickly stepped forward and tugged at his sleeve, smiling. "Sorry, my boss just speaks his mind. Please don't take it to heart." AI Qin sweetly flattered the leader. "Big brother, your chest muscles are so big. You must be great at killing zombies, right?" The leader, flattered, stammered, "This, of course." The others watched their leader's reaction, feeling a bit awkward. They thought to themselves, "Our boss is all serious, but when he sees a pretty girl, his brain just shuts down, and he can't even speak properly." AI Qin then told the leader, "Making so many egg waffles will take some time. Please be patient and wait inside." Watching AI Qin handle the situation so smoothly, Gao Xiaoyang was once again convinced that hiring her as an employee was the right decision. Soon, the group of people was enjoying hot, freshly made egg waffles, while Gao Xiaoyang and AI Qin anxiously watched their reactions. After tasting the egg waffles, the group was immediately taken aback by how delicious they were, the taste bringing back memories of their childhood. After tasting the egg waffles, the leader praised Gao Xiaoyang's skills and promptly paid him the agreed fee. The egg waffles were so delicious that the leader asked, "Besides egg waffles, can you make other kinds of food?" Upon hearing this, Gao Xiaoyang immediately started listing off fried chicken, skewers, spicy hot pot, grilled squid, sausages, pancakes, fried dough sticks, tofu pudding, cola, beer, sour plum soup, and more. The leader quickly motioned for him to stop, his mouth watering as he replied, "Give me 10 of each." Gao Xiaoyang frowned and said, "It's a bit tricky right now. I only have flour and eggs on hand. To make all these foods, I would need a lot of ingredients, and in this world it's hard to find that much." The leader, however, waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "That's easy. Whatever ingredients you need, just tell me. There's nothing I can't get." AI Qin whispered to Gao Xiaoyang, "From the looks of these people, they might be post-apocalypse traders. If we can get them to supply ingredients, we won't have to risk going out to find food ourselves." So, the two of them smiled and said to the leader, "Boss, what's the price of ingredients for you? How about we work together long-term?" The leader's subordinates heard them call their boss boss and couldn't stop laughing, one of them teasing, "That's right, our big brother is the boss, but it's a business without profit." Gao Xiaoliang and AI Qin immediately felt something was off upon hearing this. Suddenly, the leader asked about a man named Hu Zi, and one of his subordinates replied, "We've already sent people to look for him. I left a mark on the road, and they should be here soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of tires screeching outside was heard, and a man rushed in, breathless, saying, "Boss, bad news. Hu Zi and the others got hurt." Then, Hu Zi and his companions were helped out of the car and walked into the room. Gao Xiaoliang immediately recognized them as the same 3 people he had encountered the day before. The leader immediately asked, "Who attacked you?" One of them answered painfully, "It was a kid selling snacks on the street. He said he was the chosen one." The leader scoffed, thinking to himself, "This sounds like nonsense. This isn't a novel. There's no such thing as a chosen one." The man continued, "At first, we didn't believe it, but that kid was really strange. All of our attacks were reflected back at us. Hu Zi got blown up because of him." Hearing this, the others were confused. Reflecting attacks. Was this person an ability user? But they had never heard of such a power. AI Qin, listening to the man's description, felt a jolt in her heart. The ability sounded strange but familiar. She turned to look at Gao Xiaoliang, who was trying to sneak away, and immediately realized they were talking about him. Lei Hong angrily said, "No matter who they are, anyone who dares to touch me, Lei Hong, must die." Upon hearing the name Lei Hong, Gao Xiaoliang, AI Qin, and the others were all shocked. They knew exactly who he was. AI Qin couldn't help but confirm Lei Hong's identity again and realized that he was the leader of the Thunderbolt Legion. Lei Hong didn't deny it, nodding in confirmation. "That's right. I lead the Thunderbolt Legion. And for the sake of your delicious egg waffles, if you run into trouble, you can come to me. Also, about the food supplies you mentioned earlier, we can consider that." However, to Lei Hong's surprise, instead of thanks, the 2 children rushed forward, angrily shouting, "Bad guy! Not only did you hurt my sister, but you also killed our mother." Lei Hong froze, his face turning cold as he asked, "Kid, what are you screaming about? Who killed your mother?" The others also chimed in, wondering if they had misunderstood. The Thunderbolt Legion might be a gang of robbers, but they never harmed women or children. But AI Qin wasn't interested in their explanation. She immediately kicked Lei Hong with all her might, and the 2 began a fierce battle. The other members of the Thunderbolt Legion didn't step in to help. Instead, they just stood by, watching the fight. Gao Xiaoliang, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly remembered the shield function of his food stall. He had already used it twice today, leaving him with only one chance left. He decided to move the stall to a safer spot to avoid accidentally causing harm to anyone. However, his action caught the attention of Hu Zi and the others. Lei Hong, upon noticing Gao Xiaoliang's movement, was enraged. He hadn't expected to be played by Gao Xiaoliang, who not only attacked his brother but also took advantage of the situation to earn a lot of crystal cores. Gao Xiaoliang quickly explained, "It's just a misunderstanding." However, the injured subordinates weren't willing to let him go. Lei Hong didn't want to listen to any more excuses. He threw a punch at Gao Xiaoliang, eager to find out what this kid was capable of. Lei Hong's punch shattered the hard cement ground, sending shockwaves through the onlookers. Gao Xiaoliang finally witnessed the true power of a strength-type ability user. If that punch had hit him, he would have likely been dead. Before Gao Xiaoliang could recover, Lei Hong lunged forward for another attack. This punch caused Gao Xiaoliang to spit blood, but Lei Hong was shocked to see that despite being hit, Gao Xiaoliang didn't turn into mush. It was clear that this kid was stronger than an average person. After being hit once again by Lei Hong, Gao Xiaoliang's abdomen showed clear signs of injury. He began to analyze the situation. If he kept dodging, he had no chance of winning. Even with his increased strength, he couldn't inflict any significant damage on someone like Lei Hong. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the food stall nearby, and an idea flashed in his mind. If he could use the stall's shield function, the greater the external force attacking the stall, the stronger the rebound effect would be. After coming up with a plan, Gao Xiaoyang braced himself to face Lei Hong's attack, but in reality, he slid underneath Lei Hong's body, heading toward his food stall. Just as he thought his plan was going to succeed, Xiao Lu suddenly grabbed a knife and charged directly at Lei Hong. Lei Hong's subordinates immediately pulled out their guns and fired at Xiao Lu to protect their leader. Seeing this, Gao Xiaoyang muttered in frustration, "Didn't they say they wouldn't kill kids?" As he spoke, he grabbed his food stall and threw it toward the incoming bullets, successfully blocking the attack aimed at Xiao Lu. However, with the stall's shield function now gone, Gao Xiaoyang himself was left vulnerable to Lei Hong's powerful attack. As he prepared to face certain death, he thought about how he finally had a chance to be the protagonist, only to have it end so quickly. Just as Lei Hong's fist was about to hit Gao Xiaoyang in the face, a loud explosion suddenly rang out, breaking the silence. Gao Xiaoyang squinted and saw a stunning sight. There was the beautiful zombie, making a dramatic entrance. The beautiful zombie, like lightning speed, knocked Lei Hong to the ground in one swift move. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected their boss to be knocked down by a woman, whose Li and his group immediately recognized the woman. It was the zombie they had captured the day before. Realizing she was a zombie, the others quickly drew their weapons and fired at her. But the beautiful zombie effortlessly dodged bullets and landed gracefully on Gao Xiaoyang's food stall. Seeing the stall about to be ruined, Gao Xiaoyang yelled, You can fight, but don't destroy my stall." The man who had been previously hit by Gao Xiaoyang raised a heavy cannon and fired at the beautiful zombie. Gao Xiaoyang initially thought his stall was doomed, but to his surprise, the beautiful zombie skillfully moved the stall out of the way as she dodged the cannonball. Watching this, Gao Xiaoyang couldn't help but give the beautiful zombie a big thumbs up. Her cleverness was truly admirable. The cannonball, which had been aimed at the beautiful zombie, missed and struck the ceiling instead, causing a wooden plank to fall. The plank hit Lei Hong right in the head. Lei Hong, now sporting a large bump on his head, pointing angrily at his subordinate, shouted, "You idiots!" Finally regaining his composure, Lei Hong ordered all his men to open fire on the zombie and Gao Xiaoyang's group. Facing the barrage of bullets, Gao Xiaoyang and the others once again fled for their lives. Their steps hurried. The beautiful zombie turned around and noticed that Gao Xiaoyang and the others had already fled. She was furious, but there was no time to dwell on it. She quickly grabbed a steel rod and hurled it toward the direction of the shooting, accurately hitting one of the enemies. The steel rod spun rapidly, deflecting all the incoming bullets, causing significant injuries to the Thunderbolt Corps members. Someone shouted, "Stop shooting! We'll end up killing ourselves." When the shooting stopped, everyone cautiously peeked out, eager to assess the situation. They quickly scanned the area, searching for the beautiful zombie. Just then, the beautiful zombie appeared right in front of Gao Xiaoyang, startling him and the others, forcing them to run in panic. The beautiful zombie didn't understand why Gao Xiaoyang was running, but since he was fleeing, she decided to give chase. At the same time, the giant octopus monster, which had been observing from the ceiling, suddenly extended its tentacles and prepared to attack Gao Xiaoyang. The beautiful zombie noticed the attack and immediately stepped in front of Gao Xiaoyang to shield him, only to be swept away by the giant octopus's tentacle. The giant octopus threw the beautiful zombie forcefully into the wall, causing her to suffer heavy injuries. Gao Xiaoyang rushed to her side, confused and questioning, "Why did she protect me?" The beautiful zombie weakly extended her hand, revealing a bag of chips. It turned out she had come all the way just to bring him this small gift. Seeing her in such pain, Gao Xiaoyang felt a pang of sympathy. He couldn't help but ask the system, "Is she really a zombie? Why does she act so human?" The system replied, "Scanning shows she does carry the zombie virus, but some mutated strains regain partial brain function during evolution, displaying human-like intelligence. Her IQ is similar to that of a smart animal or a 4 to 5-year-old child." Gao Xiaoyang felt even more confused, but he knew that the pain the beautiful zombie was enduring was because of him. He desperately wanted to save her, but the egg waffles only worked on humans. To heal other creatures, special tasks were required to obtain the necessary items. Gao Xiaoyang immediately requested a new task from the system. Give me a new mission. I need to acquire a level 2 crystal nucleus within 24 hours. The system replied, a level 2 crystal nucleus is worth 100 normal crystal nuclei and can only be found in evolved zombies or mutated beasts. Gao Xiaoyang made up his mind. His target was clear. He had to kill the giant octopus monster in front of him to obtain the level 2 crystal nucleus. Meanwhile, the Thunderbolt core was firing at the giant octopus monster, but its massive size made it impervious to bullets, which couldn't penetrate. A man, not willing to accept this, decided to use his cannonball to attack the giant octopus monster, hoping to blow it to pieces. They originally thought this time they could destroy the monster, but after several minutes, the cannonball had yet to explode. The man's companions started guessing that it might be a dud. When the smoke from the cannonball cleared, they realized that the giant octopus had absorbed the cannonball, holding it firmly. The giant octopus monster began retaliating against the humans who had attacked it, spraying a highly corrosive liquid at them. Seeing this, Lei Hong quickly raised a concrete slab to block the corrosive liquid. The giant octopus immediately slammed its tentacle onto the concrete slab while continuing to spray the corrosive liquid. To their shock, the corrosive liquid was strong enough to dissolve the concrete slab. One of the men shouted, "Forget about us, just get out of here." As Lei Hong struggled to hold the concrete slab, one of the tentacles pierced through and grabbed the man. Lei Hong tried to grab onto the body of the giant octopus, but its slimy surface was too slippery to hold on to. Meanwhile, the giant octopus continued to spray more corrosive liquid, intensifying the chaos. Just when Lei Hong was at his wit's end, Gao Xiaoyang, wearing a disposable raincoat, suddenly rushed forward. Gao Xiaoyang was not afraid of the corrosive liquid and charged straight at the giant octopus's head. The others thought Gao Xiaoyang might have special powers, but Lei Hong knew better, as he couldn't sense any energy fluctuations from him. Gao Xiaoyang agilely dodged the octopus's attacks and quickly inserted his knife into the cannonball. In an instant, the dud cannonball was triggered and exploded, creating a deafening blast. When the smoke and dust cleared, the giant octopus had been blown to pieces, with some of its tentacles shattered. Gao Xiaoyang was thoroughly impressed with his disposable raincoat. Not only did it protect him from the corrosive liquid, but it also shielded him from the shockwave of the explosion. He said to the system, "Can I get more of these next time?" The system replied, "Rewards are randomly drawn, but as long as you perform well, there will always be opportunities." Finally, Gao Xiaoyang found the level 2 crystal nucleus in the remains of the giant octopus. After successfully completing the task, the system immediately rewarded him with a healing candy that could be used on any living being, along with a book titled Survival Cooking Guide. The system explained that in the apocalypse, many mutated creatures and plants could be eaten as long as the infected parts were removed. However, most people either didn't know about it or were too afraid to try, so these foods were largely overlooked. The Survival Cooking Guide detailed the anatomy of these creatures and plants and how to cook them, making it an essential book for anyone looking to set up a food stall in the apocalypse. Gao Xiaoyang didn't expect the book to be so valuable, so he quickly put it away, eager to learn more from its pages. He then walked over to the zombie woman and fed her the healing candy. Soon after, the zombie woman's body started to heal, and her condition visibly improved. Seeing her recovery, the little girl clapped her hands joyfully. Meanwhile, AI Qin looked at Gao Xiaoyang with curiosity. Just moments ago, he seemed timid, but now he seemed like a completely different person. Was he hiding his true strength, or was it something else entirely? Gao Xiaoyang and the zombie woman began playing a game of tossing snacks, with Xiao Ling happily clapping on the side. However, Xiaolu approached Xiao Ling and pointed at the zombie woman, cautiously asking, "But she's a zombie, isn't she? She really won't bite us." Just then, the zombie woman approached, licking the crumbs off Xiao Ling's face before chasing after Xiaolu. Terrified, Xiaolu hurriedly ran away, his face flushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Lei Hong found Gao Xiaoyang and, realizing that he could heal zombies, hoped that he could also heal his injured men. Gao Xiaoyang examined the injured and found that their wounds were severe, Their skin was nearly rotting, and the bones were visible, possibly even the internal organs. Lei Hong impatiently interrupted, saying, "I can see their injuries. Just heal them quickly." Gao Xiaoyang, seeing Lei Hong's commanding tone, replied, "You beat me up earlier, so why should I help you?" Lei Hong, understanding the underlying meaning, quickly asked, "How many crystal nuclei do you want?" Just as Gao Xiaoyang was about to state a number, AI Qin pushed him aside and said to Lei Hong, "No matter how many crystal nuclei you offer, it won't work. He won't help you." Lei Hong once again explained patiently, "We're thieves, but we have principles. We never kill those who can't resist. If the children's mother was really killed by my men, then she must have been a bad person." This statement made the two children furious, and AI Qin shot back, "Stop trying to deceive us. You just want to heal them first and then kill us, right? We're not falling for it." However, Gao Xiaoyang suddenly spoke up. What Lei Hong said is true. He picked up a bright red headscarf, his tone probing as he said to the boy, "This came out of your pocket, didn't it? You hid it pretty well." The boy looked down at it, his tone firm as he replied, "Yes, this is their symbol. I've kept it with me to remind myself to never forget what they look like and what they've done." Gao Xiaoyang picked up the dagger he had found earlier, his eyes scanning the patterns on it, and continued, "This dagger I picked up before. It belongs to their group. I'm pretty sure of it." He placed the dagger and headscarf side by side on the table, scrutinizing them closely. Frowning, he pointed to the pattern on the dagger and said, "The symbols look similar, but look closely. This lightning bolt faces the opposite direction." The three of them leaned in for a better look, the differences becoming clearer with each glance. Gao Xiaoyang concluded, "Not only is the direction different, but the details are worlds apart. The one on the dagger is more refined, while the one on the headscarf, well, it looks like a kid's doodle." Hearing this, Lei Hong retorted indignantly, "Doodle? This is bold and unrestrained artistry. You don't understand, so don't comment so casually." His face flushed red, clearly upset by the critique. Lei Hong recalled his past encounters and spoke gravely, "Actually, there are plenty of gangs that act under someone else's name, committing crimes while sowing discord and hatred. The group you encountered, AI Qin, is probably just pretending to be the Thunder Legion." These words stunned AI Qin and the others. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they realized the clues they had thought were crucial might have been shrouded in lies from the start. Lei Hong rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his brows furrowing as he slowly said, "No wonder we've been attacked by random people lately, like they had some deep-seated grudge against us. Turns out someone's been stirring the pot." The boy clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he said, "Damn it, so they weren't the Thunder Legion at all. Those liars." The girl beside him, anxious, asked, "Then who do we take revenge on now? We've lost all our leads." AI Qin bent down and hugged the two children tightly, speaking softly, "Avenging isn't something you children should bear. Your mother, more than anyone, wants you both to live a good life. Don't let hatred cloud your future." Hearing this, the two children hesitated, their heads hanging low, uncertainty and confusion filling their eyes as if they didn't know what to do next. The man wearing the mask gritted his teeth, his voice full of fury as he shouted, "These bastards dare to tarnish our reputation. If I get my hands on them, I'll make them wish they were never born." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing weakly to the ground. This scene startled Lei Hong, who was standing nearby. Lei Hong quickly supported his brother, panicked as he shouted at Gao Xiaoyang, "Now that everything's clear, can you treat my brother's injuries? If we wait any longer, he's going to die." Gao Xiaoyang nodded without hesitation, replying, 10 crystal cores will do. Don't worry, he'll be fine." Lei Hong wasted no time, immediately pulling out a bag of crystal cores and handing them to Gao Xiaoyang, his face full of urgency. "Hurry up and treat him. I don't want him dying here." Lei Hong approached his small stall, only to find that the eggs he had been selling were all smashed during the recent fight, leaving the stall in complete disarray. He awkwardly turned to Gao Xiaoyang, giving a sheepish smile and saying, there was a little issue. How about I return the crystal cores to you? Lei Hong's eyes went red with anger as he clenched his fists, shouting, "Are you messing with me?" Seeing Lei Hong's anger, the man in the mask quickly raised his hands in surrender, saying cautiously, "How could it be? I just thought the atmosphere was a bit heavy, so I made a little joke." He sighed in despair, clutching his forehead. "Now I don't even have any eggs left. What am I supposed to make egg waffles with? Looks like being a good person really comes with its own punishment." Suddenly, he remembered the cookbook the system had given him earlier, and his eyes brightened as he quickly pulled out his phone and opened the guide. After a bit of quick searching, he finally found a suitable recipe, and a look of excitement flashed in his eyes. The materials available at the stall were very limited, just flour, oil, and a few basic seasonings. He furrowed his brow, contemplating what kind of dish he could make with what he had. It didn't take long before inspiration struck. He could use the giant octopus monster he had killed earlier. He quickly sliced off the meat from the giant octopus, carefully peeling away the mucous membrane and suckers, leaving only the clean fish meat, and marinated it to remove the fishy smell. He prepared the batter to a flowing consistency, adding the marinated fish meat into it, and stirred it thoroughly. He poured the mixed meat into a mold, carefully shaping them into octopus balls, and added tomatoes and salad dressing to enhance the flavor. Finally, he replaced the traditional sole woodfish shreds with crushed potato chips, and voila! A delicious batch of octopus balls was ready, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. He placed the steaming octopus balls in front of Ah Hu and the others, smiling as he said, "Eat these, and your bodies will recover." However, Ah Hu and the others reacted with shock. Ah Hu stared at him wide-eyed and exclaimed, "You made food with a mutated octopus? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to get us killed faster?" Gao Xiaoyang gave a mysterious smile and replied slowly, "Have you ever read martial arts novels? Where poisonous snakes appear, there's always an antidote within 5 steps. Anyway, I've already taken the crystal cores, no refunds. You can eat or not, it's up to you." The man in the mask couldn't resist the tempting smell anymore. His eyes brightened, and he grabbed an octopus ball, thinking that even if he were to die, at least he'd enjoy the last bit of good food. He took a bite, and suddenly his expression changed to one of intense emotion. He quickly covered his face and began crying uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. The others didn't understand what was happening and rushed to question Gao Xiaoyang. "What did you do? If anything happens to my brother, I won't let you off." Seeing this, the female zombie swiftly moved in front of Gao Xiaoyang, her gaze unwavering and resolute, staring directly at Lei Hong, silently warning him not to make a move. Lei Hong, seeing her approach, blushed and immediately stepped back, clearly flustered by her presence. Meanwhile, the man in the mask finally looked up, his face filled with satisfaction. He excitedly shouted, "It's so delicious!" He chewed on the octopus ball, savoring the crispy outer layer and the soft, sticky inside, feeling as though clouds were wrapping around his body. The delicate texture made him close his eyes in pure enjoyment. The fish meat was springy and smooth, and with each bite, it felt as if little elves were dancing on his tongue. The texture was like the vast ocean, with surging waves crashing into his soul, overwhelming him with sensation. The taste was so amazing that the man in the mask couldn't help but shed tears, as if all the burdens and exhaustion had been washed away in that moment. Ah Hu and another companion exchanged looks, disbelief written all over their faces. Could it really be that delicious? After hearing the masked man's praise, Lei Hong, Ah Hu, and the others immediately rushed to the stall, shouting eagerly, "Give me one! Hurry up!" After finishing their servings, the 3 of them wore expressions of pure bliss, as if all their fatigue and frustrations had vanished. These octopus balls were simply too delicious. Gao Xiaoyang fed the octopus balls to the blonde big brother, and to his delight, the big brother was also completely won over by the taste. A satisfied smile spread across his face. In addition to the incredible taste, the big brother's wounds miraculously healed, and the pain vanished without a trace. He lifted his shirt and was amazed to see that even old scars had completely healed. The big brother asked Gao Xiaoyang, "Is this the effect of the octopus meat?" Gao Xiaoyang froze for a moment before hurriedly responding, I added a little something special to yours, just a little treat for you." In truth, Gao Xiaoyang realized a serious problem. With his current abilities, he was no match for the superpowered individuals. If they found out about the system, they would likely capture him and squeeze him dry until he was dead. Just as he was lost in thought, Lei Hong suddenly called his name, and Gao Xiaoyang froze in panic, fearing that his secret had been discovered. It turned out that Lei Hong was only thanking them for treating their injuries. Gao Xiaoyang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that fortunately, this guy was strong but not too bright, easily fooled. Taking the opportunity, Gao Xiaoyang asked if the previously discussed cooperation could continue. Lei Hong immediately replied that he would consider it. To his surprise, the three men immediately spoke in unison, rejecting the idea. Their reason was that Gao Xiaoyang had injured all three of them, so he had to take responsibility. Gao Xiaoyang, now angry, retorted, "You guys robbed my stall, and now you're telling me I can't fight back?" The three men quickly began to argue. "We're bandits. Seeing you carrying so much food, of course we had to take it. We do what we do, love what we do. Get it? This is professional ethics." Lei Hong heard what the three said and nodded in agreement, showing no objection to their actions. Gao Xiaoyang, frustrated, pointed at the female zombie and said, "What about her? Didn't you guys say you don't rob women and children? Even if she's a zombie now, she's still a girl, and you're stuffing her in a sack and sneaking around. What do you want to do?" The three of them stood in a row, glancing away in embarrassment. One of them mumbled, "She's just so pretty. We only did it for the boss." AI Chin covered her mouth in shock, exclaiming, "You guys are so disgusting, not even leaving zombies alone." The little boy quickly covered the girl's ears, afraid she might hear such horrible things. The man in the mask also looked at Lei Hong in disbelief and asked, "Boss, you wouldn't?" His voice trailed off, as if he suddenly understood something, his expression shifting in realization. "I saw you talking to Ah Long earlier, so that's what it was." Lei Hong was furious at their words, shouting angrily at the three men. "What's going on? Hurry up and explain yourselves." It turned out that Lei Hong got shy whenever he saw a beautiful woman, and he still didn't have a girlfriend. So the others thought of a plan to find a pretty female zombie for him to interact with, hoping that it might help him overcome his fear of women. They thought it might cure their boss's problem. They were just trying to be helpful. Hearing this, Lei Hong was absolutely livid. He started beating up the three men, shouting, "Helpful? You idiots! You came up with this rotten idea? Do you think I'm some kind of pervert?" During the commotion, Gao Xiaoyang's system notification suddenly went off. "Task time has ended. Please hire an employee promptly to complete the task." Gao Xiaoyang quickly replied, "I've already hired AI Chin as an employee. The task should be done, right?" However, the system calmly responded, "Not yet. Hiring an employee requires both parties to sign an agreement, and the employee must wear the designated uniform for the task to be considered complete." Hearing the words, "designated uniform," Gao Xiaoyang couldn't help but fantasize about various uniform styles. Before he could get carried away, the system promptly intervened. "Please do not think inappropriate thoughts, host. We are a serious system and do not issue such clothing." Soon, a simple and conventional work uniform appeared in his hands. Gao Xiaoyang handed the uniform to AI Chin and explained, "Our employees need to dress neatly, be easily identifiable, and wear the same uniform." AI Chin, upon receiving the uniform, expressed a bit of reluctance but agreed to wear it. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling was thrilled to have new clothes, but the little boy seemed unwilling to put it on, making a face as if he wasn't fond of the idea. Gao Xiaoyang pointed at their clothes and said, "Your clothes are dirty anyway, so why not change now?" Upon hearing this, AI Chin immediately began to change clothes, but Gao Xiaoyang, noticing the crowd around them, quickly said, "No need to rush. There are so many people here. Go inside to change instead." AI Chin didn't care about the others and muttered, "This outfit is too tight. I can barely fit my chest in it. Don't you have anything in a larger size?" The sight was so shocking that Lei Hong, unable to control himself, sprayed blood from his nose and fainted on the spot. Gao Xiaoyang hurried to push AI Chin into the room and also told the others, "Close your eyes and don't look." Just then, something suddenly hit him on the head. He looked down and saw that it was a steamed bun. While he was puzzled by the falling steamed bun, he looked up and was stunned to see that AI Chin didn't have any breasts, but instead had 8-pack abs. In shock, he pointed at AI Chin and shouted, "You're actually a man." AI Chin calmly replied, "I never said I was a woman, so what's the big surprise?" Gao Xiaoyang, still in disbelief, retorted, "You're a grown man. Why dress like this and make people think otherwise?" Ah Hu, standing nearby, pondered for a moment and then guessed, "Could it be that you're pretending to be weak to lure enemies in?" AI Chin, a bit embarrassed, scratched her head and explained, "It's just a personal preference of mine. Nothing special." Gao Xiaoyang, tears streaming down his face, felt utterly defeated. Liar, villain, my beautiful employee, uniform temptation, workplace romance, all gone. The system, however, didn't care about his sadness and promptly issued a reminder. Task countdown has started. Please complete the task as soon as possible. Confirm your hire. Faced with the system's relentless reminders, Gao Xiaoyang quickly signed his name on the labor contract, just wanting to get the task done. He handed the labor contract to AI Chin and urged, "Hurry up and sign it." Seeing Gao Xiaoyang's despondent expression, AI Chin didn't hold back and sarcastically commented, "What's with that face? If it wasn't for the food, who'd want to work for you?" Gao Xiaoyang, feeling helpless, sighed inwardly, thinking, "Others bind systems and get a harem of beauties, rising to the top. But me, I'm stuck with another guy, raising kids." He thought to himself that this was probably the most tragic situation he could find himself in. Just as AI Chin was about to sign, suddenly, the beautiful zombie shot toward them at an incredible speed. With lightning speed, she snatched the labor contract out of Gao Xiaoyang's hands before anyone could react. Gao Xiaoyang immediately lunged at the beautiful zombie, trying to snatch the labor contract back from her, as the task deadline was fast approaching. When he reclaimed the contract, he noticed a clear bite mark on the position for the second party. To his surprise, the system's notification sounded, "Task completed." At the same time, the beautiful zombie was surrounded by a glowing light, and after a short while, she changed into a professional uniform, looking both capable and efficient. The beautiful zombie, stunned and speechless, couldn't believe she had actually signed a labor contract with Gao Xiaoyang. She now had to work with him every day, and she was unwilling to accept the thought. After a while, Gao Xiaoyang saw them off outside the building. As they were about to part ways, AI Chin grumbled in dissatisfaction, "You really have no taste. You let go of a beautiful woman like me and hire a zombie as your employee." However, seeing the penalty fee, she decided not to argue any further. Meanwhile, Gao Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel helpless. They hadn't even signed the contract yet. Where was the penalty fee coming from? This was clearly his one-sided extortion, threatening to smash their car unless they paid him. He looked back at the building and asked, "This place is no longer livable. What are you guys planning to do?" AI Chin smiled and replied, "We've already made arrangements with the Thunderstrike Legion. They're willing to take us in. Lei Hong even said he'll teach the little boy how to fight and shoot, so he can better protect his sister and the boss." Gao Xiaoyang felt that the arrangement wasn't bad. Although the Thunderstrike Legion were bandits, they weren't bad people. With their protection, the two children would definitely be safer. Suddenly, the little girl tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "This badge fell off when the beautiful zombie was changing clothes." Gao Xiaoyang looked down and saw it was an ID badge, with the beautiful zombie's name written on it by Feifei. Just then, Lei Hong came out and handed him a piece of paper. It had the current location of the Thunderstrike Legion's temporary base. He said, If you need anything, you can go to the Thunderstrike Legion for help. Gao Xiaoliang looked at the address and couldn't help but comment. You guys really know how to pick a place. Qingshan Prison? Now that's a unique choice. Lei Hong replied seriously. What's wrong with a prison? High walls, strong defenses. It wasn't a place we wanted to go before, but now there's no safer place than that. Ai Qin suddenly hugged Lei Hong's arm and said with a smile, You're right. Lei Degu is really smart. I'm not used to living with others. Can you give me a separate room? Lei Hong was taken aback and quickly pushed her away, saying, Get away from me. Who's going to find her some men's clothes? Ai Qin, however, insisted on moving closer, declaring her love for cross-dressing and her belief in clothing freedom. After a bit of playful scuffling, the group finally got in the car and prepared to leave. Inside the car, there was a sense of reluctance. Ahu jumped onto the roof and yelled to Gao Xiaoliang, Kid, don't let the zombies eat you. The man in the mask laughed and said, I'll definitely visit your stall again. Gao Xiaoliang watched the car drive away, thinking to himself that, although he didn't know what the future held, he had to give it a try to see what would happen next. When he turned around, ready to greet Bai Feifei and discuss working together, he found that she was gone. She had run back to the stall looking for food again. To his surprise, Bai Feifei clung to the edge of the snack stall and wouldn't let go, no matter how hard he tried to pull her away. But when he yanked too hard, the entire stall collapsed under the strain. Staring at the broken stall, Gao Xiaoliang was horrified, unable to comprehend how it all ended up like this. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He remembered activating the stall's rebound feature today. How could it break after just a few bites? He sternly told the system, This stall must be a defective product. I want a replacement. The system replied that it needed to apply to higher authorities. After a while, the system informed him that the request had been denied. The system explained, the rebound feature is designed to protect the store's personnel and property, but it only works against external attacks. It doesn't work on internal staff. Since Bai Feifei is your employee, the damage must be covered by you. Gao Xiaoliang grumbled. Why didn't you mention such an important detail earlier? He looked at Bai Feifei helplessly and muttered, Should have chosen a cross-dressing big guy instead of this human-sized husky. Looking at the piles of broken wood, Gao Xiaoliang didn't know where to start with the repairs. Just as he was struggling, the system's voice rang out. Your snack stall is only 100 points away from an upgrade. Complete the task, and you can proceed with the item upgrade. The new task was, the host must gather 500 pounds of edible meat within 24 hours to receive a reward. 500 pounds? In this post-apocalyptic world, even finding 5 pounds of fresh meat is a challenge. How could he possibly gather 500 pounds? Suddenly, an idea struck him. There was a large poultry farm nearby. He quickly flipped through the cooking handbook to check if mutated chickens could be used. Mutated native chickens are low-level mutant beasts. The virus is present in their brain, internal organs, beak, and claws, but after removing these parts, they are safe to eat. The breast and thigh meat is especially tender, rich in protein, and great for replenishing energy. Soon, he arrived at the poultry farm and found that while the mutated chickens had grown much larger, they didn't look too different from regular chickens, so they should be easy to deal with. However, there were simply too many mutated chickens, so he had to come up with a way to separate them and take them down one by one. He then made a plan. He would act as the bait, and Bai Feifei would seize the opportunity to catch the mutated chickens. After seeing Bai Feifei nod, Gao Xiaoliang rushed toward the mutated chickens and shouted, Xiao Bai action! However, Bai Feifei didn't follow the plan. She leaped several times right in front of the mutated chickens, then effortlessly jumped onto the beam above. This move immediately drew the mutated chickens' attention, but the target they focused on was him. The mutated chickens began chasing him relentlessly, running all over the place. Gao Xiaoliang had initially thought the mutated chickens were weak, but to his shock, their beaks and claws were incredibly sharp. If they caught him, he'd probably be torn to shreds. He kept running, seeing the mutated chickens closing in on him, and yelled in panic, Xiao Bai! Come save me! Just when he thought he was cornered, he noticed an unexpected escape route. There was a pit under the iron fence where he could crawl through. Without hesitation, he jumped into the pit and successfully crawled to the other side of the iron fence. The mutated chickens in the poultry farm continued to glare at him angrily, squawking loudly, as if trying to drag him back out. Gao Xiaoliang let out a relieved sigh, thankful that he had discovered the pit. Otherwise, he'd probably be pecked to death by these mutated chickens by now. Suddenly, Gao Xiaoliang felt something sticky on his hands, which made him feel nauseous. Looking down, he found that there were broken eggshells all around him. In that moment, he realized something was wrong, but it seemed to be too late. A giant hen stood before him, exuding an aura of danger that clearly made it not something to mess with. It was an adult mutated chicken, and it quickly launched an attack on him. Gao Xiaoliang couldn't help but mutter, "My luck is terrible. How did I fall into a mother hen's nesting pit?" At this moment, he couldn't use his rebound function and could only run for his life. However, the adult mutated chicken was too fast. He couldn't escape and it pecked him. Worse still, the adult mutated chicken seemed to have set its eyes on his precious egg as its next target. Thinking that his egg hadn't been used even once, he decided he couldn't let it be destroyed here and chose to fight back immediately. Gao Xiaoliang quickly clamped the mutated chicken's neck with his legs, preparing to give it a leg lock. When he saw the mutated chicken's eyes close, he thought he had succeeded, but to his surprise, the chicken's eyes suddenly snapped open, now glowing bright red. To his shock, the mutated chicken didn't die. Instead, it flung its neck, sending him flying into the air. He landed perfectly on the mutated chicken's neck, but before he could react, the chicken started violently shaking its head, and he screamed, "Help me!" Meanwhile, a truck was driving on the road. One of the men on board replied into the radio, "We're on our way back. Unless something unexpected happens, we should arrive by today." Another man in the truck laughed. "I heard those two vehicles are coming back empty-handed again. They'll be so jealous when they see how much we've collected." As they chatted about their successful haul, the driver didn't notice a nail in the road. Sure enough, the truck ran over the nail and got a flat tire. The captain immediately ordered everyone to get out of the vehicle and be on guard. One of the team members nonchalantly said, "Captain, you're being too paranoid. We've passed through this road so many times. If there were zombies, we'd have encountered them by now." The captain replied sternly, "Better safe than sorry. The mutated creatures are increasing, especially in open areas like this. We must stay alert at all times." He instructed Guoming and Gu Zhan to quickly change the tire while the others remained on high alert, prepared for anything. Guoming and Gu Zhan were fixing the car while laughing. "Come on. There's no way there are so many zombies on this main road." "Exactly. Even if we run into them, I'll take them down with one shot." Uncle Zhou immediately punched both of them, sternly saying, "Stop talking nonsense. You've only been on a few missions, and you think zombies are that easy to deal with." The two quickly apologized. "Sorry, Uncle Zhou. We're newbies, just joined the team. We'll need your guidance from now on." Uncle Zhou's expression turned serious as he said, "In all the deployed teams, our team has the highest success rate and the least casualties. Do you know why?" He paused for a moment before continuing, his voice filled with authority. "Because Captain Huar is experienced and cautious. People like you, with no brains, are the easiest to become cannon fodder. If you were with another team, you'd have died countless times by now. Being assigned to Team 3 means your ancestors must have done something right." Guoming and Gu Zhen were both shocked. So Captain Hua was that capable, and they realized they'd be learning a lot under his leadership. After a while, one of them said he needed to go to the bathroom. Uncle Zhou nodded, telling him to hurry up. Just then, Captain Hua seemed to hear something, and he turned around, asking the others, "Did anyone else hear that?" Though the others shook their heads and said they hadn't heard anything, Captain Hua still felt uneasy and decided to check it out. Meanwhile, the young man was happily urinating in the bushes, unaware that a giant snake was slithering toward him. The young man looked up and locked eyes with the giant snake. He was terrified and screamed, "Help! Just as he thought his life would end in the snake's stomach, a bullet struck the snake right between the eyes. It was Captain Hua who saved his life. Captain Hua yelled, "Mutated creature, get back to the car." Captain Hua ordered all the team members to get in the car quickly, knowing that the shot wouldn't cause much damage to the mutated snake. It would be back soon. Fortunately, the tire was fixed, and the team quickly started the vehicle. Just as Captain Hua had predicted, the mutated snake quickly caught up. The mutated snake chased the car with incredible speed and rammed it with its head, sending the vehicle flying into the air. It then coiled around the entire car, and the team members were thrown into the air by the force. Captain Hua realized that the mutated snake's goal was to crush the entire car. They needed to escape quickly, but the car doors wouldn't open. Captain Hua was about to fire his gun at the mutated snake to provide cover for the others to escape. But Uncle Zhou immediately stopped everyone, saying in a deep voice, "No, the car's gas tank is leaking. If we fire, it will cause a massive explosion and we'll all die here." Just as everyone thought they were about to die, they spotted something in the distance, an enormous chicken running toward them. The younger team members thought they were seeing things, thinking they were about to meet their doom. However, the older and calmer Uncle Zhou quickly noticed that it wasn't an angel. It was just a chicken. Captain Hua initially didn't believe it. What kind of chicken could grow that large? But when he looked closer, he realized it was indeed a mutated chicken, and there was a person sitting on its neck. The person sitting on the chicken's neck, Hai Xiaoliang, was already on the verge of tears. He had no idea how to make the mutated chicken stop. The team members thought Hai Xiaoliang was some sort of mutant with the ability to control mutated creatures. But Captain Hua, with his sharp eyes, quickly realized that Hai Xiaoliang was the one being controlled. What they saw was utterly bizarre. A mutated chicken with a person on its neck, charging toward the mutated snake. Hai Xiaoliang, fed up with the chicken constantly squawking at him, shouted in frustration, "What's with you? Just because I sat on your eggs you won't let it go? You think I'm scared to kill you with my bare hands?" Unable to stand it any longer, he climbed beneath the chicken's neck and forcefully pulled it upward with his bare hands. Sure enough, Hai Xiaoliang pulled with all his might, and the mutated chicken's neck snapped off instantly. At the same time, the mutated snake seemed to have locked onto the mutated chicken. It opened its mouth wide and bit down on the chicken. At this moment, Hai Xiaoliang still didn't realize that the mutated snake had caught the chicken. When he finally came to his senses, he realized he was still hanging in the air. With a delayed reaction, he mistook the mutated snake for a power pole and slid down it as if it were an electric wire. Halfway down, he squeezed the electric pole and felt something was off. To his surprise, the electric pole began moving. He looked up and found himself locking eyes with the mutated snake, which had just bitten the mutated chicken. Terrified, he instantly used all his strength to turn and run. As he ran, he saw the mutated snake swallow the mutated chicken whole, and he desperately shouted, "Big brother snake, you've eaten such a big chicken, you should be full by now. Can you let me go?" However, the mutated snake seemed to ignore his words. After dropping the chicken, it immediately pursued Hai Xiaoliang. And it was because of this that the third team was successfully saved. Seeing that the car could still start, Uncle Zhou and the others decided to drive away quickly. After all, if the mutated snake returned, the car wouldn't withstand a second attack. Moreover, there was a lot of supplies on board, and losing them would result in military punishment according to the rules. Captain Hua disagreed. He insisted that Hai Xiaoliang had helped divert the mutated snake for them. If they left him behind and escaped, they wouldn't be true soldiers. Upon hearing this, the car's occupants fell silent. The atmosphere grew heavy. After a moment of silence, the other team members spoke up. "Captain is right. Supplies can be found again, but life is irreplaceable. Although we're rookies, we've undergone professional training, and we weren't trained to flee when things get tough." With everyone in agreement, Uncle Zhou immediately started the car and headed toward the mutated snake. Meanwhile, Bai Feifei jumped down from the roof beam and looked around, but she couldn't find Hai Xiaoliang anywhere. As she walked along the fence, searching, she came across a group of mutated chickens. Suddenly, she remembered the plan Hai Xiaoliang had told her about and had an idea. She quickly grabbed a nearby section of the fence and, with ease, caught 3 mutated chickens. On the other side, the mutated snake was still relentlessly chasing Hai Xiaoliang. He was at his wit's end and shouted, "System, come out, help me." The system finally appeared, but it brought bad news. "Host, as much as I want to help you, the shielding function can only be used within the item, and once out of the item, I'm powerless." Just as the system spoke, the mutated snake overtook Hai Xiaoliang and quickly wrapped him up in its coils. As he was about to be swallowed by the mutated snake, Hai Xiaoliang resigned himself to the situation. "Well, at least if I pass out, it won't hurt as much." Just as he thought he was about to be eaten, the sound of mutated chickens clucking loudly reached his ears, driving him to the edge of irritation. "Why is that damn chicken noise back? It's so loud it's going to burst my eardrums." It turned out that Bai Feifei, holding an iron fence, had captured a number of mutated chickens and was running toward him. Without hesitation, Bai Feifei threw the mutated chickens at the mutated snake's head, producing a loud bang as the snake was knocked unconscious. With the mutated snake stunned, Hai Xiaoliang was finally saved. The system then confirmed the task was completed, and a golden light flashed in front of him, revealing a luxurious RV. Seeing such a lavish RV, Hai Xiaoliang was overjoyed, jumping up and shouting, "System, you've finally been generous. Out with the old, in with the new. No more roughing it outdoors." The system replied, "I've always been generous. Plus, since you completed the employment task earlier, there's a special reward. You've earned a show-off skill card, which significantly boosts your combat power for 3 minutes. Additionally, the weapons library has been unlocked." Upon hearing this, he immediately opened the weapons library, eager to see what it contained. To his surprise, the weapons library only had a few kitchen utensils: a kitchen knife, a spatula, and a colander. He complained to the system, "What am I supposed to do with these? Am I supposed to stir-fry zombies?" But the system responded frankly, "These are the weapons of the snack stall. Don't underestimate these kitchen tools. They come with their own skills and can upgrade according to your abilities. Those who use them know best." He reluctantly picked up the kitchen knife, aimed it at the mutated snake, and said, "You ate my chicken. Now it's your turn to feel the blade." He began dissecting the mutated snake, separating the meat from the bones with swift, practiced movements. He then had Bai Feifei arrange the chopped snake meat neatly, sorting it by parts. He couldn't help but admire. "This kitchen knife is really great. It's practically a kitchen weapon." Just then, the system issued a new task. Use the available ingredients to create more than 3 new dishes and find customers to taste them, earning 100 5-star reviews. There is no time limit for this task, but if there are any negative reviews, all of the host's points will be reset to 0. Hearing this, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Reset my points to 0? That's so unfair. If that happens, all our efforts will be wasted." He continued to haggle with the system, saying, "Everyone has different tastes. Even if I were the best chef in the world, I couldn't satisfy everyone." The system reassured him, "The harder the task, the greater the reward. Plus, once you complete this task, there will be unexpected surprises on top of the standard rewards." He thought to himself, since this task has no time limit, and finding all the lucky survivors in the apocalypse wouldn't happen overnight, he might as well take this time to relax. The system, hearing his words, immediately warned him, "No, you can't give up. You must keep working hard." Standing next to the vehicle, he looked at its exterior. Seemed good, but he couldn't be sure about its performance. If it was anything like the previous snack truck that broke apart with a single touch, he would be utterly crushed. After a moment, he called out to Bai Feifei to get in the car and decided to take her for a drive to unwind. Meanwhile, the third team was still chasing the mutated snake. However, when they arrived, they found that the snake had disappeared. The team leader and Uncle Zhou looked around, puzzled. Just then, one of the other team members shouted, "Look ahead! The group quickly got out of the car, on high alert, while examining the remnants on the ground. One team member checked the bones on the ground and noticed that the blood hadn't fully dried. He concluded that the creature had probably been eaten very recently. The other team members thought they were too late and that Gao Xiaoyang had already been eaten by the mutated snake. However, team leader Ho immediately dismissed this idea, noting that the leg bones of humans are the thickest, but these bones were clearly much thicker, indicating they weren't human bones. Another team member found the skull of the mutated snake nearby, along with what appeared to be bones from a bird-like creature. Looking at these bones that didn't even have a trace of meat on them, the team speculated whether other mutated creatures were nearby, creatures capable of devouring such a large mutated snake in such a short time. Uncle Zhou observed the bones thoughtfully, saying, "These bones don't look human. Maybe that guy didn't die after all." The team leader looked at the bones on the ground, thinking to himself, "From the looks of this scene, there must have been a fierce battle here. Could one person have really escaped?" He began to wonder if the deaths of these mutated creatures had something to do with Gao Xiaoyang. Meanwhile, Gao Xiaoyang had no idea what the team was speculating. He was happily driving his new luxury RV, enjoying his own time. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar group of acquaintances ahead on the road, none other than the zombies he had encountered earlier. He immediately decided to let this group of zombies test how durable his new vehicle really was. He slammed the accelerator and drove straight into the zombie group, sending them flying. To test the RV's explosion resistance, he instructed the system to temporarily disable the rebound function. With the rebound function off, the zombies began climbing up the RV one by one. However, Gao Xiaoyang wasn't scared. Instead, he sharply turned the steering wheel, tossing the zombies off the vehicle. That evening, he was enjoying a long-awaited shower in the bathroom. Since the apocalypse, he hadn't had such a satisfying bath, hot water on demand, plus shampoo and body wash. Suddenly, he felt as though someone was watching him. He quickly pulled back the shower curtain but saw nothing out of the ordinary. As he rinsed his hair, he wondered, "Am I being paranoid? Why do I keep feeling like someone's staring at me?" He pulled back the curtain again and found White Feifei standing there. He quickly covered himself with a towel and asked, "Xiao Bai, when did you come in?" White Feifei didn't respond. Instead, she made a series of abe sounds. Gao Xiaoyang was completely overwhelmed, thinking, "I'm showering, what's she doing here?" At this moment, the system chimed in, teasing, "Can't you tell? She's craving your body." Gao Xiaoyang immediately retorted, "System, you pervert, spying on me while I'm taking a shower." The system got a bit angry, pointing at him and saying, "Who's spying? I'm just working overtime to look after your health. You could at least thank me instead of spitting blood." His conversation with the system didn't affect White Feifei. She continued to inch closer to him. This scene made him feel extremely shy. While resisting, he couldn't help but think, despite being a zombie, White Feifei is really beautiful. He thought to himself, maybe I should just go with it, but then he realized how messed up and immoral that thought was. While he was lost in thought, White Feifei suddenly lunged at him and bit his shoulder. He jumped in shock and yelled, "I've been bitten. I'm going to get infected." But when he looked closely, there was no wound on his shoulder. Turned out that the shower gel was too slippery, and she couldn't bite through. However, White Feifei didn't give up. She kept chasing him, her mouth dripping with saliva. The system chimed in, "Didn't I already tell you? She's craving your body. Zombies have insatiable appetites. They need to keep eating to fill their hunger. Think about it, what has she eaten today? Now, with a whole piece of white meat right in front of her, how can she not lose control?" After understanding the system's point, he shouted, "White Feifei, stop chasing. I'll go get food for you right now." Soon, a few dishes were placed on the table, and White Feifei immediately started devouring them with gusto. Watching her eat so much, he couldn't help but think, good thing I had the snake meat. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to feed her. But then, a thought struck him. This time I got lucky. But if this problem isn't solved, it's like I've got a ticking time bomb strapped to me. If one day I fall asleep and she eats me, I wouldn't even know what hit me. He asked the system, "Do you have any good solutions to make sure I stay safe?" The system replied, "It's simple. Just feed her before she gets hungry." He immediately felt that the system's answer was practically useless. Suddenly, an idea came to him, and he began searching the cabinets. After some effort, he finally found what he needed, a set of dentures. The next day, he put on his brand new clothes, and White Feifei wore the dentures. With everything ready, they prepared to continue their journey. The system, observing White Feifei fiddling with the dentures, remarked, "I never thought dentures could be used like this. Host, you're quite the clever one." He grinned and replied, "As long as the brain doesn't slow down, there's always a way around things. And honestly, compared to a headshot, the dentures might just be the perfect solution for zombies." The system, now serious, responded, "This important discovery will be reported to the higher-ups immediately." Suddenly, he noticed a jeep parked in the middle of the road ahead. Upon approaching, he found it empty. Looking at the ground, he saw a number of nails scattered around, likely part of a trap designed to stop the vehicle. Suddenly, 2 gunshots echoed from the woods in the distance. Hearing the gunshots, White Feifei began to stir restlessly. He quickly whispered to her, "Stay calm. Don't make a sound." From the sound of the gunfire, he deduced that it was a controlled, precise shooting, likely from the same firearm. He grabbed his binoculars and scanned the woods ahead. To his surprise, he saw a woman shooting at a group of zombies. The woman's shooting was incredibly accurate, taking down 1 zombie per shot. However, it was clear her stamina wouldn't last much longer. This gun could only fire 10 rounds at a time, and reloading was extremely slow. While it could still be used at long range, its weaknesses were exposed in close combat. He suddenly remembered that in one of his previous lives, it was because of this flaw that he was gutted by a zombie. Seeing the woman surrounded by zombies, he hesitated for a moment, wondering whether he should step in to help. The woman's gun was empty. Without hesitation, she threw it aside, drew a dagger, and decisively stabbed a zombie in front of her. She quickly used the dagger to take down the zombies one by one, moving with precision and efficiency. At this moment, she glanced towards the direction of Gao Xiaoyang. Seeing this, Gao Xiaoyang wondered if she had noticed him. The woman continued on her path, walking straight toward the nearby river, preparing to undress and take a bath. Gao Xiaoyang, witnessing this scene, was so stunned that his nose started bleeding. He quickly covered his eyes and muttered to himself, "This woman's so ruthless with zombies. If she thinks I'm a pervert or a voyeur, she'd probably dismember me." He immediately decided to leave with White Feifei, but unexpectedly, White Feifei was mesmerized by a swarm of butterflies. White Feifei pushed her arm forward, chasing after the butterflies, and Gao Xiaoyang was pushed by her, nearly falling off a cliff.
In a world torn apart by disaster gates, betrayal cuts deeper than any blade. Once a hero, a sword god, An Suho fought for humanity's survival. But now, he faces the unthinkable, betrayal by those he trusted most. Even in his final moments, he refuses to bow. But endings are not always final. Suho awakens to the past, amidst the chaos of humanity's darkest hour. Given one last chance to rewrite his fate, Suho must rise again, stronger, smarter, and more determined than ever. The gates await. His legend begins anew. One man, one mission, a world to save. Now, let's the story begin. In the midst of a mountainous landscape, under the bright daylight, a group of individuals stood together, their gazes fixated on a lone figure lying before them. An Suho, a swordsman, was down on the ground, clutching his broken sword. He was visibly exhausted, his body battered and poisoned, his breathing labored. He looked up at the people that once he trusted the most in front of him, frustration evident in his eyes. One of the people muttered something about him with a broken sword trying to act tough, mocking Suho's struggle. Nearby, Alex Morgan, a warrior, looked at him, almost regretful. He thought it would have been much easier if Suho had just joined them from the beginning, but he knew how stubborn public servants could be. Next to him, a girl agreed casually. Suzuki Endo, a mage with a staff glowing with dark energy, commented with disdain. She remarked on the difference in talent, the inherent abilities that separated people like her from someone like Suho, who she referred to mockingly as a sword god. She added that she didn't like men in suits anyway, clearly expressing her dislike for people like him. Suho looked up at them, his eyes betraying the hurt inside. His mind traveled back to the times they fought side by side. Together, they had fought and celebrated victories, smiling, feeling triumphant. And now, they stood against him, as if none of it mattered anymore. "We have been fighting together all this time," he said, his voice trembling with emotion. He demanded to know how they could do this to him, why they were turning their backs on everything they had accomplished. His voice grew louder, more desperate as he pleaded for answers. Isabella, the healer of the group, spoke with a flat expression. She said it was unfortunate but unavoidable. Suho was the only one opposing the current operation, the one who refused to fall in line. Suho asked if they weren't ashamed of betraying everything they stood for. He reminded them that they had conquered one out of the 5 disaster gates. If they conquered the remaining 4, humanity would be safe, free from the constant threat of monsters. But now they wanted to abandon the gate, to leave humanity in danger. He couldn't understand how they could choose this path. He accused them, saying they were no different from the monsters themselves. Hexhood, the group's archer, responded calmly. He pointed out that at least they didn't slaughter humans. He explained that if all the gates were conquered, hunters like them would lose their purpose. Once seen as heroes, they would be reduced to nothing more than thugs in the eyes of the people. Hex then spoke directly to Suho, suggesting that he wouldn't want to become a target of fear. He tried to persuade him one last time, offering his hand and telling him to join them. Suho's face twisted in anger. He felt betrayed, and Hex's words only added salt to his wounds. After everything they had done, Hex expected him to just join them, as if nothing had happened. He rejected the offer, glaring at the group in defiance. Inside, Suho knew he was running out of time. His body was poisoned by Suzuki's venom, and the wounds inflicted on him were beyond healing. He understood that he wouldn't survive this fight. There was only one thing he could do. If he couldn't live, he could at least take one of them with him, for the sake of humanity's future. With this thought, he gripped his broken sword, determination lighting up his weary eyes. His last duty as a hero, he decided, would be to sacrifice himself, even if it meant taking just one enemy down. The group tensed as they sensed his resolve. Energy began swirling around him, his power surging as he stepped forward with purpose. Alex, standing with the group, was visibly confused, and Suzuki tried to reassure them. She dismissed Suho, saying he was merely bluffing. After all, he was just a swordsman wielding a broken weapon. However, Hex was not so sure. Something felt different, something about Suho's energy. The tension became palpable, and suddenly, with a burst of power, Suho moved, his sword cutting through the air. The attack was swift and violent, and it caught the group off guard. Suzuki was struck down instantly, her body falling lifelessly, while Alex screamed in pain, his arm severed from his body. Hex acted quickly, saving himself and Isabella, narrowly avoiding Suho's strike. He marveled at the speed of the attack, knowing that if he had been even a moment late, he would have met the same fate. He wondered how Suho managed to strike with such power. His sword was broken, his body poisoned. It didn't make sense. Alex was holding his left hand, his face twisted in agony as he tried to cope with the pain of his lost arm. Isabella rushed to his side, her hands glowing with healing magic. But something was wrong. She looked at Alex's wound in shock. She couldn't heal it. Her eyes widened as she realized the truth. She had only heard of it before, but never seen it. The power surpassing the human realm that can't be healed with magic. The wound inflicted by Suho was beyond her abilities. Suho, with his body battered and energy draining rapidly, looked at his sword as it began to glow, a brilliant aura surrounding it. Hex, watching from a distance, finally understood. It was an intangible sword, a weapon formed purely by willpower. A sword of energy. Suho felt a sense of grim satisfaction as he realized that he had grasped it, the very thing he had been striving for. He had achieved the ultimate swordsmanship, even in his final moments. With a final surge of power, he smiled for the last time. He fell, his body vanishing over the edge of the cliff. As he fell, a system notification appeared in his mind. It congratulated him for reaching the realm of divine sword unity. The system praised him for his achievements, listing new abilities, and announced the rebooting of the player system. The world around Suho turned dark as he felt his life slip away. He had fulfilled his last mission, sacrificing everything to take down his foes. But the regret lingered in his heart. He felt that cold, inevitable pull toward death. Suddenly, the darkness faded, replaced by a blinding